Dear Black people. Dear Black people. Please remember that white supremacy culture, which is whiteness, requires your daily subjugation by those who deem themselves superior to you culturally, morally, physically, mentally, intellectually, and ideologically. White identity was created as a juxtaposition to black identity and is inherently dependent upon anti-blackness. This means that as a black person in America, you must never do anything to disagree with, offend, or upset white people. You must behave, speak, and present in ways that do not disturb or disrupt their perception, interpretation, or impression of who you are, because it will ultimately lead to them canceling your existence, livelihood, and ability to survive in this country. You must recognize that the reality of white privilege, as some social scientists now refer to it, is more than just mere privilege. The daily reality and functionality of white/racial privilege requires moment-to-moment dehumanization. It is not merely racism. It is not merely prejudice, and many Jewish people will be able to relate to these words because it was not that long ago that their ancestors experienced the same systematic and methodical denigration. The reality that we as black people in America find ourselves in, is a white American campaign of systematic black genocide. America will continue to systematically kill black people by ensuring that we are reduced mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually to the lowest common denominators, first as children, then into adulthood. And, the normalization of systematic black genocide has, and will continue enabling most white, and non-black people, and even some of us, to see nothing wrong with it. Put another way, white people have accomplished with black people what Adolf Hitler attempted to accomplish with Jewish people in 1930s and 40s Germany, which is to normalize an anti-human orientation around the existence of Jewish people. The only difference is that Hitler and his allies were halted by a multitude of world leaders who saw him as a threat to their societies. In short, white America has succeeded in establishing, perpetuating, and normalizing an anti-human orientation, centered on the existence of black people. As Malcolm X stated in his 1962 talk, "Who taught you to hate yourself?" The press, the radio, the television, and the newspapers are stacked against Negroes. The controlled press, the white press, has inflamed the white public against Negroes. The police are able to use it to paint the Negro community as a criminal element. The police are able to use the press to make the white public think that 99% of the Negroes in the Negro community are criminals. And once the white public is convinced that most of the Negro community is a criminal element, then this automatically paves the way for the police to move into the Negro community, exercising Gestapo tactics, stopping any black man on the sidewalk whether he is guilty or whether he is innocent, whether he is well dressed or whether he is poorly dressed, whether he is educated or whether he is dumb, whether he is Christian or whether he is Muslim, as long as he is black and a member of the Negro community. The white public thinks that the white police are justified in going in there and trampling on that man's civil rights and on that man's human rights. Once the police have convinced the white public that the so-called Negro community is a criminal element, they can go in and question, brutalize, murder unarmed innocent Negroes, and the white public are gullible enough to back them up. The main difference between 1962 and 2022 is that more non-white and black people have been indoctrinated to believe and align their existences within the normality of white supremacy and anti-blackness. Though many will claim to be allies, or working on behalf of equity and justice, they are not. Part of their identities within the context of the white American race and ethnic hierarchical obsession, whether they know it or not, is that their self-worth and value is measured by their proximity to whiteness, and away from blackness. Remain suspicious and critical of co-conspirators and allies who will only go so far with you, whose experiences align more with white people than yours. Do not be dismayed or discontented that most other groups characterized as people of color are not as impacted as you are by racism. These individuals have no experience with anti-blackness. Therefore, they will not be able to react and/or respond adequately in most situations. It is in these cases that you will observe that their experiences are mostly aligned with white people. The experiences of black people in America is unlike any other experience by people from other non-white communities, and we must understand this now, and forever. The words of President Richard Nixon in 1969, and President Abraham Lincoln in 1858, roughly 100 years earlier, clearly demonstrate the reasons and purpose for this book. In the words of Nixon, "You have to face the facts. The whole problem is really the black people. The key is to devise a system that recognizes this without appearing to do so." 250,251. Richard Nixon, April 28, 1969. And in the words of Lincoln, "I will say then that I am not, nor ever have been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races, that I am not nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people, and I will say in addition to this that there is a physical difference between the white and black races which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. And inasmuch as they cannot so live, while they do remain together there must be the position of superior and inferior, and I as much as any other man am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race." 279. Abraham Lincoln, September 18, 1858. Foreword. By Marguerite M. Malloy. A quote repeatedly attributed to Maya Angelou: "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." This is what comes to mind when I think of this work by Dante King. For years, he has been overflowing with both love and hurt. He has held on to a 100-pound weight which holds the truth he knows and the sorrow he feels for so many of us who do not know the truth. Dante displays courage and tirelessness in this work. He treasures the history we all share, and cries out to explain the relevance, relation, and genealogy of the disease of anti-black racism and white supremacy. The agony Dante bears is eased by the telling of the stories inside these pages. Dante is an educator, and as my mother might say, a learned man. He has immersed himself in history and social phenomenon. He understands that the artificial construct of race was created to dehumanize, oppress, and economize Africans and Africans born in this country. Dante produces evidence that the roots of this country's legal, judicial, political, economic, educational, and cultural institutions are founded on anti-black racism and white supremacy. He proves the intentionality of the acts of dehumanizing black people. This work contains information for those of us who wondered about the methods deployed to oppress black people beginning as early as 1619. This work contains information for those of us who wondered about a divide between black males and black females and supposed that history could shed some light. This work contains information for those of us who wondered about the stronghold colorism has on black people as a group. Finally, this work contains information for those of us who know that we have been afforded privileges but will never be treated like anything more than an exception to the rule. If you are a student of black history, you will not be able to put this work down. If you are a student of the sociology of culture and concerned with the systematic analysis of culture, you will not be able to put this work down. If you have always known that laws affect every aspect of our daily lives, you will not be able to put this work down. If you understand that tradition and culture are transmitted from generation to generation, inherited so to speak, you will not be able to put this work down. Lastly, if you are fascinated by the significance of origins, you will not be able to put this work down. You will not be able to put this work down, because Dante has provided the factual, legal, judicial, and cultural basis for his assertions that present and perpetual racial inequities and disproportionate outcomes are historical and psychological in origin. Reading this work will require you to interact and engage with your prior understanding of bias, what it means to be humane, and what structural racial exclusion and anti-blackness mean. You took the first steps, picking up this text and reading the foreword. Take the next steps, read it. Your life will be forever changed. Key concepts and definitions. American equals colonial and post-colonial terrorism by Anglo-Europeans, reclassified as white people. Historical and perpetual political, legal, judicial, economic, academic, language, and all other institutional affirmative action for white people. Additionally, it includes the exclusion, marginalization, and subjugation against non-white people, most severely the dehumanization, degradation, and genocide of African/African Americans that is embedded into the cultural context and identity. Assimilation and conformity to white and anti-black norms, values, ideologies, education, beliefs, religion, and all other forms of influence and indoctrination. White affirmative action equals laws, policies, legal decisions, economic, education, employment, housing, and all other conditions produced through public and private institutions for the benefit of white people, at the expense of non-white, and most severely, black people. Anti-black genocide equals the productions of manufactured, facilitated conditions by white people, leading to the collective overt and covert mass murders of black people in America. White psychopathy equals the historical and perpetual functioning of white people in relationship to themselves and black people. The psychological ingrained need to oppress black people as the main way of sourcing and retaining value. Enjoying and experiencing white privilege in the midst of ongoing white terrorism against black, indigenous, and other non-white peoples, and never evaluating where the white privilege and power comes from. A lack of concern with the creation and development of whiteness. White sociopathy equals reinforcing white superiority, and the worthlessness or worthlessness of black and non-white people with a lack of self-reflection, empathy, and little to no understanding of the made-up existence and reality created by other white sociopaths. Enjoying and experiencing white privilege in the midst of ongoing white terrorism against black, indigenous, and other non-white peoples, and never evaluating where the white privilege and power comes from. A lack of concern with the creation and development of whiteness. White epigenetics equals the impact of normalized terror against non-white groups, through legalized rape, prostitution, pedophilia, and human sex trafficking, and the impacts that have been passed down intergenerationally throughout the white race as a cultural organization. Some examples include, claiming and taking advantage of white privilege and power as the result of white terrorism, with absolutely no sense of responsibility for historical and perpetual oppression, the absence of and/or lack of empathy and/or humility towards non-white people, particularly black people. White paranoia equals a persistent fear that black and non-white people are plotting to seek revenge against white people. Anti-black surveillance equals the rights to black bodies that white people, and people authorized by whites, gain through laws like the Casual Killing Act of 1669, or the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, which legitimized and amplified white suspicion, rights to determine whether black people were employed or were vagrants who deserved to be hauled off to jail, and the current ways in which white culture pervasively harasses and escalates conflicts with black people they believe should not be in any particular place they do not deem rational or acceptable. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. 249. Introduction. Writing this book has been both liberating and painful. It has been liberating in the sense of being able to translate pieces of my curriculum into the format of an actual book. Writing has always been a reflective process for me. It allows me to consider my theories carefully and then articulate them as coherently as I can. It has been painful, immensely so, because over the course of the last 15 years, my understanding of the complexities of racism have increased in ways I never imagined they could have. It has increased through the culmination of academic, professional, and lived experiences that have brought me to this point. I have realized, like so many others, that the indoctrination process, which is key to minimizing and perpetuating racism, is a particularly nefarious weapon we must all strive to understand. I simply must illuminate the targeted, persistent, and consistent harms directed at black people due to the internalized psychological dysfunction and indoctrination of European white people in America, and the ways such treacherous practices have consistently been infused into the white, European, and American cultural value system. I began this laborious journey when I began scrutinizing the predicament that was the anti-black emotional state America had been founded on and continued to love with a perverse intensity. The more I studied and read, the more I wanted to know. African American Studies was my chosen major, and though I thought I knew much of our painful history, I quickly learned I had merely touched the surface. I did not fully comprehend the number and nature of the horrors whites directed at black people. Furthermore, I did not know or understand the true nature of white people or the evolution of the American story. Perhaps what left me most flabbergasted was my realization that I, a black male, had been successfully indoctrinated through white education, white media, white social and cultural norms, white dominance, and just general white rule. This constituted a horrifying epiphany for me. That horror is what fueled my curiosity and commitment to reframe the black experience in America. Once I read books such as Black Power, The Politics of Liberation, by Kwame Ture and Charles Hamilton, The Fire Next Time, by the inimitable James Baldwin, Race Matters, by Dr. Cornel West, and Black Reconstruction in America, by W.E.B. Du Bois, in addition to many of the texts noted and referenced within this work, my world changed. Once I focused on and listened to speeches by Dr. Angela Davis, Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, Kwame Ture, and Malcolm X, I became equipped with the vocabulary I needed to begin the arduous process of mending that which I knew viscerally was broken. I began to understand that I had been robbed of the truth of my identity here. To be clear, I had been robbed of facts, of information. Did I have some understanding that American black people had been discriminated against unjustly? Certainly. Did I understand the nuances of how? Not entirely, no. It was through my long, often painful studies that I began understanding how we became and have since remained public enemy number one in this country. American black people, especially those who are descendants of slaves, exist in a constant state of fear and even terror. Not frequently. Unexceptionally. This is because any number of unpredictable misfortunes can strike us at any time due to white American cultural function and the sheer value of anti-blackness. As I learned the truth about the nuances that have constructed and manufactured blackness and whiteness in America, I began to evaluate the cumulative cultural, psychological, and emotional effects. I also began to understand the gradual, persistent development of white hatred toward Africans and/or people interpreted as black, as well as the infinite ways this disdain reared its head through legal, political, and other cultural institutions and norms. As I began understanding and evaluating the impacts of these realities, I began drafting a curriculum well suited to combat them. The curriculum has become known to many as Understanding the Roots of Racism and Bias, Anti-Blackness, and its link to whiteness, white racism, privilege, and power. Through this educational experience, I map out the aforementioned elements, some of which I have highlighted in this text. The process requires that students and participants come to terms with the realities of the conditions developed within and throughout white culture. It also requires people to immerse themselves in examining, feeling, and relating to the perpetual and wounding impacts of such persistent, intentional, manufactured dehumanization over a period of 400+ years. The most critical elements of this experience are 1. All of it is framed through the legal and political contexts, and 2. Individuals are invited to reframe the evolution and persistence of white racism and anti-blackness as psychopathic and sociopathic, rather than mere social constructs. Waking up to the truth, black truth, and reliving the effects of what it takes to write, teach, and learn about whiteness and anti-blackness have been more painful than any other experience in my life. And I will never be able to unknow, or believe in ideas such as equity, justice, freedom, or equality. These are ideas only, not realities, and they are not available to black people in America. The last 400+ years have proven this fact, and it is imperative for posterity's sake that this book be written in ways that enable all who are willing to explore deeply and examine the roots and effects of racism as whiteness and anti-blackness. Below is a list of details I want to make abundantly clear to every person who reads this. This book should be used as a prerequisite for registering for understanding the roots of racism and bias, anti-blackness, and its links to whiteness, white racism, privilege, and power, which can be accessed by going to www.danteking.com, / or by emailing, understandingtherootsofracism@danteking.com. The original title of this book was Prosecuting Whiteness and Anti-Blackness in America, but was changed to encompass the larger magnitude of the impacts of these conditions, which translate to an ongoing racial genocide. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stated in his speech The Other America, which he gave in 1967 at Stanford University. In the final analysis, racism is evil because its ultimate logic is genocide. Hitler was a sick and tragic man who carried racism to its logical conclusion. He ended up leading a nation to the point of killing about 6 million Jews. And this is the tragedy of racism because its ultimate logic is genocide. 225. In order to deal with or address anti-blackness and white racism as mere social problems, one must deny facts. In addition, one must also accept and embrace that these dynamics are ordinary, normal social dynamics. They are not, and I reject such assertions. The main objective of this book is to examine the realities of whiteness and anti-blackness in America. It is to highlight the complexities of the situation. It is to amplify, synthesize, and reinforce criticisms and philosophies presented by other scholars who have chosen to express themselves about the matter. It is also to offer my own assessments in a way that holds to account legal constructs and the way they were designed to be pro-white and anti-black. This book is written from a black perspective that has understood and is continuing to understand the black experience outside of the parameters of white psychology, white sociology, and white normativity. The perspective applied here is one that attempts to hold to account whiteness and white racism. It recognizes, legitimizes, and amplifies my own humanity as well as that of my ancestors. They must not be forgotten, as they endured the horror that is anti-black terrorism and torture, which were uniformly perpetrated by whites. The information is presented in ways that do not conform to anyone's widely accepted set of principles and / or practices that are associated with white American normative mainstream publishing standards. Abiding by such principles reinforces the subjugation of non-whites, and / or anyone who rejects Western-oriented and established academic principles. These principles limit how information can and / or should be presented, thereby degrading its potency. There are those who will understand what I mean by this, and those who will not. Regardless, I have made the decision to ensure that this material is available to everyone in the way that my heart and soul feel it. I have also made sure that it is being presented in a way that is accessible to people who may exist within the white, racist academic structure known as the academy, as well as people who do not exist there, have not had any contact within, and / or have chosen to resist the institution altogether. This material should be easily accessible to everyone. This does not mean that some of the ways the information is presented will not reflect certain standards and principles. It means that I am not limiting myself to any one formalized presentation style or adhering to white standardized and / or widely accepted principles and practices about how information should be presented. The root of all problems faced by black people in America is white oppression. Whether in education, employment, housing, economics, politics, law, healthcare, homelessness, etc., whites have worked to both individually and systematically oppress black people for centuries due to psychologically delusional, irrational, and demented proclivities that have led them to believe that black people deserve to be treated inhumanely. The term European infers and points to Anglo-Europeans and/or people who have been identified as Caucasian and/or white. This is not a book about black history or black people in America. If anything at all, it is a book about white history, whiteness, and white people's creation of black identity, black experiences, and anti-blackness in America. Whether produced by judiciaries, legislatures, commissions, and/or private policies, anti-blackness was the main reason for mass imprisonment through the period of black enslavement. It is named in the law as such. Anti-blackness is also the condition and motivating factor behind Jim Crow/separate but equal constructions. Anti-blackness is the reason for ongoing, severely oppressive economic, legal, political, employment, educational, and all other genocidal conditions destroying black life in America. It is important that the terms highlighted in the title, which are consistently referenced throughout this text, be defined. There are additional words that I am defining, as they used in the text also. I am defining the root words to ensure that readers unfamiliar with these terms have a basic understanding. I have chosen to use the Anglo-White American adopted and accepted orientation of definitions for these terms. The words and definitions appear here, as they do on www.dictionary.com. They are: psychopath, a person with a psychopathic personality, which manifests as amoral and antisocial behavior, lack of ability to love or establish meaningful personal relationships, extreme egocentricity, failure to learn from experience, etc. Sociopath, a person with a psychopathic personality whose behavior is antisocial, often criminal, and who lacks a sense of moral responsibility or social conscience. Pathological, a condition caused by or evidencing a mentally disturbed condition. Psychopathological: 1. The conditions and processes of a mental disorder. 2. A pathological deviation from normal or efficient behavior. It is important to highlight that whites and other racialized groups in America do not know and have never known African American people outside of a colonized context. Put another way, white Americans, Asian Americans, Latinx/Hispanic Americans, and others around the world are familiar with and only know African Americans in a reality of colonized, subjugated, disempowered, and inferior profiles. And because African Americans have never lived outside of a colonized reality, we are only familiar with ourselves and each other through this particular lens. In addition, most black people are not honest with white and other racially privileged and oppressive peoples about the way in which we are triggered by them. And because white and other racially privileged people's experiences with black people are limited in most cases, most non-black people are in touch with black people in terms of white superiority and anti-black inferiority constructions. As a result, these people have expectations about and entitlements to, as well as depend on, black people functioning only in a subjugated, insecure, disempowered, and weak fashion. It becomes a substantial problem for white and other racially privileged people if black people appear any other way. In our relationships with whites and other non-black people, black people tend to not want to invest much emotionally because of the magnitude and range of the traumas whites inflict on us on a daily basis. We are injured by white and all other racially privileged people every single day. They do not know what it means to be black. Yet we are unable to remedy the anti-black reality in ways that could lead to healing for us individually or as a collective. It is important to ask why that is. It is because whites have never known black people outside of a system that tells them white is better, stronger, superior, in short. They have never engaged their black counterparts in a system that values both groups equally and wishes to see both flourish in equal measure. This type of profile of black people, one that is empowered and on equal footing, frightens white and other racially privileged peoples. Again, black people are expected to submit to domination and mistreatment as part of an embedded American cultural agreement. Whites and others with racial privilege should stop using the term privilege in isolation. Context is required. The benefits and privileges which have been built exist and depend on the historical, ongoing, and rampant terror aimed against black people. The word privilege deals only with the tenet of exclusivity and higher worth based upon the delusion of superiority. And yet, the tenet of historical and perpetual subjugation and perceived inadequacies of black people is not contained within the word or the use of the word. Furthermore, its definition does not quite capture the totality of the experiences of white and other racially privileged peoples. The privileged benefit from anti-black terrorism. It is the result of psychological delusion. This delusion must be acknowledged separately from the ambiguous term privilege before any meaningful understanding can be had. I take an anthropological and sociological approach to this text. Much of it is an examination of structural whiteness and white identity as an institution, and structural blackness as an institution. There are litanies of examples that are used to develop the examinations of these entities. The goals are to both question and call out the general mindsets, belief patterns, living patterns, values, behaviors, and actions of whiteness as it was developed. Additionally, I highlighted the relentless effects it produced and heaped onto blackness. To this end, I have modified the definition of anthropology such that it deviates slightly from its dictionary.com reading. It is science that deals with the origins, physical and cultural development, biological characteristics, and social customs, and beliefs on white and black people in America instead. Moreover, I define and use the term sociology in this text as the science or study of the origin, development, organization, and functioning of white society, and their impacts on white people and black people through judicial, legal, political, social, religious, scientific, economic, and all other institutional and cultural means. The terms black and / or Negro are used interchangeably and refer to people of non-Anglo and African origin, or people interpreted as having predominantly African origin in America. I am referring to people who European whites have labeled for more than 500 years as Negro and / or black. I am referring to people with greater quantities of melanin in their skin. The term non-white people references people from communities other than white and / or black communities. Whiteness is transactional and not relational. It was built upon and operates on sociopathy and lack of emotion. Therefore, black people should not expect white people to feel any empathy, remorse, or even the slightest understanding about what black people have endured historically in this country, or the continual burden of anti-black racism that they all benefit from and reassert upon us every single day. Black Americans, descendants of enslaved peoples and immigrants, are victims of the psychopathic racial personality in every regard mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. We remain enslaved politically, economically, judicially, legally, educationally, sociologically, psychologically, and culturally. We remain engulfed in enculturation. I consider this book to be an ode to black people who will understand the truth of what I am attempting to explain. I also dedicate it to anyone committed to anti-racism, racial justice, and / or racial equity work. I also dedicate it to people who reject, and / or who are working to unravel and escape, whiteness and anti-blackness as cultural conditions. I ask for unwavering solidarity, grace, and support from black people, as well as non-black allies, as I attempt to unpack a reality that has caused and continues to cause inescapable trauma to black people across this country. It is important for people to know and understand that in writing this book, I am attempting to make sense of the reasons why white people would believe and / or feel that they need to manufacture the anti-black oppression that continues plaguing black people. I will not debate this book's perspectives. The information in it is not new. It has been shared by black people, particularly African Americans, for centuries. What is distinctive, I believe, is the unique framing and very candid, raw, repeated, nuanced critique of the ambiguous idea that is racism. I submit that most people offended by this book's thesis are unlikely to be black, themselves. They will also likely want to debate long-established facts. Opinions may be debated. Facts, dissimilarly, may not. At least not in good faith. Recognizing that while many historical papers, books, and other pieces of literature have been written by black scholars on the topic of whiteness, white supremacy, and anti-blackness, there are few that take to task the abnormality of the construction of whiteness or anti-blackness. Feeling a heavy responsibility to characterize the circumstances black people have been forced into and plagued by for centuries, I am taking to task both of these issues from a black perspective. This is the perspective of someone who is forced to carry eternal and limitless rage about the historical and perpetual terror black people face in America, along with the majority of non-affluent, non-upper middle class black people who find themselves locked out of opportunity year after year, all while not understanding that anti-blackness is at the core of their experience. To clarify, no matter how good, skilled, intelligent, or experienced they may be, they will never have the proper skin color, the one that unlocks opportunities of all kinds. This book does not shy away from embracing the rage and unvarnished truth I hear from most of my peers, even those who have blossomed in what amounts to a barren environment for them. Most American black people hurt inside. They long to scream with rage and horror at the anti-blackness that imprisons them. In a sense, this book is for all of them. Let their screams echo through the ages. Hear them. Internalize them. Only then will there be hope. I encourage you to do your own responsible research so that you can understand and evaluate the facts presented in this text. I am evaluating them from a black perspective and have arrived at my own conclusions. I am writing this book to leave behind a gift and legacy for black people, as well as anyone else who wants to understand the United States of America. This text is meant to help make sense of the nature and priorities of white culture, as well as the socio-cultural, economic, political, and legal color caste systems of white supremacy and anti-blackness. It is important for me to amplify the voices of people such as Elizabeth Key, Maria Stewart, E. Franklin Frazier, Carter G. Woodson, Frederick Douglass, John Henrik Clark, Bell Hooks, James Baldwin, Albert Cleage, Dr. Bobby Wright, Dr. Alvin Toussaint, and many other black scholars and teachers who have inspired me to take a deeper look at anti-blackness in the U.S. These individuals have pushed me to look at this issue outside of the framework of whiteness, white supremacy, and white domination. In doing so, they have allowed me to awaken to new methods of understanding, framing, articulating, and educating. Importantly, I am not attempting to convince any non-black person or group of people, especially not whites, to agree with me. Such an act would be futile. Instead, I reference the research and pedagogical approaches of scholars such as Laura Rendon, who wrote Senta Pensanti Pedagogy, Educating for Wholeness, Social Justice, and Liberation, 242 Sean Wilson's, Research is Ceremony, Indigenous Research Methods, 243 Linda Tuhiwai Smith's Decolonizing Methodologies, Research and Indigenous Peoples, 244 and Jarvis Given's Fugitive Pedagogy, as the backdrops for my approach in writing this book. In Fugitive Pedagogy, Jarvis Givens defines this framework as black people's teaching and learning activities that explicitly challenged white supremacy. 245 He emphasizes the ways in which black educators throughout the 19th and 20th centuries defied white American ideals and principles in education, by teaching black children through black perspectives and leveraging the works of Carter G. Woodson in The Negro in Our History, written in 1922.244. As many recognize, Woodson dissects the innumerable ways in which the white American, pro-European educational apparatus required the dissemination of false historical narratives to black children. Woodson warned that black children were being misinformed about this country's history and culture, their place in it, and the persistent reinforcement of an inferior status by limiting our history to the origins and perspectives of white, anti-black ideology. 80. Rendon presented the idea of a new educational landscape, the dream field, which recognizes intelligences outside of a white supremacist framework. She refers to this as monocultures of the mind and emphasizes the need for social justice scholars to embrace a combination of spiritual, emotional, and other types of heart-centered intelligences to support the emergence of more wholly developed human beings, ones who are able to reach their full potential. She refers to this pedagogical approach as Sento Pensanti, educating for wholeness, social justice, and liberation 240. It is with these and other pedagogical frameworks in mind that I deem it necessary to offer the perspective that is documented throughout this text. In addition to humanizing, amplifying, and reframing the historical and ongoing realities of white, anti-black racism, we must acknowledge the experiences and perspectives of black people on the topic of race and racism as expertise. Amplification of the black experience on the subject must be defined on the terms of black people. We have a duty to reject the ways in which white and mainstream America have required us to approach our research, attitudes, and methods of teaching and discussing the topic. The fugitive pedagogy of black people on the topic of racism must welcome emotionality. Detachment will not suffice. It minimizes the gravity of the injustice. We must connect to our passion, our anger, our pain. Only when we take an accurate accounting of our wounds can we begin to treat them comprehensively. Black fugitive pedagogy must also recognize the realities and perspectives of black and non-black people who will vehemently disagree with this approach, and what some may characterize as controversial, divisive, and/or provocative. With this in mind, it is important for black people to stand tall and remain liberated as we do the often crushing work of decolonizing the psyches of American children and adults. 243 These are the principles and spirit with which this book has been written. Again, this book should be used as a prerequisite for registering for understanding the roots of racism and bias, anti-blackness, and its links to whiteness, white racism, privilege, and power, which can be accessed by going to www.danteking.com, and/or emailing understandingtheroots-of-racism@danteking.com. The basic misunderstanding. I know that many people, as I did, think that they understand anti-black racism in America, but they do not. No group of people can understand something that they are impacted by and yet have not defined for themselves through their own language and interpretation. No group of people can understand something that they have allowed others to reduce to one word. These statements represent the widespread historical and current approaches to white America's acknowledgement and understanding of, as well as approach to, what is widely termed racism in white America. White America has not defined its problem accurately, therefore it cannot be addressed. That is purposeful. Whites and their institutions have reduced it to something nearly innocuous and which can be addressed with tidy, yearly memorialization of historically safe figures. This approach informs most people's thinking on the matter of racism, and because individuals are not taught to think for themselves, we assume white understandings of and approaches to racism are correct and final. Most people in this country have been duped into thinking about racism as an ongoing normality of ignorant people who will eventually die. This perspective provides casual passes to white people who benefit from white supremacy and anti-blackness. Most people in the United States of America do not possess a granular understanding about the poison that this country, its institutions, government, culture, and nature developed. Again, every institution is built to accommodate whites and their ongoing psychopathy. Whites, black people, and everyone else are trained to believe anti-black ideas. Anti-blackness is the root of white identity, white culture, white superiority, white comfort, white entitlement, and overall whiteness. While many other scholars have discussed white racism against black people, I think it is important to define and highlight further some details that make up anti-blackness. Anti-blackness involves the criminalization, hypernegativity, and hyperscrutiny of blackness legally, socially, principally, culturally, sociologically, economically, and so forth. The criminalization of blackness in the legal system was perpetrated through the enactment of explicit laws and policies during the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. These laws specifically targeted black and brown people of African descent. They were based on skin color as prima facie evidence of something gone horribly wrong. Some examples include Virginia laws of 1669, 1680, 1705, 1723, the Negro Act of 1740, the Casual Killing Acts, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, the Supreme Court decisions of 1883, 1896, and 1926, the New Deal, the GI Bill, and the Fair Deal. Many more abound. Unfavorable legal, cultural, social, and economic institutions and constructs. Sociological, psychological, and emotional institutions and constructs. A persisting condition and institution developed through collective European/white colonialist, imperialist ideas and beliefs. The core of whiteness, white ideals and ideologies, which state that black and brown people of African descent are inferior, animalistic, and barbaric. The foundational principle of racism and core underpinnings of whiteness, white racism, and white identity. The construct established to demean, oppress, disenfranchise, dehumanize, invalidate, surveil, murder and otherwise harm anyone interpreted or perceived as black. The condition meant to destroy black people emotionally, physically, symbolically, and spiritually. This was accomplished through political, legal, educational, economic, religious, social, and all other institutional means. The core of white morality. The consistently, inescapably negative orientation toward and association of people defined, perceived, and/or interpreted as black. The tendency toward adapting to and adopting white Eurocentric culture as normative and/or the standard by which all things are defined and measured. It is also reflexively anti-black. Some examples include identifying with success and better circumstances due to white economic systems, including capitalism. Feeling validated by white Eurocentric standards of attractiveness. Speaking English according to white Eurocentric normative, educational, and socio-cultural standards and implicitly belittling and/or judging black people who do not conform to such standards. Such judgments always find fault. They assume everything outside of the white norm is less than. Celebrating white academic institutions as the best institutions, regardless of their historical records and perpetual policies of exclusion toward black people. Blaming black people for their individual circumstances, rather than understanding the magnitude of white governmental, economic, and legal forms of institutional, social, and cultural control. In Black Bourgeoisie, Fraser discussed the prevalence of anti-blackness as it pertained to the condition of white enslavement of black people. 1 Though I take a more expanded approach in defining anti-blackness, Fraser's description of the overarching color caste, white supremacist, anti-black culture called America is noteworthy. In Chapter 1 of his book, he summarizes the making of anti-blackness in America as the condition of the Negro slaves on the southern plantations varied considerably. In the lower South, where the large cotton plantation tended to take on the character of a purely industrial organization, the treatment of the slaves was extremely brutal since they were regarded as mere work animals. They were treated even more inhumanly by the slave traders who supplied the needs of a commercial system of agriculture. As articles of commerce, the Negro slaves were treated in the same manner as the mules which were advertised for sale along with them. On the other hand, where the plantation became a social as well as an economic organization, under a semi-patriarchal regime, more consideration was shown for the personalities of the slaves. The lives of the masters and slaves became intertwined in a system of social relationships. The relations between whites and black people came to be regulated by a complex system of social rituals and etiquette permitting a maximum degree of intimacy while maintaining the complete subordination of black people. The traditions governing race relations on the plantation became so firmly rooted in the South that they have persisted until the present day. The last sentence of this passage is critical. It helps us understand where we are with respect to today's racial and social terms. I highlight the impact of the legal and political systems created and enacted by and for Europeans and against black people. This is necessary if we wish to understand the development of both peoples in America. Studying the severe sociological, psychological, and physical impacts of anti-blackness is immensely important. It is why a condition developed in the 17th century still commands so much power in the 21st. Other pro-black scholars, such as David Walker, Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, James Baldwin, Frederick Douglass, Dr. Angela Davis, Dr. Cornel West, and Dr. Ibram Kendi, have made similar assertions. All non-European white and non-black groups benefit from anti-blackness. Asians, Latinx peoples, and Middle Eastern peoples, for examples, do. Importantly, black people who conform and accept whiteness as the primary cultural framework do, too. In addition, some in these groups also benefit from racial skin privilege and or an adjacency to white people. 1-3 Black people who are interpreted by others in society as having lighter skin are rewarded with a greater number of opportunities because of their proximity to whiteness. Racism in America has been and remains an operation of color caste, similar in nature to other regions of the world, but notably different than cultural and economic caste systems in places like India. 4,5 Anti-blackness was the primary institution used to advance slavery starting in the 15th century, first in Portugal, and then later in the West Indies, and after that in the Americas beginning in the 16th century, as noted by Dr. Ibram X. Kendi in his best-selling book, Stamped from the Beginning. 4 Anti-blackness was the primary institution used to advance Jim Crow in the U.S. and apartheid in South Africa. 3 Anti-blackness was the basis for the continual exploitation and degradation of black people in the United States and elsewhere. If we address white people's enslavement of black people separate and apart from anti-blackness, we do ourselves no favors. We will inadequately confront the disease. Marrying the two matters, as it amplifies both white matriarchal supremacy and white patriarchal supremacy, to overlook the role of white women, is to misunderstand the pervasiveness of the problem. Stephanie Jones Rogers, in her best-selling book, They Were Her Property, emphasizes these points further. She focuses on the prominent role white women played as land-owning enslavers. They bought, sold, chastised, demeaned, terrorized, abused, and murdered the enslaved and free, both male and female. 6 In addition, white women conspired with their male counterparts to help shape a definition of white girlhood and womanhood, all at the expense of black girlhood and womanhood. Dr. Alvin Poussant, in White Manipulation and Black Oppression, made this very point. He said, "It is important to remember that not only did the white male oppress black people, so too did the white male's wife, daughter, and siblings as well as the white female in general. Since families owned slaves, white wives and their children also owned them, and they could be passed down as inheritances. White men and women bossed and oppressed black people. The white woman was fearful of the black male because of the strong taboo against any form of equality in their relationship. Therefore, it was just as important for the white female as it was for the white male to keep the black man and woman in his place." 7. Evaluating the psychopathic and sociopathic sovereignty of whiteness, white morality, white beliefs and ideals about black people, through white language, white intent, white beliefs, white ideals, white religious principles and more. Here we see examples of laws that were created throughout the British colonies to demonstrate the ways in which anti-black, white psychopathy, sociopathy, and terrorism were legalized, normalized, designed, and reinforced in the vilest ways. I will explain how white culture, whiteness, and white identity have been designed to reinforce psychopathic and sociopathic conditions and beliefs. I examine and teach these laws. These teachings are meant to work in conjunction with this text. One would do well by attending my seminar, Understanding the Roots of Racism and Bias, Anti-Blackness and its Links to Whiteness, White Racism, Privilege and Power to understand better the magnitude of what confronts us. My assertions are bold, I am happy to defend them. The systems of power and privilege for white people collectively operate as a sort of prison. Whites have established an entire pro-white, anti-black framework to maintain the power first began asserting centuries ago. Consider the following. What are the psychological, sociological, and cultural characteristics and other variables that emerged within the white community? Based on legal privilege, what white attitudes formed about black people over time? What role is skin color-based anti-blackness founded on? How does this shape American culture, including those who are just coming to integrate into it? How do they treat whites and black people as a result? Again, this should be read as one part of an entire curriculum. It is not meant to be understood in isolation. Chapter 1. The perpetual racial genocide of black people in America as the need to define, reframe, and examine whiteness and anti-blackness as diseases. Years ago, Americans were deluged with images of thousands of black people fighting for their lives as Hurricane Katrina devastated a whole region. The federal non-response, headed by President George W. Bush, shocked the conscience. Then came the Kanye West moment during a fundraiser for those affected. Held September 2, 2004 on NBC, a concert for hurricane relief helped raise millions for those in greatest need. A star-studded event, it commanded great attention. West, articulating plainly the sentiment of countless others, said, "George Bush doesn't care about black people." Though he apologized for the commentary, it remains recorded for posterity. In my view, his language was far too narrow. Katrina was hardly America's first go-around with a catastrophe that primarily affected its black population. The scale of the devastation required an even harsher commentary. Consider the Great Mississippi River Flood of 1927. Black neighborhoods, including business districts, in 3 states were destroyed by levees that were redirected and emptied into black neighborhoods. 10,11. This is worth repeating. For clarity, U.S. soldiers, along with help from their state and local law enforcement counterparts, emptied levees into black neighborhoods. In addition to the loss of treasury, blood was lost, too, as some were killed in the process. This means the mass murder of black people was organized and carried out by whites, who exclusively wielded power. West commented on what appeared to be a total sense of indifference to black suffering. I wondered why he did not dig deeper, as he was onto something. Bush's response was hardly surprising. It was predictable. We saw it coming. Our grandparents and parents saw it coming. They knew intimately the persistent traumas whites inflicted on us, in times of crisis and otherwise. 12 Black people, especially African Americans who are descendants of enslaved black people, are familiar with the disposition of George Bush as a cultural affect, artifact, and variable of the United States' overall value system. This attitude, one characterized charitably as one of indifference, extends far beyond Bush. He is merely a figurehead. The reality is plain, though painful. America hates black people. It trains others to hate black people, including other minorities. To be an American is to be anti-black. 13,83 It is to have anti-black beliefs passed down from generation to generation. It is to obsessively stereotype black people as being hypersexual and incapable of feeling pain. It is to use us as mere tokens when convenient. It is to degrade us. To be an American is to be indoctrinated by a pro-white European propaganda machine. It is to see black people as outsiders, people who are suspicious, criminal, ignorant, or otherwise less than. 15 To exist in America is to live in a culture that makes individual or institutional critique of the anti-black indoctrination an impossibility. Therefore, the problem can and never will be solved. Meanwhile, African Americans and most other Americans are trying to carve out a space for themselves in a construct that is inherently designed to exclude them because of its anti-black, pro-white design. 16,1,3 I explore this point further later. My journey. When I first arrived at these admittedly jarring conclusions, I did not know how to begin processing the trauma. Deep in my inner soul, I ached. My wounds were psychological, emotional, and physical. To be a black American is, in its most fundamental terms, to be wounded. White psychopathy and sociopathy wounds. Terms such as racism, bias, and microaggressions are woefully inadequate. They do not convey the depth of the hurt. We live in a perpetual state of deprivation, of despair, of pain. We have internalized all the toxic messages aimed against us. We believe ourselves to be inferior, we know only fear and hopelessness, we see no pathway forward. This is not a way to live. Only knowing grief is no way to live. This sickness, this unceasing form of emotional terror, is not incidental to American culture. It is American culture. It has long been normalized. To scrutinize it is to scrutinize America, itself. What plagues us allows for a stop and frisk policy to persist. It allows for unconstitutional surveillance and modern enslavement. Our education system normalizes this abnormality, as does our economic system. The result: black people are pathologized. This is unacceptable, and yet all the mechanisms that can address it are also poisoned. We have remained in this diseased state for well in excess of 400 years. As a people, black people know no other existence except one rooted in oppression. There is no overreacting to this sad reality. American culture is rooted in terror against black people. We must make space for this reality as we further examine what drives American culture. Acknowledging America's racist past in an emotionally detached manner is insufficient. Black people in America exist in a system of steady anti-black terror and white supremacy. American culture is entrenched in these two horrifying constructs. Its leaders and all white people in this country continuously normalize and benefit from this system. These illnesses do not impact us here in America only. They have been accepted and exported around the world. I will begin to explain this further in the next chapter. I embark upon this journey sharing a profound understanding with you. I provide a perspective on language I have developed and continue to revise in order to ensure black people have the language we need to express the way we need to but often cannot, due to the ways in which we have been gaslighted by white people and non-white people. In short, we have been taught to act as though things are not as bad as they seem. Things are not only as bad as they seem, but they are also much worse than they seem. I must, for a moment, reflect on the pain that defines this journey. I would like nothing more than to not spend my life trying to address something this horrifying, but it is a burden with which I have been saddled and a burden I will continually attempt to lighten by educating those around me. We are long and far beyond the point of racial prejudice or bias. Such terms are inappropriate, given the gravity of the situation. Anti-blackness has pervaded every aspect of our culture. Every field is tainted. Every interaction, macro and micro, is tainted. It defines us. It is our very essence. Black identity. The whiter we become in our bodies, hair, makeup, language, clothes, the more worthy we regard ourselves. Black people, and all such other groups in and upon American soil, have evolved and developed within this manner. Again, nothing that I am stating here is new or revolutionary. It has only been stated in different ways, by different people. And so, I do this because we are not taught to think this way, due to skewed, inadequate, and/or inaccurate information conveyed to us in a white cultural and educational system. In the falsification of African consciousness, Eurocentric history, psychiatry, and the politics of white supremacy, and the failure of the educational system, Dr. Amos Wilson stated. We have a school system that is based upon the psychology of white children and white people. We are trying to educate our children in that system, they are bound to fail. The very structure of the educational system itself is based upon a white model, and therefore it has a built-in failure mechanism for us, one way or the other. 301 to 302. We cannot continue to take our cues from beneficiaries or leaders who murdered, raped, castrated, whipped, beat, dismembered, and otherwise terrorized black people between 1619 to 2022. Such a notion is absurd, and yet we persist this way. We cannot continue learning from beneficiaries of Jim Crow. We cannot continue tolerating the perpetual degradation and humiliation of black people, which has been taking place unexceptionally for more than 100 years. The period I am now referring to as America's 400-year Holocaust and black genocide involves cleansing this country of even any residue of blackness that both slavery and Jim Crow did not destroy. We must all acknowledge, frame, and reframe white privilege, white power, and white supremacy as affirmative action for white people. I write now because there are so many people in this country who need to understand the legal construction of race, racism, white supremacy, and anti-blackness in what we now deem as a distinctly American culture. The vast majority of American natives and immigrants do not understand the formality of white terror, white psychopathy, or white sociopathy. As a black person, myself, I feel we must understand thoroughly who our enemy is, because once we do, we will understand we need to be utterly afraid of what may lie ahead. We must be suspicious of whites in power, those who benefit from white power, and are not actively challenging or changing it. They are the gatekeepers, the overseers, the controllers. They have no incentive to destroy what most benefits them. In fact, they are completely disincentivized to do so. Moreover, to some extent, we must also be afraid of some black people. There is an adage many black people have long known: all skin folk ain't kinfolk. There is wisdom in this proverb, as skin color alone does not necessarily determine identity. That is the power of anti-blackness, it can even touch black people. What many often refer to as black history is something that I think of as white history, or perhaps a mix of the two. Whites dominate and dehumanize in every circumstance. The concept of blackness, itself, was conjured up by whites. 16,17 White supremacy and anti-blackness are legacies of this country. As Nina Turner, a former Ohio State Senator, put it while appearing on Jake Tapper's program in 2018, America specializes in racism. As outlined in Understanding the Roots of Racism and Bias, Anti-Blackness and its Links to Whiteness, White Racism, Privilege, and Power, the tools of white supremacy include all institutions. There is no escaping it. The tools white supremacists have at their disposal are limitless. They include bias. It is favorable toward whites and unfavorable toward black people. The ability to create and control all institutions, where they then implement those biases. Forced assimilation, requiring black, brown, and all other non-white people to adopt white imperialist patriarchal standards, norms, language, thought processes, behaviors, etc., in order to be interpreted in ways that keep white people comfortable. This allows whites to subjugate non-white people and make them need to be like whites to be accepted, desired, worthy, afforded opportunities to, or rewarded. Not buying into this systematic assimilation program results in exclusion and underachievement and is the antithesis of survival. Failing to assimilate means it is unlikely that I will be able to attend that school, get that job, and or be afforded opportunities that enable me to survive and take care of myself, my family, etc. Some of this understanding comes from the dismantling racism framework established in the 1990s, created by Kenneth Jones and Tima Okun. They note that racism is both favorable and unfavorable race prejudice plus social and institutional power. 18 Racism is a system of social, political, economic, and cultural advantage and power based upon skin color/race privilege. Racism is a system of social, political, economic, and cultural oppression and powerlessness based upon skin color/race absence of privilege. Racism is a white supremacist system with whites positioned at the top of the racial hierarchy, distributing sociological values to every other racial/ethnic group, with black people unexceptionally positioned at the bottom. American racism is anti-black. 3,19,20 White racism relies on capitalism and inflation, the main tools of white socialism. Racism in America functions as a tool of assimilation and conformity, requiring everyone who participates in this society to adopt the ways of, and become like, white Europeans. Racism functions sometimes loud, other times silent. Sometimes it is hidden, other times it is obvious. What it always is deliberate and meant to benefit whites. 20 Racism must be the norm if black people are to continually be degraded and destroyed, which is the ultimate goal. If it were merely personal, something on a micro scale, whole institutions would not be needed to perpetuate it. It is about the collective. The scale is a macro one. It is about psychopathy, sociopathy, complete destruction. My work does not exist in isolation. I was influenced by others. I owe it to them to include how they influenced me. In 1975, Dr. Bobby Wright, a psychologist, wrote an essay entitled, "The Psychopathic Racial Personality 21." In it, he stated the following. In their relationship with the black race, Europeans are psychopaths, and their behavior represents an underlying biologically transmitted proclivity with roots deep in their evolutionary history. The psychopath is an individual who is constantly in conflict with other persons or groups. He is unable to experience guilt, is completely selfish and callous, and has a total disregard for the rights of others. One of the best methods that can be used to measure the psychopathic traits of the white race is observing and analyzing their universal overt behaviors and attitudes towards black people. He discussed white people's obsession with black people, their need to maintain power and control over us. He stated, "Psychopaths simply ignore the concept of right and wrong. By ignoring this trait in the white race, black people have made and are still making a tragic mistake in basing the worldwide black liberation movement on moral suasion. It is pathological for black people to keep attempting to use moral suasion on a people who have no morality where race is the variable. We know from history that this is true. Our ugly history is filled with examples to substantiate this claim. White Christians have engaged in irrationally violent acts against their black counterparts. They have beaten, lashed, hanged, and burned them. They have stabbed, raped, and shot them, all here in America." 22-338. In 1971, in the Black Journal's second installment of a black paper on white racism, Dr. Alvin Poussant, a psychiatrist, researcher, and professor at Harvard Medical School, stated, "I think that we have to establish that racism, white racism, is a mental illness. Many white social scientists would like to define racism as something that is normal, as a cultural variant. As long as we approach it that way, we really don't deal with the pathology of racism itself. It's like saying that cancer, because a lot of people have it in our society, that it is somehow normal. But we know that cancer kills, and racism kills and destroys also. It would be like defining Hitler's slaughter of the Jews as somehow normal, and I think we have to face the fact that racism is a mental aberration. And I think underlying racism is a white paranoia, a fear, or a delusion that black people, colored people in the world are somehow going to destroy and hurt the white man. And it is very convenient, I think, for whites to project their impulses, their unacceptable feelings onto black people." 24. My assertions are supported by world-class experts. I have taught about these matters for more than 15 years. I often ask my white students how many of them were raised believing they were inherently superior to black people. Often, a supermajority are honest and admit to having been raised/feeling this way. One student said, "Integrating a new sense of self. As a white person, I did not understand, until this course, the degree to which walking around in white skin and conforming broadly to social norms was causing harm day in and day out. In this course I realized simply being white means that you are uniquely programmed from birth to reproduce conditions of anti-black racism, unconsciously or consciously, and to benefit from doing so." Toni Morrison and Alvin Poussant suggested that racism is a form of mental illness in whites, and this resonated with me deeply. This inclination toward domination and superiority, alongside the paranoia, fear, and the psychotic inability to empathize with harms enacted, is the intergenerational inheritance of white Americans. This is the core of the white American psyche and our culture. Before this course I already didn't believe in good or bad people, but I didn't realize that because I have white skin I am far more likely to cause harm than others. It was painful to have this aspect of myself laid out so clearly, so undeniably. Often during the course, I felt my hands squeezing my temples, trying to crack my skull, or tear my skin apart as I incorporated this inbred propensity for evil into my working sense of self. 25. We must acknowledge the depth of the rot. This need to dominate and dehumanize black people is embedded in the white psyche. It is central to white identity. 26 The desire provides both the foundational worth for the culture of whiteness and white people, as well as non-white and non-black racialized groups in American culture. 14, 26 It reinforces all of what makes white people feel good about themselves, and most of what they believe sets them apart from black, as well as other non-white and non-black, human beings that they have casually diminished and grouped together as people of color in American culture. A third perspective on the topic which resonated with me was one shared by author and scholar Toni Morrison. During a 1993 interview with Charlie Rose, she was asked to comment on something related to Arthur Ashe. Ashe had commented on the realities of living with racism versus living with AIDS. Morrison's reaction was, "Don't you understand that the people who practice racism are bereft? There is something distorted about the psyche. It's a huge waste and it's a corruption and a distortion. It's like a profound neurosis that nobody examines for what it is. It feels crazy. It is crazy and it has just as much of a deleterious effect on white people and possibly equal as it does black people. If the racist white person doesn't understand that he or she is also a race, it's also constructed, it's also made, and it also has some kind of serviceability, but when you take it away, if I take your race away and there you are all strung out and all you got is your little self, and what is that? What are you without racism? Are you any good? Are you still strong? Are you still smart? Do you still like yourself? I mean, these are the questions. If you can only be tall because somebody is on their knees, then you have a serious problem, and my feeling is that white people have a very serious problem, and they should start thinking about what they can do about it." 27. Morrison was clear in her language, posture, power, and perspective about white people's obsessions with oppressing black people. While it is a psychopathy, what some have referred to as an ingrained neurosociopathic reality, it is also an obsessive reality. In addition, the examples of the questions provided a modern-day landscape to build on addressing the persistence of anti-black racism in the United States. The unfolding of anti-black terror and racial genocide in America continues to be embedded into the culture and fabric of the United States. It is reinforced through subsequent centuries in infinite ways. 28, 29, 30, 151. Malcolm X, during an interview at UC Berkeley with Professor John Leggett and Dr. J. Herman Blake on October 11, 1963, was asked a question by Mr. Blake. The question was, what is the definition of freedom, justice, and equality for the black man, and where and when is it to be attained? 31 Malcolm's answer was profound, perhaps the most profound I had internalized. It lingers with me still. He said, "Take equality first. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't teach us to associate equality with whites. Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability, and in developing this dormant capability the right and ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom, to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and dislikes of our people. To establish our own nation, our own society, our own heaven, our own future. This is what we mean by freedom, by equality, and justice means as you sow, so shall you reap. If you do wrong, you'll get wrong in return, and if you do right, you'll get right in return. When you're in your own nation, on your own land, you're in a position to get justice. But when you're in another man's country, in another man's land, under another man's flag, and under another man's government, and under another man's court system, you have to look to that other man for justice and you'll never get it. and Negroes in this country are probably authorities on that. In 1973, Dr. John Henrik Clarke, professor at Hunter College, appeared on a television show called Say Brother, where he was asked to expand on a statement about the types of contradictions that exist in black life. Dr. Clarke stated, "The contradictions of thinking that your oppressor will participate in your liberation, and that your oppressor will dismantle his big international economic apparatus in order to bring social reform to you or anyone else, when he put up the apparatus with your labor and blood and used your labor as the seed money to erect the structure of capitalism. And the whole economic system because he had your labor damn near 300 years free of charge. He's erected a worldwide economic system. But to be naive enough to think that he's going to give you anything other than crumbs of appeasement from this apparatus, or he's going to dismantle any of it in your favor, is just downright wild. It is beyond a contradiction. It is a form of insanity." 304. Dr. Clarke's perspective was not unique, or new. In 1971, a black journalist named Samuel F. Yet, wrote a book, called The Choice, The Issue of Black Survival in America. In it, Yet asserted, "Black Americans have outlived their usefulness. Their raison d'etre to this society has ceased to be a compelling issue. Once an economic asset, they are now considered an economic drag. The wood is all hewn, the water is all drawn, the cotton all picked, and the rails reach from coast to coast. The ditches are all dug, the dishes are put away, and only a few shoes remain to be shined. Thanks to old blackbacks and newfangled machines, the sweat chores of the nation are done. Now the same 25 million blacks face a society that is brutally pragmatic, technologically accomplished, deeply racist, increasingly overcrowded, and surly. In such a society, the absence of social and economic value is a crucial factor in anyone's fight for a future." 305. Different versions of the book were issued with, and can be seen online today, with two different taglines, "The Extermination of the Black Man in America," and "The Black Man is Obsolete in Today's White America." Another black scholar, a woman named Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who was a psychiatrist and author of the ISIS Papers, spoke on the subject, too. During a lecture shortly before her passing, she said, "Neely Fuller informs us racism is white supremacy and white supremacy is racism. And what I'm saying is that we have thought as black people dealing with this problem generation after generation after generation after generation that it was just a question of, well, white people just need to be taught how to love. But beginning to understand what racism is in terms of the demographics and genetics on the planet, that this is what people who classified themselves as white felt they had to do for their survival, it is not logical to expect people who designed a system consciously and/or subconsciously for their survival, to undo that system." 32. All of these individuals theorized about the long-standing problem of anti-blackness. And most black people in America have long known this deep inside. They have legitimized my work, in short. Simply put, whites have a need for a racism that benefits them and only them. 19 A substantial faction of white identity is rooted in anti-blackness and white people are psychologically, emotionally primed to be anti-black. White Americans fear black people, they associate darker skin with danger, even though the treachery that their ancestors levied upon African American/black people is still unmatched. 33. This extends beyond white Americans. All white, non-white, and black people in this country adapt to this way of being. There is also a knowing and a lack of knowing. On one hand, we know how it is and play a role in maintaining the powers and privileges afforded whites. On the other hand, we do not know. We are oblivious to the extent of the hatred. White supremacy crushes reflection and dissent, for all races. I want to highlight a quotation from John McKnight. It was from when George Foster was interviewing him. He was featured in a 1968 documentary called The Heritage of Slavery, which also featured Fannie Lou Hamer and Lerone Bennett Jr. McKnight said, "In the South, he the black man knows who the white man is, the man up there on the hill in the big White House, and when he comes to a city like Chicago, it's much harder to determine who that man is. Such a complex society, it's a different man who controls the house, from the man who controls the job, from the man who controls the welfare, from the man who controls the hospital, from the man who controls the school. And I think what's happening is that he comes rather quickly to the conclusion that the man is all of white men. Not being able to discern his specific captor, he decides that all people with white faces are his captors. And to the degree that all white people are engaged in supporting the systems of separation and racist institutions we have in the North, that judgment is basically accurate. When we develop any kind of a system that by definition excludes people who are poor, inner city, limited education people, we are saying black only. We might as well put the sign back up because it is the same thing. It is the same bag. The problem that we have in white America is that most white people, when they hear about white racism, most white people say, "Man, that's not me, I never discriminated against anybody, never did," and in their sense of what discrimination means or what racism is, they may be right. But they sit residing in a system that defines them in and defines black people out. We are going to have to face the fact that we are not a community. A community is where a lot of people develop mutually beneficial relationships with each other, and our racist institutions and the political boundaries of our cities define black people out of the community. White people will sit in their suburban homes and watch their television programs and hear about all of these laws that are being passed. Many of them are beginning to wonder, well, what is it with those colored people? Why are they so upset about all of this wonderful stuff that we are doing for them? But we aren't focused on the black man living on the block. He lives in a 2-flat on that block, and he knows what the circumstances on that block were 10 years ago, and he knows what it is today, and he too has heard about all of those programs and laws being passed. But the fact of the matter is that things are not changing for him. It's no wonder that the white population and the black population are pitted against each other when the black man knows that the change is not coming, and the white man thinks that major efforts are being undertaken when they are not. So, I don't think anybody should be surprised when one sees the black people in open attack on the system, because I suspect that they don't see that there is any other alternative. 34. McKnight spoke about his understanding of institutional racism, and the continual oppression black people had faced and face. He noted, too, white acknowledgement of this oppression. Emphasizing a white male perspective, he noted the sheer indifference to those clearly in pain. His perspective was that, though certain practices may have fallen by the wayside in an effort to appear more humane, the plight of black people in America had not changed much at all. The oppression simply became better hidden, more insidious. Everything else, the intent, the outcome, and more, had persisted. 1 year earlier, Charles Hamilton and Stokely Carmichael penned a book entitled Black Power, The Politics of Liberation. 3 in it, they defined for black people the greater U.S. population, and the entire world, the ways in which white America had functioned and was continuing to function to continue enabling its racial genocide of black people in this country. They distinguished between institutional and individual racism. Racism is both overt and covert. It takes two closely related forms: individual whites acting against individual black people, and acts by the total white community against the black community. We call these individual racism and institutional racism. The first consists of overt acts by individuals, which cause death, injury, or the violent destruction of property. This type can be recorded by television cameras. It can frequently be observed in the process of commission. The second type is less overt, far more subtle, less identifiable in terms of specific individuals committing the acts. But it is no less destructive of human life. The second type originates in the operation of established and respected forces in society, and thus receives far less public condemnation than the first type. Simply put, the functionalities of whiteness and anti-blackness, specifically the ways in which black people are regarded and mistreated by white and non-black people in American culture, are genocidal. One of the main functionalities of white American culture and its institutions is to murder black people psychically, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. This is not new and is much more apparent than ever due to enhancements in the information age. We have quicker, easier access to statistics, now, that has clarified the scope of white on black terror. Chapter 2. White people's creation and development of legal, political, cultural, economic, and institutional whiteness and anti-blackness, properties of exclusivity, power, subjugation, and domination. In 1975, a white man by the name of Theodore Allen authored a book called The Invention of the White Race. In this book, Allen emphasized the need to understand whiteness. He explained that whiteness should not merely be alluded to or understood as a social construct, but that it had to be known as a ruling class social control formation. 20 Allen also emphasized that during the colonial period, whites were taught what it meant to be white through the frameworks of law and policy. Those were the vehicles which established, primarily, the vile conditions, diminished rights, and ultimately the sadistic and psychotic nature that defined and defines white culture. In 1993, Dr. Cheryl I. Harris, a UCLA School of Law professor, wrote a piece for the Harvard Law Review entitled, Whiteness as Property. 26 In it, she explained. Moreover, as it emerged, the concept of whiteness was premised on white supremacy, rather than mere difference. White was defined and constructed in ways that increased its value by reinforcing its exclusivity. Indeed, just as whiteness as a property embraced the right to exclude, whiteness as a theoretical construct evolved for the very purpose of racial exclusion. Thus, the concept of whiteness is built on both exclusion and racial subjugation. This fact was particularly evident during the period of the most rigid racial exclusion, as whiteness signified racial privilege and took the form of status property. Harris wrote about whiteness as a traditional form of property, and in a scientifically analogous approach, she discussed the functions of whiteness, meaning rights of disposition, right to use and enjoyment, reputation, and status property, the absolute right to exclude. In Harris's and Allen's writings, Nell Irving Painter's The History of White People, as well as in Jacqueline Batalara's Birth of a White Nation, they discuss the central idea of whiteness being created and embedded into the law. 26,14,2035 Embedding whiteness in legal principles created foundational strength, validity, and bound whiteness to privileged cultural identity, the way free speech and the right to bear arms have been legally foundational and essential to the American identity. Legalization of whiteness/legal fortification of whiteness is at the heart of the creation of whiteness as a property. Painter, Batalara, and Allen discussed laws that were enacted throughout the British colonies, which then led to the constructions of whiteness and blackness. Examples of the initial laws where this language was found may be found in the colony of Maryland in 1681, and in Virginia in 1691. The laws are noted below as documented in our country's historical records. 30, 36, 37, 38. 1681. Forasmuch as, divers freeborn English, or white women, sometimes by the instigation, procurement, or connivance, of their masters, mistresses, or dames, and always to the satisfaction of their lascivious and lustful desires, and to the disgrace not only of the English, but also of many other Christian nations, do intermarry with negroes and slaves, by which means, divers inconveniences, controversies, and suits may arise, touching the issue or children of such freeborn women aforesaid, for prevention whereof for the future, be it enacted that if the marriage of such woman servant with any slave shall take place by the procurement or permission of the master, such woman and her issue shall be free, and enacts a penalty by fine on the master or mistress and on the person joining the parties in marriage. 1691. And for a further prevention of that abominable mixture and spurious issue, which hereafter may increase in this Her Majesty's colony and dominion, as well by English, and other white men and women intermarrying with negroes or mulattoes, as by their unlawful coition with them, be it enacted, by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that whatsoever English, or other white man or woman, being free, shall intermarry with a Negro or mulatto man or woman, bond or free, shall, by judgment of the county court, be committed to prison, and there remain, during the space of 6 months, without bail or main prize, and shall forfeit and pay £10 current money of Virginia, to the use of the parish, as aforesaid. Whiteness, and the degree to which it is embedded in the legal and political contexts, is made clear in colonial America and America as it continued to grow and form. The filth that is whiteness/anti-blackness gets embedded into the cultural fabric of the country, its most crucial institutions. That is how the practice of denying even the most basic rights began occurring, and why the denial of such rights always centered around the black body/sense of personhood. This subjugation became normalized. White culture has enabled and delighted in the current 400-year Black Holocaust still plaguing America. More dangerous than Hitler and his minions were to Jewish people in the early 20th century, all whites uphold racial privilege and are participants in and beneficiaries of pervasive white supremacy and the Black Holocaust occurring in America. Some authors point out the transition from previous legally used ethno-religious identifiers, such as Christian or English, which represented people who were considered freeborn. These identifiers were embedded into and are highly visible within laws that were established during the 17th century, most notably the period between 1619, 1705. I use this as part of my framing and discuss these variables in the chapters to come. Establishing the language sanctioned by whites as an identity, community, culture, nature, and way of being prior to the development and use of the term white for legal purposes. As noted in Why Black Lives Haven't Mattered. As Africans and Native Americans began to be converted to Christianity, such a simple distinction between Christian and non-Christian was no longer useful, at least as a legal and political difference. In addition, because Europeans, Native Americans, and Africans often worked and lived together in similar circumstances of servitude and resisted and rebelled together against the way they were treated, the landowning class began to implement policies to separate European workers from African and Native American workers. Even in this early colonial period, racism was used to divide workers and make it easier for those in power to control working conditions. Drawing on already established popular classifications, whiteness, now somewhat separate from Christianity, was delineated more clearly as a legal category in the United States in the 17th century, and the concept of lifelong servitude was introduced from the West Indies and distinguished from various forms of shorter-term servitude. In response to Bacon's rebellion and other uprisings, the ruling class, especially in the populous and dominant territory of Virginia, began to establish a clear racial hierarchy in the 1660s and 70s. By the 1730s, racial divisions were firmly in place legally and socially. Most black people were enslaved, and even free black people had lost the right to vote, the right to bear arms, and the right to bear witness. Black people were also barred from participating in many trades during this period. Meanwhile, whites gained the right to corn, money, a gun, clothing, and 50 acres of land at the end of indentureship. In other words, poor whites gained legal, political, emotional, social, and financial status that was directly related to the concomitant degradation of Indians and Negroes. 39. It is true that whiteness and anti-blackness became the two foundational principles by which colonial America was established, and then later the United States of America as we know it today. This is reflected in the Nationality Act, which passed at the first U.S. Congressional Convention held in New York, between March of 1789 and March of 1791. The act read, "Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America of Congress assembled, that any alien being a free white person, who shall have resided within the limits and under the jurisdiction of the United States for the term of 2 years, may be admitted to become a citizen thereof, on application to any common law court of record, in any one of these states wherein he shall have resided for the term of 1 year at least, and making proof to the satisfaction of such court, that he is a person of good character, and taking the oath or affirmation prescribed by law, to support the Constitution of the United States, which oath or affirmation such court shall administer, and the clerk of such court shall record application and the proceedings thereon, and thereupon such person shall be considered as a citizen of the United States. And the children of such persons so naturalized, dwelling within the United States, being under the age of 21 years at the time of such naturalization, shall also be considered as citizens of the United States. And the children of citizens of the United States that may be born beyond sea or out of the limits of the United States, shall be considered as natural-born citizens. This law, constituting whiteness as the key property and principle of rights, privileges, and humane treatment in the U.S., was reinforced by states, which took similar measures. This was cemented by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1857, in its now infamous Dred Scott decision, and many other cases throughout this nation's history. 38,40,41. In Black Reconstruction in America, W.E.B. Du Bois provided a detailed account of how each state, northern and southern, prohibited free black people from voting, beginning in Georgia in 1777. Soon, it was Delaware in 1792, Maryland in 1793 and 1820, Florida in 1845, Louisiana in 1812, Mississippi in 1817, Alabama in 1819, Missouri in 1821, Arkansas in 1836, Texas in 1845, Ohio in 1803, Indiana in 1816, Illinois in 1818, Michigan in 1837, Iowa in 1846, Wisconsin in 1848, Minnesota in 1858, Kansas in 1861, Connecticut in 1814, New Jersey in 1807, Rhode Island beginning in or around 1790 to 1800, Pennsylvania in 1838.42. And in the Dred Scott case, Chief Justice Taney, an anti-black terrorist, stated the following: "Can a Negro whose ancestors were imported into this country, and sold as slaves, become a member of the political community formed and brought into existence by the Constitution of the United States, and as such become entitled to all the rights and privileges and immunities guaranteed by that instrument to the citizen? One of these rights is the privilege of suing in a court of the United States in the cases specified in the Constitution." Chief Justice Taney used anti-black/racist logic, which actually pulled from earlier anti-black/racist logic, which was implemented to enact a series of laws that based the condition of enslavement on whether the parents of the person sold and/or imported into the colonies were Christian at the time of their arrival. An example of this horror may be found in a Virginia law dated all the way back to 1682. It said, "It is enacted that all servants, which shall be imported into this country either by sea or by land, whether Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, or Indians who and whose parentage and native countries are not Christian at the time of their first purchase by some Christian, and all Indians, which shall be sold by our neighboring Indians, or any other trafficking with us for slaves, are hereby adjudged, deemed, and taken to be slaves to all intents and purposes, any law, usage, or custom to the contrary notwithstanding." 38. Most notably, when these laws were passed, the Anglo-white colonial legislatures understood that the nations from which they were abducting and trafficking other humans were not largely Christian. Christian American identity, during most of the 17th century, contained an ethno-religious meaning. 22,20. Legally, Christianity, in terms of who was recognized as Christian in the laws constructed during this period, was limited to Anglo-Europeans. All of that is to say white people. 43,22,20. Because Taney and his colleagues leveraged this same logic, the Dred Scott decision essentially said, "The Negro has no rights which the white man is bound to respect." 44. These types of court rulings and legislative actions, supported by both public and private acts of blatant, rampant anti-black subjugation and dehumanization, reinforced a psychological, emotional, physical, and cultural anti-black conditioning that can still clearly be observed within the white race today. Anti-blackness can also be observed in other racialized groups, including some black people. Simply put, the United States of America was founded upon an established pro-white and anti-black legal, cultural, economic, and political set of principles. These types of laws and beliefs have remained embedded in American culture for centuries, and most people do not understand how deep these issues run. Free black people were not recognized, much less treated as full citizens. It is important to make these connections if one wants to understand the extent of the rights and privileges that were allocated on the basis of whiteness and anti-blackness. Let us explore the types of rights and privileges that make up whiteness. It will help illuminate how whites came to regard and interact with black people. The central tenet of this work is to expose and scrutinize all the ways whites abused black people during and after colonial times. It is similar to Nicole Hannah-Jones' 1619 Project. 45. Much of this effort pauses purposefully to focus on the different types of impacts whiteness and anti-blackness have had. What does the cruelty mean for white identity? What does it mean for black identity? Allen notes the following in his text. Others living in the colony at the time were English, they had been English when they left England, and naturally they and their Virginia-born children were English. They were not white. White identity had to be carefully taught, and it would be another 60 years before the word white would appear as a synonym for European American. 20. I am hardly the first to approach this subject. What I have found in my professional work is that citing example after example of the damage historical and current whiteness causes makes denial of who we are as a country harder and harder. By creating a psychosomatic experience where people are required to spend between 70 to 90 hours internalizing the effects of racism, a process of humanization begins to take place. I use varied techniques, in the hope of reaching as many people as possible. Some involve individual work, others paired/group work. All encourage empathy, the act of walking in the shoes of another, often someone profoundly different. I have found that grouping people together and having them consider the effects of the conditions that were manufactured through Anglo-European manufactured conditioning, creates revelatory experiences. It allows people to understand the historical and ongoing traumas of black people. It also facilitates seeing the psychopathic, deranged nature of whites toward black people, and the things that they believed that they needed to do in order to attain a racially superior status. I do this emphasizing the nature of whites toward black people, because this nature has remained the bedrock of white American culture until today. White people have normalized a negative orientation and positioning of black people. Blackness and anything associated with it is the abyss of American culture. The anti-black orientation created by white people is unbreakably psychological. It is also visual, emotional, and spiritual. It is innate, a necessity in white America's value system. The majority of this book puts this reality on trial, prosecutes it, and details through examples why it matters so much. White people learned how to be white through the legal, political, economic, judicial, and social benefits that deprioritized the humanity of others. The development of whiteness and its connection to capitalism is well documented. As highlighted in an article entitled "Is Africa Cursed?" David and Alexander Barclays were active participants in the kidnapping and enslavement of millions of black Africans. As was standard practice at the time, the risky and long-term nature of transatlantic slave trading required new banking houses that could offer credits to prospective slave traders, for periods of between 1.5 to 3 years. One bank that provided this service was run by Alexander and David Barclay. Their bank still carries their name. 46. Furthermore, in an article entitled, "The Hidden Links Between Slavery and Wall Street," Zoe Thomas also highlighted, slavery thrived under colonial rule. British and Dutch settlers relied on enslaved people to help establish farms and build the new towns and cities that would eventually become the United States. Enslaved people were brought to work on the cotton, sugar, and tobacco plantations. The crops they grew were sent to Europe or to the northern colonies, to be turned into finished products. Those finished goods were used to fund trips to Africa to obtain more slaves who were then trafficked back to America. To raise the money to start many future plantations, owners turned to capital markets in London, selling debt that was used to purchase boats, goods, and eventually people. Later in the 19th century, U.S. banks and southern states would sell securities that helped fund the expansion of slave-run plantations. To balance the risk that came with forcibly bringing humans from Africa to America, insurance policies were purchased. These policies protected against the risk of a boat sinking, and the risks of losing individual slaves once they made it to America. Some of the largest insurance firms in the U.S., New York Life, AIG, and Aetna, sold policies that ensured slave owners would be compensated if the slaves they owned were injured or killed. By the mid-19th century, exports of raw cotton accounted for more than half of U.S. overseas shipments. What wasn't sold abroad was sent to mills in northern states including Massachusetts and Rhode Island to be turned into fabric. The money southern plantation owners earned couldn't be kept under mattresses or behind loose floorboards. American banks accepted their deposits and counted enslaved people as assets when assessing a person's wealth. 47. Thomas then highlighted the financial institutions which have apologized for their roles in financing and otherwise backing the institution of African enslavement. But what tangible action, if any, has been taken? This goes to Dr. Wright's point about the absence of morality within the white race where black people are concerned. Shaping and crystallizing anti-blackness into American culture. In addition to the capitalistic and economic development of whiteness, white Europeans determined what was and who was right, wrong, good, and bad in white America, starting with the colonial period and moving forward. There are two relevant early revelations, noted in the text entitled, After Hue, Statutory Race Segregation in Colonial America, 1630 to 1725, and 1619. The concern has to do with Virginia's first Africans and highlights how race was addressed by Europeans toward Negroes. It involved a case concerning Hugh Davis and a Negro woman 4838,119-120,210 and Robert Sweat, a European white, male, indentured servant, and finally Margaret Cornish, an enslaved Negro woman. 43,49,120. The case and punishment for Hugh Davis is noted as Hugh Davis to be soundly whipped, before an assembly of Negroes and others for abusing himself to the dishonor of God and shame of Christians, by defiling his body in lying with a negress, which fault he is to acknowledge next Sabbath day. The Robert Sweat sentencing, issued by a Virginia court on October 17, 1640, noted, Whereas Robert Sweat hath begotten with child a Negro woman servant belonging unto Lieutenant Shepherd, the court hath therefore ordered that the said Negro woman shall be whipped at the whipping post, and the said Sweat shall tomorrow in the forenoon do public penance for his offense at James City Church in the time of divine service according to the laws of England in that case provided. In both cases, the rape of black women was not the crime, incredulously. The encounters were framed as consensual, with no rape of any abduction or other coercion. They had most likely been kidnapped and or traded against their will and brought to the colony on ships. Margaret Cornish's arrival to the Virginia colony is estimated to have taken place between 1619 and 1630. It is noted in the historical record that Margaret Cornish was from Luanda, Angola. Again, it is important to note here the psychopathic and demented act taken by the Virginia House of Burgesses, the colonial governing body at the time. It consisted of roughly 20 to 30 white men during this period, who agreed to criminalize sex with black females, rather than the acts of rape committed upon their bodies. These types of laws were referred to as sumptuary laws. As noted in the encyclopedia, sumptuary laws usually refers to regulations of food, clothing, morals, amusements, church attendance, and Sabbath observance. Sumptuary laws existed in all of the colonies. They included general colonial statutes, local regulations, applications of common law to local situations, and fixed customs of the people in different colonies. Custom and practice were as much a part of the total laws of a community as were the formal statutes, although their enforcement was different. 280. In the case of Margaret Cornish, she gave birth to a child as a direct result of the encounter and was then tied to a whipping post, as stated in the excerpt above, and whipped until she bled. The terror she experienced being whipped, shamed, humiliated, and traumatized, along birthing a child she became pregnant with without her consent, meant black women had no dignity, no humanity. Their bodies would be consumed and mutilated freely, and with the support of white women who stood by silently or conveyed support through direct participation in or encouragement of such acts. 50,52. Let's look at a case concerning John Punch, a Negro indentured servant who ran away from Virginia. The case was noted in the minutes of the Council and General Court of Colonial Virginia. 51. Go back days earlier to the return and sentencing of John Punch, James Gregory, and Victor, two additional European indentured servants who had also run away. John's master, Hugh Gwynn, had petitioned the courts for their return, and upon their return, the three servants were to be indentured. On July 4, 1640, Virginia courts handed down the order. 51,210 it read, in part. Upon the petition of Hugh Gwynn Gent wherein he complained to this board of three of his servants that are run away to Maryland to his much loss and prejudice, and wherein he hath humbly requested the board that he may have liberty to make the sale or benefit of the said servants in the said Maryland, which the court taking unto consideration and weighing the dangerous consequences of such pernicious precedent do order that a letter be written unto the said governor to the intent the said servants may be returned hither to receive such exemplary and condign punishment as the nature of their offense shall justly deserve, and then to be returned to their said master. As a result of this judgment rendered to Hugh Gwynn, John Punch, James Gregory, and Victor, were brought back to the colony of Virginia, from Maryland. At their sentencing hearing, the following judgment was rendered. Whereas Hugh Gwynn hath by order from this board brought back from Maryland three servants formerly run away from the said Gwynn, the court doth therefore order that the said three servants shall receive the punishment of whipping and to have 30 stripes apiece, one called Victor, a Dutchman, the other a Scotchman called James Gregory, shall first serve out their times with their master according to their indentures, and 1 whole year apiece after the time of their service is expired, by their said indentures in recompense of his loss sustained by their absence, and after that service to their said master is expired to serve the colony for 3 whole years apiece, and that the third being a Negro named John Punch shall serve his said master or his assigns for the time of his natural life here or elsewhere. John Punch received a life sentence of forced servitude, while James Gregory and Victor both received an additional 4 years of indentured servitude. I have considered this episode often, specifically the part about how their skin color ensured that they would not be held accountable. And dearest brother, John. He presumably realized the dire injustice of the situation and understood wholly that his blackness, the fact that he was a Negro, magnified the severity of the crime. The white colonial legislative authorities knew exactly what they were doing when they did this, just as the jury who found Kyle Rittenhouse not guilty of murder in Kenosha, Wisconsin, in November 2021. Furthermore, these leaders set the stage for the Black American Holocaust that has continued to evolve in America throughout the last 400 years. These and other cases are critical to understand. They reveal to us exactly what the mentality and culture of white people were and are. This is a sadistic nature we must force ourselves to recognize, however uncomfortable. It is psychopathic and dysfunctional in the extreme. In a Virginia House of Burgesses session held in March of 1662, to cite yet another example, members passed an unambiguous law that determined the consequences for running away with a Negro. It stated, in part, whereas there are diverse loitering runaways in this country who very often absent themselves from their master's service and sometimes in a long time cannot be found, that loss of the time and the charge in the seeking them often exceeding the value of their labor, be it therefore enacted that all runaways that shall absent themselves from their said master's service shall be liable to make satisfaction by service after the times by custom or indenture is expired, double their times of service. So neglected, and if the time of their running away was in the crop or the charge of recovering them extraordinary, the court shall limit a longer time of service proportionable to the damage the master shall make appear he hath sustained, and because the adjudging the time they should serve is often referred until the time by indenture is expired, when the proof of what is due is very uncertain, it is enacted that the master of any runaway that intends to take the benefit of this act shall as soon as he hath recovered him carry him to the next commissioner and there declare and prove the time of his absence, and the charge he hath been at in his recovery, which commissioner thereupon shall grant his certificate, and the court on that certificate pass a judgment for the time he shall serve for his absence, and in case any English servant shall run away in company of any negroes who are incapable of making satisfaction by addition of a time, it is enacted that the English so running away in the company with them shall at the time of service to their own masters expired, serve the masters of the said negroes for their absence so long as they should have done by this act if they had not been slaves, every Christian in company serving his proportion, and if the negroes be lost or die in such time of their being run away, the Christian servants in company with them shall by proportion among them either pay £4,500 of tobacco and cask or £4 years' service for every negro so lost or dead. For many years leading up to this, European indentured servants had begun running away. In addition, they began joining black people who were also subjected to legalized human rights abuses, including murder. 51,53 as a common form of resistance. Both peoples began running away together to seek refuge in other regions and colonies. 29 This law established that the English and Christians, an earlier colonial classification referring to Europeans other than the English, such as Scots, Irish, Dutch, etc., literally forbade whites from running away in company with black people. It criminalized social relations between white and black people, in other words. Such a horror could not be tolerated. As you will see, this is one of many examples of a law whose sentiment was deeply anti-black. This law could have been designed to forbid the English and others legally recognized as Christian, such as other Anglo-Europeans, from running away with other whites. But it did not do that. Instead, white drafters of the law made it a point to specifically forbid running away with black people. Only that particular act was deemed unacceptable. The law provided that if a white person ran away with a black indentured servant and/or slave, then they would end up serving the black person's time for the black person's master, once the time to their own master had expired. Note the specificity and harshness, and who they are directed to. There is a very particular kind of behavior that is disincentivized, it is commingling with those considered dirty. The penalty would be serving an additional 4 years' time for every Negro lost or dead or be subject to paying monetarily in the form of £4,500 of tobacco and cask. What messages got conveyed to whites? To black people? How much more negatively could black people have been branded? Their presence was considered toxic. Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, in his prolific and profound book entitled, Stamped from the Beginning, does an extraordinary job of chronicling and reinforcing this point. Additional supporting texts include Dr. Cornel West's work entitled Race Matters, James Baldwin's The Fire Next Time, W.E.B. Du Bois Black Reconstruction in America, and Nicole Hannah-Jones' 1619 Project, just to name a few. See the end of this book for a more extensive list. Chapter 2 Review Questions. Note: please go to www.danteking.com to complete the chapter assessment, which includes the questions below. Only answer the questions that you feel compelled to answer. Considering the framing provided in chapters 1 and 2. What are your thoughts about the framing of whiteness as it is highlighted in this culture? What roles did pro-whiteness and anti-blackness play in shaping the legal, moral, and cultural practices in the development of Anglo-white America? In your own words, what is your understanding of pro-whiteness? How is it different from anti-blackness? How are anti-blackness and pro-whiteness aligned? Why is it dangerous to minimize the effects of the harm that these historical events cause to both black and indigenous communities, in an attempt to untether this history from today's society? How is the legal system implicated in shaping favorable cultural and institutional conditions for American whites and unfavorable cultural and institutional conditions for American black people? Chapter 3. Black Bessie, Elizabeth Key. Margaret Cornish, and White. America's legal, moral, and economic institutions of rape, pedophilia, and human sex trafficking. In this chapter we learn about Elizabeth Key Grinstead, a female, black martyr born in 1630.54. Elizabeth should be hailed as one of the founders of feminism in North America. Americans do not learn about her or the way she resisted white terror. Why? Because she was subversive and powerful. The conspiracy to exclude anyone who does not fit the anti-black narrative persists. And it has many willing enablers who, themselves, are black. Think of Candace Owens, Senator Timothy Scott, and more. Their primary purpose in life is to silence the voice of their own while amplifying the very voices who want to crush them. As of August of 2021, per Education Week and the Brookings Institute, 8 states have banned what they are referring to as critical race theory from being taught in primary grades. 55. 2 states have bills that are awaiting the next legislative session, while 5 other states have bills that are involved in doing the same. Put another way, as documented by Fox News, 7 additional states considering legislation to ban the teaching of CRT include Kentucky, Maine, Michigan, Missouri, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Ohio. 56. It is vital that Elizabeth's story, and others like it, and the following events be re-examined if we are to understand the dynamics in present-day America. Doing so challenges psychopathic, anti-black, white culture. Elizabeth was the daughter of Thomas Key, a slave owner who had arrived in Virginia in or around 1616.57-58. Thomas Key became a member of the colony of Virginia's legislature, the House of Burgesses, in 1626. His wife, Martha Grinstead, arrived in Virginia in January 1624. It is noted that she obtained and/or was awarded 150 acres on the Werwick-Squeak River on December 2, 1626, presumably due to her acquisition of 3 Negro/black slaves who she purchased in conjunction with participation in the head rights system, a system that provided Virginia planters with 50 acres of land per enslaved African, Negro, black, or mulatto person they purchased. 59-62,122-3. For example, Virginia planters who imported slave labor from the West Indies or directly from Africa were awarded 50 acres per slave. George Menifee was one of the first to claim a large number of head rights for one shipment of slaves, obtaining 1,150 acres for the 23 slaves he imported along with 37 other servants in 1638. 62. The colony had an excess of land and a shortage of people. As noted by Batalora, it was public policy to encourage population growth through immigration, and to induce immigration through promises of cheap land. 35,20. This was also true for Governor George Yearly and Abraham Piercy, who, in August of 1619, bought the Africans who arrived aboard the White Lion. For this purchase, it is documented Governor Yardley procured 1,000 acres of land. 43,121-4. One reasonably concludes that one of the 3 enslaved black people purchased by Martha Key was Elizabeth's mother. Records show that Elizabeth's mother was referred to as Black Bessie. Bessie was an unnamed African woman from the Ndongo Kingdom in Angola, Africa. 63 Records indicate that she was aboard the White Lion, in a group of first slaves sold in Virginia to Governor George Yardley and another man named Sir Abraham Piercy. 43,64. By the late 1620s, Bessie, then approximately 19 years of age, was in the possession of Thomas Key and his wife. Thomas Key brutally raped Bessie. From this terror emerged a child, Elizabeth. Charged in a blunt point court for illegitimately fathering Elizabeth, he originally lied and stated that she had been fathered by a Turk. However, the court relied on witnesses who established his paternity. Thomas Key, forced to acknowledge Elizabeth as his daughter, arranged for her to be baptized as Christian, and assumed financial support for her from then on. Elizabeth was baptized as a Christian, under the Church of England, and practiced Christianity. It is noted that Elizabeth remained at home with Thomas Key until roughly the age 5 or 6. 54. Prior to his 1636 death, Thomas Key indentured Elizabeth to Humphrey Higginson, whose plantation she was to live and work on for the next 9 years. Elizabeth was approximately 6 years old at the time. 54,65 The contract was supposed to expire once she turned 15. Instead, Higginson left Virginia to return to England, and sold Elizabeth's contract to Colonel John Mottram, of Northumberland County. It is important to emphasize that this child should have been a free black person at the time that her contract was sold, and that no such occurrence happened. 66 Upon Colonel Mottram's death in 1655, the heirs of his estate did not want to honor Elizabeth's contract of indentureship. By this time, young Englishman William Grinstead arrived in Virginia based upon a negotiated contract of indenture with Colonel Mottram in roughly 1650. Colonel Mottram, who he sometimes represented, had forced Elizabeth into a sexual relationship. 67,43 With no agency at all, she birthed a baby named John. Overseers of the Mottram estate classified Elizabeth and John as Negroes and claimed that they were part of the property of the estate, which would bolster the value of the estate. This mattered, of course, because such property valuation would benefit the heirs among whom the distribution would occur. 54. Per the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. With William representing her, Elizabeth sued for her most basic of human rights, her freedom. Witnesses testified to the veracity of her claims. One decision allowed Elizabeth her freedom on account of her father's freedom, while another denied her liberty because of her mother's status as enslaved. The most persuasive evidence came from the 80-year-old former servant of John Mottram, who testified that it was commonly known that Thomas Key had been fined by the court in Blunt Point for getting his Negro woman with child, and that child was Elizabeth. Eventually, the case rose to the Virginia General Assembly, which appointed a committee for its review. The Virginia General Assembly resolved that by the common law the child of a woman slave begot by a freeman ought to be free. They considered the value of her Christian faith and determined that her indenture demanded that she be treated more respectfully than a common servant or slave. The General Assembly decided that the said Elizabeth ought to be free, and that her last master should give her corn and clothes and give her satisfaction for the time she hath served longer than she ought to have done. After determining the freedom of Elizabeth and her son, the General Assembly returned the case to the lower courts, which freed Elizabeth. 54. Consider this case carefully. Think about the ways in which the lives of this young, black female, and that of her mother, Bessie, rested in the complete and total control of white men, who by all accounts had no investments in their humanity. They recognized a portion of her humanity only and continued to apply language meant for chattel to her, a human. Only her identity as a Christian afforded her some modicum of respect. The lower court, a group of white, English European males, ruled in Elizabeth's favor, based upon what she proved in accordance with the documented law at the time, parta sequitur patram, meaning the identity of the child followed the identity and lineage of the paternal parent. They weighed the evidence against the letter of the law and decided that she should be free. 20. Once the case arrived at the higher court and was placed in the hands of entirely different, white, English European males with different opinions about Black Bessie, the circumstances changed. Think about the arbitrary nature of it all. Merit played no role. Basic human rights played no role. The disdain for Elizabeth as a black female who presumably had lighter skin was integral to the higher court's decision. The court system, like every other system, could easily be manipulated and weaponized, in other words. Think about the white European Mottram who attempted to hold Elizabeth hostage so they could benefit from her labor, humanity, and physicality, and her son John's worth as an enslaved person who represented capital/property to the estate. Think about the Mottram family's discontent with Elizabeth, a black female with the support of her white, male common-law husband and ally, fighting for her rights as a human being, and the discontent that must have caused to the white psychological state of the Mottram heirs. Think about the fact that the only reason Elizabeth was able to claim her freedom was because an 80-year-old former servant testified that she was, indeed, the child of Thomas Key. Think about the reality that the only way for Elizabeth to procure her freedom was through the association with a white male, the white male who raped her mother. Think about the fact that charges were only brought against Thomas Key for fathering an illegitimate child and not because of the treacherous and violent rape that he committed against Black Bessie. Think about Black Bessie's attack being the precursor for black females being exempted from rape laws, and the ways in which the legal system dealt with the situation, only fining Thomas Key money for fathering an illegitimate child. He faced no further consequences for the horrifying act of rape. Think about what gets incentivized when one group faces no consequences for being rapists. Rapists. Now, is this white privilege, or something more? It was meant to protect certain people, not others. Certain properties and inanimate objects held greater value than one human life. This value system persists today, though it is arguably less obvious. Property value meant more than addressing the traumas of a black woman. Anything and everything that elevated white interests and degraded black ones was acceptable. This case illustrates so much about white culture, that is why it remains so well hidden. It is an indictment, and no such indictments can be known, lest they lead to others. Consider the case even more. The Elizabeth Key Grinstead case facilitated and exacerbated the rapes of black women and girls by white men. The concept of instituting fines for rape was vile and formed the basis for white men to consider black women as unworthy and inhuman. Fines are reserved for mistakes. In addition, to prevent the births of mulatto children, the Virginia House of Burgesses, a group consisting of all white men, saw it fit to change the law roughly 6 years later. In doing so, the chamber legitimized/made legal white male rapes of black females, reducing punishment for any such incidents to fines. Furthermore, the law confined the institution of racial slavery to the bodies of black females by ensuring that the identity of an enslaved person would be determined through birth from a black body. The new law, as documented in the statutes at large, read: whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free, be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly, that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother, and that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former Act 68,123. And so, here we have a culture that continues to evolve with a core piece of its foundation being the institutionalization of rape of black females. It continues to affect them all, as everything that flows from it is tainted. Every part of black identity sustained irreparable harm. Children suffered it. Women and men suffered it. Parenthood, sexuality, every single part of what it could have and did mean to be black suffered it. Dr. Jennifer L. Morgan, Professor of Social and Cultural Analysis and History, Chair of the Department of Social and Cultural Analysis, from New York University, also happens to be the author of Laboring Women, Reproduction and Gender in New World Slavery. Her text provided much education about this one case. On it, she commented that women of African descent in the 17th century English Atlantic understood the evolving logic of race as praxis. Slave traders, early English slave owners and colonial legislators all offered clumsy and piecemeal articulations of New World labor practices. But the terms of racial slavery rested emphatically on women's bodies. Whether it was to clarify that the baptism of children did not convey freedom, to regulate the intimacies that were at the heart interracial sex, or to ascertain that enslaved women's babies were always already enslaved, reproducing women posed problems and offered solutions for English Atlantic settlers concerned for what it meant to be enslaved and free in the early modern Atlantic. Elizabeth Key's comprehension of her embeddedness in racialized structures of meaning and labor fades from our view if we emphasize her court case as a moment of flexibility, fluidity, and of possibility. It is left out of the archives because motherhood inhabits an entirely different moral and historical realm than economy. Of course, that was not the case for Elizabeth, the child of an African woman whose freedom and that of her children was dependent upon English men. Elizabeth may not have understood the role in which her case would have in propelling the 1662 Act, but she did understand that the atmosphere in which she lived was one that put herself and her kin in jeopardy. The forces that moved Key and her husband in and out of court were precisely those that anticipated both her vulnerability and that of all black women both in slavery and freedom in the 17th century Atlantic world. Legally sanctioned claims of lineage were short-lived, and the link between the Key case and the 1662 Act that effectively closed the door on future claims to lineage is self-evident. Lineage could not be legally recognized for black women when racial slavery depended upon the transformation of lineage into embodied inheritance. 69. Central to European white culture is the absence of any kind of scrutiny of the experiences of anyone other than themselves. It is entirely insular. No consideration of anyone outside exists. That is not due to some innocent omission. There are limitations and even prohibitions within our educational institutions today that disallow any meaningful examination. This is to keep hidden the extent of the filth. We are taught either by active, intentional perpetrators, or those who are willfully naive. Neither situation is desirable, and both lead to greater harm. With closed eyes and an open heart, consider the following. Imagine you can be raped at any time by Englishmen or any other men. What type of emotional stress would you feel unceasingly? How would this affect pregnancies and birthing outcomes? Imagine you deliver a child. Imagine knowing, too, that that baby can be torn apart from you at any time and for any reason, including to be sold to white butchers and rapists. How would that make you feel? How would it affect the ways in which you did and did not connect to your children? Imagine you can be beaten and otherwise abused and tormented while pregnant. Think of Margaret Cornish, who in 1940 was tied to a post and whipped after having a child with a white male, named Robert Sweat. How would that affect you? Your unborn child? Imagine how hard it might be for you to carry a child to term. Imagine how hard it might be for your child to survive birth. Stillbirths were common. Imagine the impact this would have on your family, which is helpless to protect you. Imagine the impact on black men, who feel they should, and know they cannot, protect their own families. Imagine internalizing the reality that neither the law nor those who could change it at any moment saw you as fully human. Imagine there was no cost associated with hurting you, whether by rape, or other violent human right violations and abuses. Consider, too. How does marrying white capitalism to black bodies affect white and black psyches? What power dynamics does such a structure perpetuate? How does the legalized looting of the vaginas and uteruses of black and indigenous women for centuries and the loins of black males to make money illegally impact the feeling of injustice so many black people in America rightly feel? Does it exacerbate or diminish it? Why might that be? How do these laws create an original context of default criminality that is designed specifically for black bodies? How do these laws become enforced when black girls and women are trafficked for sex work? What do you think the connections are between white lack of empathy for black people, their perpetual campaign of anti-black terror, and our lack of reparations? Most whites who read this text may struggle to internalize it. Why might that be? The hope is that now we can more meaningfully consider the nation's long-standing history with anti-black terrorism and how it came to define American identity, until this day. Lewis Hughes shared accounts of the terror he faced by white men, in his book entitled 30 Years a Slave. Josiah Henson does the same in his text, The Life of Josiah Henson, formerly a slave. In Hughes' experiences, he details the following. I was born in Virginia, in 1832, near Charlottesville, in the beautiful valley of the Rivanna River. My father was a white man and my mother a negress, the slave of one John Martin. I was a mere child, probably not more than 6 years of age, as I remember, when my mother, 2 brothers, and myself were sold to Dr. Lewis, a practicing physician in the village of Scottsville. We remained with him about 5 years, when he died, and, in the settlement of his estate, I was sold to one Washington Fitzpatrick, a merchant of the village. He kept me a short time when he took me to Richmond, by way of canal boat, expecting to sell me, but as the market was dull, he brought me back and kept me some 3 months longer, when he told me he had hired me out to work on a canal boat running to Richmond, and to go to my mother and get my clothes ready to start on the trip. I went to her as directed, and, when she had made ready my bundle, she bade me goodbye with tears in her eyes, saying, "My son, be a good boy, be polite to everyone, and always behave yourself properly." It was sad to her to part with me, though she did not know that she was never to see me again, for my master had said nothing to her regarding his purpose, and she only thought, as I did, that I was hired to work on the canal boat, and that she should see me occasionally. But alas! We never met again. I can see her form still as when she bade me goodbye. That parting I can never forget. I ran off from her as quickly as I could after her parting words, for I did not want her to see me crying. I went to my master at the store, and he again told me that he had hired me to work on the canal boat, and to go aboard immediately. Of the boat and the trip and the scenes along the route I remember little, I only thought of my mother and my leaving her. 70. Henson shared the gut-wrenching experience of being separated from his family at auction, where objects should be sold as opposed to people. He emphasized her response, which never left him. He also noted the coldness and cruelty of the white owners. They were indifferent to the notion of family separation and focused only on their monetary profits. Their money mattered more than he did, more than his mother did, more than any other black human being did. Josiah Henson's account of the gruesome white terror his family faced is also highlighted here. "My brothers and sisters were bid off first, and one by one, while my mother, paralyzed by grief, held me by the hand. Her turn came and she was bought by Isaac Riley of Montgomery County. Then I was offered to the assembled purchasers. My mother, half distracted with the thought of parting with all her children forever, pushed through the crowd, while the bidding for me was going on, to the spot where Riley was standing. She fell at his feet and clung to his knees, entreating him in tones only that a mother could command, to buy her baby as well as herself and spare to her one, at least, of her little ones. Riley, appealed to by the frantic mother, turned a deaf ear to her plea and also freed himself from her with such violent blows and kicks, as to reduce her to the necessity of creeping out of his reach and mingling the groan of bodily suffering with the sob of a breaking heart. 71. One of the tropes typically asserted in white America, is the stigma of the breakdown of the black family occurring in the 1960s. Facetiously, I ask, what was the beginning of breaking down the black family in America? The pattern continues. White rape, including of children, of black bodies continues. Whites in positions of power sanction such acts consistently. Let us first go back to Missouri, 1855. Cecilia, a black child, was sold to a white master at 14. He, Robert Newsom, was in his late 60s/early 70s. He raped her for at least 5 years, which would put her at 19, still a teenager, and fathered 2 of her children. She was later with someone who did not approve of her allowing the abuse to go on. She asked Newsom's adult daughters for help and warned him that if he came around her cabin again that she would self-defend. 73. When Newsom did appear at Celia's cabin to rape her on the evening of June 23, 1855, she defended herself by fatally hitting him in the head with a stick. Despite having a lawyer who met his duty to defend her, her judge, Judge William Augustus Hall, gave the following instruction to the presumably 12-person, all-white, male jury. If Newsom was in the habit of having intercourse with the defendant who was his slave and went to her cabin on the night he was killed to have intercourse with her or for any other purpose, and while he was standing in the floor talking to her she struck him with a stick which was a dangerous weapon and knocked him down, and struck him again after he fell, and killed him by either blow, it is murder in the first degree. 73. Pay attention to the psychopathic rationalization. Rape is mere intercourse. Consent is a non-factor. The absence of empathy dominates. After all, how can chattel consent? She is an object. If he wished to insert himself into an object, then so be it. What sadism! And lest you think white women largely defended their own, you are not correctly identifying who their own was in this situation. Color, not sex, had greater value. They were white before they were female. Despite knowing well what it was like enduring the unwanted advances of men, they knew who they would stay loyal to. And they knew why, because of how it benefited them. As emphasized in African American Women Speak Out on Anita Hill Clarence Thomas, which was written in 1995 by Darlene Clark Hine, Celia thought she could find allies in Newsome's daughters, and was woefully mistaken. They denied her humanity by not testifying to the accounts of which they were aware. 50. Hine remarked. The Missouri courts declared that in the eyes of the law, black women, in particular slave women, were not women. The court delayed execution until the birth of Celia's child so as not to deprive the Newsome estate of the profit of Celia's rape. The baby, however, was stillborn. Newsome's daughters refused to comment on their father's abuse of Celia, or to respond in any way to her entreaties for help. Their silence was in keeping with the politics of denial. For these plantation mistresses to have aided Celia would have meant that they and other similarly situated white women had to acknowledge openly that their fathers, brothers, and husbands were rapists. As stated in a paper written by Jeffrey J. Pokoric entitled Rape as a Badge of Slavery, concerning the case Georgia v. State. Raping a black woman was not a crime for the majority of this nation's history. First, the rape of a black woman was simply not criminalized. And even when there was an argument that a statute was race-neutral as to victimization, prosecutorial inaction and court holdings made clear the lack of recourse for black women who were raped. In fact, a white defendant could argue that his indictment ought to be dismissed for failing to state the victim was white. The most extreme example of this lack of protection, however, was expressed in George v. State, in which the Supreme Court of Mississippi considered whether a trial court sentence of death for a black male slave raping a black woman slave was a legal sentence. The court concluded that a male slave could only commit a rape upon a white woman. The court reasoned that slaves were not protected by the common law or statutes because they were under the legal dominion of their masters as required by their status as property. 74. In Race, Gender, and Power in America, written by Anita Faye Hill, and Emma Jordan, as well as in Rape and the Law in the Old South, calculated to excite indignation in every heart, written Peter W. Bartolio. These historians documented the conspicuously chilling court summary which contained the reasoning behind why black women and girls could not be raped. The court's written summary stated, "The crime of rape does not exist in the state between African slaves. Our laws recognize no marital status as between slaves, their sexual intercourse is left to be regulated by their owners. The regulations of law, as to the white race, on the subject of sexual intercourse, do not and cannot, for obvious reasons, apply to slaves. Their intercourse is promiscuous, and the violation of a female slave by a male slave would be a mere assault and battery." 307,308. Pay attention to the conclusion that an enslaved black male could only rape a white woman. Pay attention to the legality of pedophilia, and the permissive sexual abuse of black women and young girls. The Mississippi Supreme Court does not merely have little regard for black women and girls, it has no regard for them. Let us move to Florida, 1918. The Florida Supreme Court decided yet again, in Dallas v. State, that rape of black women was not rape because black women were immoral, and rape was only rape if the victim was white, because white women were moral. 79,75 If this is not psychopathy, nothing is. The judge determined that what has been said by some of our courts about an unchanged caste female being a comparatively rare exception is no doubt true where the population is composed largely of the Caucasian race, but we would blind ourselves to actual conditions if we adopted this rule where another race that is largely immoral constitutes an appreciable part of the population. Again, white America asserted that black girls and women could not be raped, throughout the period of enslavement and beyond because of their sociopathic obsession with the idea that black people are immoral. Who was moral? Whites, of course. We spend too much time contemplating the myths we have created for ourselves. If we are exceptional, it is not in the way we have imagined. It is in a way that horrifies and saddens. There is simply no room in white American culture to address what America has done to black people. America has stolen from us, wounded us, murdered us. There is no sin when considered from the white point of view. If one cannot feel or reason or decide between right and wrong, then another is incapable of harming that inherently lesser being. Look at how we again confirm the lack of value of the black female body by scrutinizing the practices at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. 72,76-78 as revealed in Born in the Penitentiary, Women and Children Incarcerated in Louisiana, 1833-1862, written by Brett Joseph Derbs, America Has Never Cared. He notes, in the antebellum South, incarcerated women and children endured confinement at ill-equipped facilities among majority male populations. On March 16, 1832, the Louisiana state legislature passed an act to establish a state penitentiary. Officials selected a site in Baton Rouge, adopted the Auburn system of prison management, and emulated the penitentiary in Wethersfield, Connecticut. Prison workshops operated with inmate labor were initially constructed to relieve overcrowded county jails, contribute to the rehabilitation of inmates, and make the penitentiaries self-sustaining enterprises. The Louisiana State Penitentiary incarcerated more African American women with life sentences than any other Southern state during the antebellum era. From 1835 to 1862 at least 62 women entered the prison. 26 enslaved women were serving life sentences, and at least 10 gave birth while imprisoned. On December 11, 1848, the legislature passed an act providing for the disposal of such slaves as are or may be born in the penitentiary, providing for the disposal of such slaves as are or may be born in the penitentiary, the issue of convicts. From 1849 to 1861, the county sheriff auctioned 11 children on the courthouse steps for a total of $7,591. Records indicate that penitentiary employees purchased 6 of the 11 children. The Union Army occupied Baton Rouge and evacuated 4 children from the prison in April 1862. General Benjamin F. Butler wrote, "I certainly cannot sanction any law of the state of Louisiana which enslaves any children of female convicts born in the state prison. Their place of birth is certainly not their fault." The Battle of Baton Rouge, and a devastating fire in November 1864 destroyed the penitentiary. Yet, evidence of secret horrors suffered by women inmates survived the flames. 76. What psychopathy? What sociopathy, you say? In Rape, Racism, and the Law, Riggins also highlighted the diseased ways rape laws protected their dominant perpetrators and white women. Of course, black males were the primary profile for who a rapist was. 75. Consider the following. Kentucky 1802 Code. Virginia Code of 1819 and 1823 Law. Missouri 1825 Statute. Arkansas Code of 1838. Alabama Code of 1852. Mississippi 1857 Statute. Tennessee 1858 Law. In addition, Riggins asserted summarily, the rape of black women and girls, by white or black men, was legal. Indictments were sometimes dismissed for failing to allege that the victim was white. In those states where it was illegal for white men to rape white women, statutes provided less severe penalties for the convicted white rapist than for the convicted black one. In addition, common law rules both defined rape narrowly and made it a difficult crime to prove. During slavery, then, the legal system treated seriously only one racial combination of rape involving a black offender and a white victim. This selective recognition continued long after slavery ended. 75. Legitimized into reality by both statute and case law, white men and women persistently made clear that black humanity was to be reviled and vilified. Examples: white America's court system historically hailing black men as the rapist prototype can be observed in both the Georgia Supreme Court's 1899 ruling, and the Alabama Appeals Court decision in 1953, in McWhorter v. State. The Georgia ruling in 1899, provided race of black men may be considered to rebut any presumption that might otherwise arise in favor of the accused that his intention was to obtain consent of the female, upon failure of which he would abandon his purpose to have sexual intercourse with her. The Alabama Appeals Court, in the case of McWhorter v. State, 1953, rendered the following decision. In determining the question of intention, the jury may consider the social conditions and customs founded upon racial differences, such as that the prosecutrix was a white woman and the defendant a Negro man. In the eloquent words of Jennifer Riggins, the social conditions customs founded upon racial differences which the jury was to consider included the assumption that black men always and only want to rape white women, and that a white woman would never consent to sex with black men. 309. Simply put, as recent as 1953, white American courts ruled that black men, on the isolated basis of being black, were rapists. This is not a fictional story. It is one that details the construction and evolution of anti-blackness in white America, as well as the evolution of white people in American. I digress. Laws enacted by oppressors to demonize and vilify their oppressed. The brutal, treacherous offense of rape onto the bodies of black women were not merely ignored, they were incentivized. The molestation and rape of any and all black bodies was simply fine. Who designed these laws, allowing for no or little punishment? Who enforced them? Who benefited from them? There is a pattern. So, I submit the following questions to you as a reader. How can it be that none of this is taught as what it is, which is sociopathic? How have hundreds of years of sadistic legal history affected how the law treats black people today? How is it that white culture has not been adequately scrutinized? How is it that non-white, and particularly black, people are pathologized and judged exclusively for any deficiencies or transgressions? As Carter G. Woodson stated in his book entitled The Miseducation of the Negro, it is well understood that by the teaching of history the white man can be further assured of his superiority. If you can control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his action. When you determine what a man shall think, you do not have to concern yourself about what he will do. If you make a man feel that he is inferior, you do not have to compel him to accept an inferior status, for he will seek it himself. If you make a man think that he is justly an outcast, you do not have to order him to the back door. He will go without being told, and if there is no back door, his very nature will demand 180. This includes the framing of it. How are we to feel about such things? What frame of reference should we use to analyze our history and present circumstances? I believe a framework dictated by whites cannot work. That we must revisit our own past independently. As Cleage stated, we must write history, and frame the cultural, psychological, and sociological experiences of black people in white America, for ourselves. 81. We are the only ones who can do it. We have seen this pattern of sex abuse persist throughout the ages. Look at Thomas Jefferson, who innumerable liberal, white scholars hail for his work establishing the Republic. He groomed his wife's biracial half-sister, Sally Hemings, between the ages 6 and 14. He raped and impregnated her multiple times. This is widely known, it is not some secret. And what has the white response been? To celebrate him as a figure of national pride. This is perverse. Consider Newsom, consider the litany of examples documented in this text, alone. The country was built on bloodlust. Nothing mattered except the dominance of whites. It is dreadful. The United States cultural foundation is either ignored or lied about entirely to protect the pattern of sex abuse, including that of children, which spread like a cancer. These were not isolated incidents. This was system-wide. Human sex trafficking, prostitution, rape, and pedophilia established the American economy, morality, legality, and culture. Consider how plantation life was. America's founding fathers encouraged and benefited from mass rape and pimping. Whose bodies did they profit from? Black ones. Such sex abuse was the bedrock of this society, its systems, and its culture. 90. No one sugarcoats history better than white America. White America goes out of its way to ignore the demented, cartoonishly evil history that continues to affect us today. There is a connection to be made between yesterday's injustices and today's ongoing human rights abuses. Take, for example, Cyntoia Brown, who was convicted for the murder of the man who molested, raped, and prostituted her as a young child. Her judge was conditioned to feel nothing for her. He was infected with anti-blackness. He was taught to have no mercy on her or anyone fitting her profile. 82. If she had been white, her plight would have been met with both empathy and sympathy. Justice could never be hers. Ask yourself, why would we not want to finally begin seeking justice? What order would that disrupt? Are white people, our society's gatekeepers, by and large, scared to punish their own, even when such punishment is clearly necessary? Who, if anyone, suffers when we seek out the truth? Does white people's fear of exposing our history stem, in part, from the reality that it might result in acknowledging the reality that their gains were ill-gotten? Do whites fear revenge if the truth becomes universally acknowledged and understood? Do whites feel reparations are due? Could it be that whites do not want to confront themselves and their history because of the profound shame it might induce? The entire world would benefit from America scrutinizing itself, both in historical and present contexts. We would do well to question those in power. Consider Judge Aaron Persky, for example, who presided over the Brock Turner rape case in San Francisco, California. 83. Persky sentenced Turner to 6 months in jail and 3 months of probation. Why did he do this, given the severity of Turner's numerous crimes? Let us examine his own words on the matter below. And in my decision to grant probation, the question that I have to ask myself, again, consistent with those rules of court, is state prison for this defendant an antidote to that poison? Is incarceration in state prison the right answer for the poisoning of life? And trying to balance the factors in the rules of court, I conclude that it is not, and that justice would best be served, ultimately, with a grant of probation. Let me go through the rules of court, because there is a limitation on probation eligibility, and that's due to the charge of Penal Code Section 220. And pursuant to Penal Code Section 1203.065, this is a case where probation is prohibited except in unusual cases where the interest of justice would best be served. And in this case, the court is directed to apply the criteria in Rule 4.413 to evaluate whether the statutory limitation on probation is overcome. And so, one criteria which was mentioned in the probation officer's recommendation related to 4.413, which states, the fact or circumstance giving rise to the limitation on probation is, in this case, substantially less serious than the circumstances typically present in other cases involving the same probation limitation. And the probation officer alluded to, I believe, the fact that alcohol was present and concluded that this would be a basis for overcoming the statutory prohibition of probation. Judge Persky blamed the victim. She drank alcohol, making her more susceptible to the crime, according to him. The burden was on the victim, not the aggressor. How typical. How about Canadian Judge Robin Kemp, who in 2014 asked a rape victim why she did not simply close her legs or knees or put her ass in the sink? According to him, sometimes sex and pain went hand in hand. Judge Kemp, though Canadian, is encompassed in the socialization and indoctrination of the psychopathic racial personality. He is representative of the quintessential white American male. 84. Consider the King of Kings, Donald Trump, America's most recent former president. Who better illustrates the toxicity of white, capitalistic, ultra-privileged maleness? Getting caught on tape admitting to forcing himself on women did not matter. Saying he grabbed women by the pussy did not matter. Speaking ill of one of the many women who had accused him of rape, saying she was not his type, did not matter. Nothing mattered. He still ascended to the presidency. And who did he empower while in office? People like Brett Kavanaugh, who had been credibly accused of sexual violence. He now sits on the highly divided Supreme Court. None of this is mere happenstance. It is coordinated. There is more, of course. There always will be. Take the case of a black woman named Anjanette Young, who on February 22, 2019 met a predictably unjust fate at the hands of the Chicago Police Department. Left naked and handcuffed in a room by several white, male officers, she was traumatized in the extreme. 85,86 Most of us understand that if Anjanette had been white, the incident would not have happened to her. Furthermore, anti-blackness allowed for Chicago's first female, lesbian, black mayor, Lori Lightfoot, to deny the settlement which would have been paid to Young. The settlement had, incidentally, already been agreed to by various city officials. It was meant to convey the message that the conduct was unacceptable and punishable as an act of deterrence, that Ms. Young is a valued and respected citizen of the United States who should not have been treated this way. But because we live in an anti-black, anti-female, sociopathic society, even the most basic kind of compensation became controversial. What would we have done had a white woman been violated that way in her own home? How long and intensely would we have been outraged? Let us move on. In November of 2021, the New York Times published an article written by Ed Shanahan entitled "Judge Spares Man in Teen Rape Case, Incarceration Isn't Appropriate," and it highlighted yet another case of white psychopathy and sociopathy. 77. As highlighted in the newspaper, the girl was 16 when Christopher Belter raped her, according to court documents. He was a teenager too, a student at an elite private boys' school whose family's Western New York home was known as a party house where teens gathered to consume liquor, marijuana, and Adderall. It was August 2018, and the girl, identified in court filings as MM, was at Mr. Belter's house to spend the night with his sister before going to Chicago the next day. He asked her into his room, and then threw her onto the bed, pulled off her clothes and told her to stop being such a baby, according to court documents. At a hearing this summer, she described focusing her attention on the leaves of a plant in the room as the attack continued. This week, Mr. Belter, 20, was sentenced in the assault on MM and in sexual attacks on 3 other teenage girls. Facing up to 8 years in prison, he was instead given 8 years probation by a judge who said he had agonized over the decision. "I'm not ashamed to say that I actually prayed over what is the appropriate sentence in this case because there was great pain," the judge, Matthew J. Murphy III of Niagara, NY, County Court, said at Mr. Belter's sentencing on Tuesday, according to WKBW, a local television station. "There was great harm. There were multiple crimes committed in the case. Still," the judge continued, "it seems to me that a sentence that involves incarceration or partial incarceration isn't appropriate." He told Mr. Belter, who must register as a sex offender, the probation would be like a sword hanging over his head for the next 8 years. He offered no further explanation for why the sentence did not include prison time. It is a mob mentality. Everyone in the mob protects everyone else in the mob. The fake remorse, the fake prayer, the fake agony, all of it was meant to conceal his role as an enabler in a black robe. No God forced him to absolve the perpetrator's crimes. Ask yourself how he differed from Judge William A. Hall or the white men who sat on the Supreme Court of Missouri in 1855, or the white men who sat on the Mississippi Supreme Court in 1859, or the white men who sat on the Florida Supreme Court in 1918, or Judge Robin Kemp, or Judge Aaron Persky, or former President Trump. It is normalized psychopathy and sociopathy, and it is entirely illustrative of the terror perpetrated by whites onto black people. As stated by Nicole Morris, a black woman who attended a recent workshop of mine. The laws are not only actively anti-black and anti-women, they are also actively pro-white men, modified and adjusted, as necessary. Confronting the foundational elements of whiteness and white terrorism is considered to most as anti-American or un-American. Make no mistake. What that means is anti-white. Perhaps, however, that is what makes it so necessary. We must humanize the experiences of black and other non-white peoples. We must do this if we want to be truthful and authentic. Most importantly, we must do this in order to thwart the perpetrating of even greater harm. Americans cannot be afraid of and can no longer run away from acknowledging the falsehoods and atrocities of white supremacy as white psychopathy and sociopathy. We cannot be afraid. Boldness is our ally and our guide. To the millions of unidentified and unnamed black females, to Celia, the enslaved, black female implicated in George v. State, to Margaret Varner, the black female highlighted in Toni Morrison's book Beloved, 87, Recky Taylor, who was gang-raped by white teenagers in 1944, we see you. This can be seen in the newspaper clipping shown here. 88. What about the tragedy of Ruby McCollum, who had no other recourse than to kill her rapist white doctor and Senator-elect, Leroy Adams? He had raped her for years and had impregnated her with a child who she had birthed several years earlier. The perpetrator's psychopathy ruined her life, her husband's life, and her child's life. He viewed raping her as his birthright. 89,91. What about Betty Jean Owens, a black female student at Florida A&M University who was gang-raped by 4 white men, who actually confessed to raping her? She was convinced the case would get no attention or justice. Suzanne Owens, in a 2019 article entitled A Rare Case of Justice, chronicled it. 92. The only reason why the case was prosecuted was because of the national attention it received as a result of having been publicized. It is a near certainty that it, too, would have been discarded otherwise. To my sisters Brianna 93, Sandra, Adishana, Tanisha, Jasmine 94, Nia 95 and all the others whose names will never be uttered, you are seen. It is not you. You have value. That any person or institution has ever conveyed otherwise to you is a tragedy. Tragedies must be acknowledged and compensated for. At some point, white terror was going to find you, just like it found others, such as Mary Laura Nelson in 1911, Mary Turner 98-100, Autherine Lucy, Nile Ruth Cox 101-3 and so many more. Our sisters have simultaneously been victimized and labeled as the aggressors. What a feat! There was nothing you could have done differently to avoid being victimized by this ongoing Holocaust. This is true for our entire race. 103-4. Our only hope as black people is to stop functioning like oppressed people and start acting aggressively, even if that means taking up arms to defend our own selves and our children. Self-defense is legal and appropriate. Chapter closing. This legacy of legalized rape against non-white females, especially black ones, is just part of white America's ugly history. Millions of unidentified black females were sex trafficked and prostituted for white profit, pleasure, and convenience to build white wealth and white culture. No matter what anyone says, their lives mattered and matter. We must reject any attempt to either sanitize or minimize white people's harm to black people. We were and are terrorized. Let us scream this from the rooftops. We must reframe our history. It must reflect the role we played in building American wealth, the role whites played in subjugating us, and how all of this continues to affect us to this day. All oppressed minorities must do this: black, indigenous, everyone. Chapter 3 Review Questions. Considering the socio-cultural and legal conditions, ask yourselves the following questions. What did white females and males learn about the value of whiteness? How did various laws shape white identity for white males? How about for white females? What did black females learn about what it meant to be white and female? White and male? Black and male? Black and female? What did black males learn about what it meant to be white and male? White and female? Black and female? Black and male? How did these laws shape black identity? How did these laws create and reinforce pro-white and anti-black legal, social, political, and cultural orientations on the North American continent? What do you make of the reduction and sanitization of the horror? Is it naivete or something more nefarious? Why are we so hostile to the notion of self-scrutiny? Why do we not learn about the basis of white people's wealth? Why do we not learn about the harm done to specifically black female bodies? Who benefits from these topics being overlooked? How can white America's legalization of rape, including that of children, and other sexually predatory acts be understood historically? How about presently? Are the two connected? What role has anti-blackness played? How is the role of anti-blackness different from that of white supremacy/power/superiority? How does white people's control over the legal system benefit them? How can black people escape the ignominious distinction of criminality that has been bestowed upon us by people who directly benefit from us having such a label, however false it may be? Who are the real criminals? Why is it dangerous to minimize historic crimes and untether them from current problems plaguing our criminal justice system? How does the legal system fit in with respect to creating consistently favorable conditions for whites and unfavorable ones for black people? Does it work in conjunction with, for example, the educational system? Chapter 4. John Punch, The Casual Killing Act of 1669, and the Beginning of America's Legalized Psychopathic and Sociopathic Anti-Black Terrorism. I want to begin this chapter by referencing a statement made by General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, as he responded to remarks made by Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz on the topic of critical race theory. General Milley stated, "I do think it's important for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. The United States Military Academy is a university, and it is important that we train, and we understand, and I want to understand white rage, and I'm white. And, I want to understand, what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that?" 104. As I heard this, I screamed, "Be careful." This phrase is sometimes used in the black community to mean one should be careful about what one asks for. Though he is an older white male, seemingly open-minded, he asked bold questions. But it is more complicated than that. I am familiar with these questions. I have asked them of myself and my students. It is obviously clear that most whites struggle to look at themselves, their behavior, their history, their complicity, etc. This point was summed up in a recent interview of forensic psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, Dr. Aruna Kilanani, MD. Professor and journalist Mark Lamont Hill conducted it on Black News Tonight. He bluntly asked Dr. Aruna if, based on her professional opinion, she believed white people were psychopathic. Dr. Kilanani stated, "I think so. I think there are many lies, the level of lying that white people do that has started since colonialism, we're just used to it. Such as every time you steal a country, you loot, you say you've discovered something. We don't say that we killed all these people, we got rid of the Native Americans. We say we discovered America. You don't talk about the level of death. You don't talk about the level of what actually occurred. You wipe the slate clean. You sanitize the violence, and you actually got lost along the way, you tried to go to India. Then you say you discovered something. And this level of discovery is everywhere. You've discovered vegetarianism. You've discovered yoga. Everything is a discovery, and it's all actually stolen." 105. Carol Anderson, author of White Rage, and Benjamin Crump, author of Open Season, have written books on this particular topic. They have done so from a different angle, of course, one in which they articulate the depths of white resentment. This contempt for black people, they argued, was fueled by a distinctly pro-white history. What was is, in other words. Most white people, historically and presently, resent black progress. They hate seeing us advance. That is what explains their continued attempts to thwart us at every turn. See, for example, the snow riots in Washington, D.C. in 1835, Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, the Ocoee Massacre in Florida in 1905, the East St. Louis riots in 1917, the Tulsa, Oklahoma Massacre of 1921, the Rosedale White Backlash in 1978, and a litany of other examples proving the existence and potency of anti-black terror. 219-20, 124, 252 to 257. Current white backlash, intense and unceasing, has emerged as a substantial impediment to black progress. Look at the dehumanization of Clifford Owensby, a black paraplegic victim of white police terrorism in Dayton, Ohio, as recently as September 30, 2021.259, and yet black resentment remains a mystery. We get murdered repeatedly by the same people but are not allowed to be rageful. Most whites know this, at least intellectually, if not emotionally. They know. They just do not care. In this next chapter, we will explore more. We will cover the period between 1664 through roughly 1722. We will revisit General Milley's questions and further amplify what white character and behaviors are rooted in. The additional body of laws presented in this chapter will highlight examples focused on the very construction of whiteness. Many are pulled from the statutes at large, written by Henning 38,125, the Maryland Archives, the South Carolina Archives, and other sources of information. 36,108-11,114-117. We will also explore the construction of the American Negro and all the violence directed toward him/her. Consider Lauryn Hill's song entitled Black Rage to better understand. 106-7. Some lyrics of her song include: Black rage is founded on 2/3 a person. Rapings and beatings and suffering that worsens. Black human packages tied up in strings. Black rage can come from all these kinds of things. Black rage is founded on blatant denial. Squeezing economics, subsistence survival. Deafening silence and social control. Black rage is founded on wounds in the soul. When the dogs bite. When the beatings. When I'm feeling sad. I simply remember all these kinds of things. And then I don't fear so bad. Black rage is founded, who fed us self-hatred, lies and abuse, while we waited and waited. Spiritual treason, this grid and its cages. Black rage was founded on these kinds of things. Black rage is founded on draining and draining. Threatening your freedom, to stop your complaining. Poisoning your water, while they say it's raining. Then call you mad for complaining. Old-time bureaucracy drugging the youth. Black rage is founded on blocking the truth. Murder and crime, compromise and distortion. Sacrifice who makes this fortune? Greed, falsely called progress. Such human contortion. Black rage is founded on these kinds of things. So, when the dog bites. And the beatings. When I'm feeling sad. I simply remember all these kinds of things and then I don't fear so bad. Free enterprise, is it myth or illusion? Forcing you back into purposed confusion. Black human trafficking or blood transfusion. Black rage is founded on these kinds of things. Victims of violence, both psyche and body. Life out of context is living ungodly. Politics. Greed, falsely called wealth. Black rage is founded on denial of self. Black human packages tied and subsistence. Having to justify your very existence. Try if you must, but you can't have my soul. Black rage is made by ungodly control. So, when the dog bites, and when the beatings. And I'm feeling so sad. I simply remember all these kinds of things. And then I don't fear so bad. Creating whiteness. First, we must consider the psychological and emotional state of the people who built laws aimed at terrorizing black people. Next, we must set aside the economic component of anti-black racial enslavement and deal with the psychological and emotional investments that white people possessed in maintaining the subjugation. We must also consider the beliefs and teachings passed down from generation to generation, perpetuating a white positive, black negative structure. Only then will we be able to consider more meaningfully General Milley's inquiries. Formalizing and learning whiteness and blackness in colonial America. Consider a 1664 law from when Maryland was a colony. As noted in The Origin of Slavery in the United States, the Maryland precedent, 37, it was intended to establish the legality of racial slavery while also forbidding English and freeborn women from marrying black men. It read, "Be it enacted by the Right Honorable the Lord Proprietary by the advice and consent of the upper and lower house of this present General Assembly, that all Negroes or other slaves already within the province, and all Negroes and other slaves to be hereafter imported into the province, shall serve durante vita." First, it commits black men to the condition of enslavement without any recourse. The established association of black men is comparable to that of an enslaved person. And it does not matter whether the person is already within the territory or has come from abroad, or whether the person is enslaved or free. All of that is irrelevant. They are to be enslaved. This is not so for people of Asian, European, Mexican, Cuban, or any other descent as described by this section of the law, who may have arrived there during this period. In contrast, this law stated that if any of those persons had been free in their country of origin, that they would remain free here. For example, if a Chinese person was free in China and traveled to the Virginia colony, they would remain free. That distinction is critically important, because if someone of African descent, meaning someone considered a Negro, was free in Africa prior to their arrival here, that would not matter. He would be enslaved. Why was that? What was so distinctive about the black body that it required entirely different standards? This law goes on to say, "And all children born of any Negro or other slave shall be slaves as their fathers were, for the term of their lives. And forasmuch as divers freeborn English women, forgetful of their free condition and to the disgrace of our nation, marry Negro slaves, by which also divers suits may arise touching the issue of such women, and a great damage befalls the masters of such Negroes, for prevention whereof, for deterring such freeborn women from such shameful matches, be it further enacted by the authority, advise, and consent aforesaid that whatsoever freeborn woman shall marry any slave from and after the last day of this present assembly shall serve the master of such slave during the life of her husband, and that all the issue of such freeborn women so married shall be slaves as their fathers were. And be it further enacted that all the issues of English or other freeborn women that have already married Negroes shall serve the masters of their parents till they be 30 years of age and no longer." That is to say, not only did it sanction the immediate enslavement of the black body as opposed to countless others, but also that it forbade white women from relating to black men. There was something considered particularly unsettling about such commingling. This can be observed in the tragic story of a white woman by the name of Eleanor Butler, referred to as Irish Nell in the literature. 108-11,136-7 as referenced in a Medium article entitled "The Forced Breeding Myth in the Irish Slaves Meme" written by Liam Hogan. In August 1681 Eleanor was married to Charles, one of Borman's slaves. This ceremony was performed on the plantation grounds by Father Hubbard, a Catholic priest. The wedding was attended by a large crowd of guests and well-wishers. According to the 1664 law, her punishment was that she would be enslaved alongside her husband, as long as he was alive. But worse than that, their children were to be slaves. From 1749 to 1787 the descendants of this marriage sued for their freedom multiple times on the basis that Eleanor was a white woman. They eventually won and were granted their freedom. The Bormans were ordered to pay damages. The court depositions reveal vital details about this case. It appears that Lord Baltimore tried to prevent the marriage. As the governor of the colony, he was disturbed that a white Catholic woman would marry a black slave by choice, and aghast that some members of the elite Catholic ruling class apparently endorsed the marriage. The lived experiences of Irish Nell and her husband, Charles Butler, are documented further in the archives of Maryland, as well as several other sources. There is substantial record of the controversy surrounding their marriage. It also highlights the persistent, toxic nature of white supremacy and anti-black sentiment. Note the role the legal system played. Black people's rights to testify in court were denied. Read the following. Eleanor Butler, also called Irish Nell, immigrated to Maryland as a white indentured servant to Charles Calvert, the third Lord Baltimore. She married Charles Butler, a slave of Major William Borman, around 1681. A 1664 Maryland law required that when a free-born woman shall intermarry with any slave, shall serve the master of such slave during the life of her husband. Her children would also be slaves. Lord Baltimore warned Nell that she would enslave herself and her property, but Nell insisted that she would rather have Charles than have your lordship. Charles and Nell Butler were married in a Catholic ceremony at Major Borman's home in Charles County. They had 7 or 8 children, all born after the repeal of the 1664 law. Nell's children included Jack, her oldest son, and her daughters Abigail, Kate, Moll, Nan, and Jenny. One of the Butler's neighbors, Mrs. Elizabeth Warren, recounted that Jack later escaped from his enslavement, fleeing to southern Virginia, and later purchased his freedom from one of the Borman family. In October 1770, Mary and William Butler filed freedom suits. The slaves of Richard Borman, the Butlers sought their freedom on the basis that their ancestor, Irish Nell, was a white woman. Other alleged descendants filed suits in 1786 and 1787. In 1786, Maryland law accepted the testimony of African Americans in freedom suits. Mary Butler's daughter, also called Mary, won her freedom the following year. Incidentally, in 1793, the testimony of black people in freedom suits was again prohibited. 36,108-11. These laws specialized in denying the most basic human rights. White women and black men had to comply with rules they did not consent to, and which injured them. The deranged, psychopathological obsessiveness surrounding black men relating to white women is well documented. See the commentary of white men such as Charles Calvert, the third Lord Baltimore of Maryland, who went on record at the time expressing his discontent. This is indicated in the 1681 law mentioned earlier, that emerged literally 1 month after the wedding of Irish Nell to Charles Butler. It was enacted in August of 1681, as noted in the book entitled, The Law of Freedom and Bondage in the United States. Again, it read, "Forasmuch as, divers freeborn English, or white women, sometimes by the instigation, procurement, or connivance, of their masters, mistresses, or dames, and always to the satisfaction of their lascivious and lustful desires, and to the disgrace not only of the English, but also of many other Christian nations, do intermarry with negroes and slaves, by which means, divers inconveniences, controversies, and suits may arise, touching the issue or children of such freeborn women aforesaid, for prevention whereof for the future, be it enacted that if the marriage of such woman servant with any slave shall take place by the procurement or permission of the master, such woman and her issue shall be free, and enacts a penalty by fine on the master or mistress and on the person joining the parties in marriage." 29. Again, this law came about 1 month only after they married. White males such as Calvert were displeased and made known their displeasure quickly and forcefully. Such laws intended to terrorize white women who dared marry black men were to be punished for betraying their race. they deserved to be enslaved until their filthy husbands passed. Such punishment extended to the offspring as well. What better way to disincentivize, after all, than to target children? Children born of black fathers and white mothers after the passage of this law were to be sentenced to hereditary slavery for life. This example, along with John Punch's experience, signify the entrance of legally sanctioned slavery for life for American black people. Some questions to consider are: if you are a Negro man in colonial Maryland between 1664 and 1669, what is your life like? How would one such person respond to being subjugated for life? What is it like, always being at the bottom of the social totem pole? What do they do as a result of living in these conditions? What about English and other freeborn women? How were they affected? How incentivized would they be to marry/otherwise engage men who are condemned to enslavement and poverty? What options did they have? What options did they not have? What passes down to the next generation with respect to cultural and psychological and legal norms? How does that differ based on sex? On race? How long was it before such structures had become normalized? The next 4 laws I underscore get passed within the span of 1 year in Virginia. One has to do with forced religion while another has to do with how black women were taxed. One has to do with corporal punishment of runaway servants and the other has to do with applying the death penalty to enslaved black people resisting rape, torture, and other forms of terror. The first, a Virginia law declaring baptism of slaves does not exempt them from bondage, was established in 1667 and stated: whereas some doubts have risen whether children that are slaves by birth, and by the charity and piety of their owners made partakers of the blessed sacrament of baptisma, should by virtue of their baptisma be made free, it is enacted and declared by this Grand Assembly, and the authority thereof, that the conferring of baptisma doth not alter the condition of the person as to his bondage or freedom, that diverse masters, freed from this doubt, may more carefully endeavor the propagation of Christianity by permitting children, though slaves, or those of greater growth if capable to be admitted to that sacrament. 2238,43,52,123. Note that at this time, Christianity constituted its own legal category. White men legalized its extension to slaves thinking it would civilize them, caring not one bit for the opinions of those being forced into the faith. In addition, according to the Virginia muster, black people, along with Indians, are noted as others not Christian in the service of the English 43,22. I am not arguing that 0 black people claimed Christianity as their identity in the North American continent prior to 1667. There are accounts of some who did, as was referenced regarding Elizabeth Key Grinstead. It has also been inferred that Anthony Johnson, a well-known, free black male who acquired land, owned indentured servants, and enslaved Africans, was also most likely Christian. What I am saying is that the legal extensions and protections that came along with being a European Christian were not extended to black Christians. It did nothing to protect or absolve. The main benefit Christian identity conferred ethno-religiously was freedom. Christians could be indentured, but not enslaved. 20,22. And so, the significance of the 1667 law to black and indigenous people enslaved by white people is that it did not free them. It allowed white masters to baptize them without allowing them to have any say in their futures. It declared yet again that the conferring of baptisma doth not alter the condition of the person as to his bondage or freedom, and encouraged diverse masters, freed from this doubt, to more carefully endeavor of Christianity by permitting children, though slaves, or those of growth if capable, to be admitted to that sacrament. The law did not afford freedom to enslaved black people as it did for their European counterparts, of course. One was worthy, the other was not. It was only meant to control yet another aspect of the black person's life. It resembles the situation in 15th century Spain, which was being ruled by Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand II of Aragon. The next law, established in September of 1668, concerned Negro women not exempted from tax. It read, in part, whereas some doubts have arisen whether Negro women set free were still to be accompted tithable according to a former act, it is declared by this Grand Assembly that Negro women, though permitted to enjoy their freedom, yet ought not in all respects to be admitted to a full fruition of the exemptions and impunities of the English, and are still liable to payment of taxes 38,52. This law, predictably passed by white men, targeted distinctly freed black women, saying they would still have to pay a tithe for their existence, as though they still belonged to a master. While they are granted their freedom and told to enjoy it, they are again confined in some respect. They cannot be completely free, like the English, because they are regarded as less than. White freedom did not resemble black freedom. Another law passed in the same year addressed corporal punishment as a way to discipline servants for running away. It was meant to address the concerns of masters, not slaves, and the reasons why they would want to run away. The law stated, whereas it has been questioned whether servants running away may be punished with corporal punishment by their master or magistrate, since the act already made gives the master satisfaction by prolonging their time by service, it is declared and enacted by this assembly that moderate corporal punishment inflicted by master or magistrate upon a runaway servant shall not deprive the master of the satisfaction allowed by the law, the one being as necessary to reclaim them from persisting in that idle course as the other is just to repair the damages sustained by the master. 38. As you can see, masters are awarded even greater power. They can abuse to maintain order, yes, but also, to dominate entirely. The master was entitled to exercise authority over his property, mind, body, and soul. That was what was conveyed most of all with the passage of this legislation. Remember, money was on the line. And the white slave owner wanted it badly. Whatever he had to do to acquire it was morally acceptable. The more control he exercised over his chattel, the more he would benefit. We see this today. Whites control a supermajority of the capital flowing throughout the United States. If they paid even a half a percentage point more in taxes, they could address many of the problems plaguing Black America. But that would disturb the white order, and anything that disturbs the white order is unacceptable. So Black America continues to suffer silently. They must remain in control economically, psychologically, and in every other way possible. Their commitment to anti-blackness is, if nothing else, steadfast no matter the circumstance. Within the span of a year, it is likely that the white burgesses, nearby white plantation owners, and community members heard of reports that black people were fighting back. That frightened them. It is also documented that many Africans from Angola and other African countries who became enslaved seemed to be physically stronger than their European counterparts. Combine this all with the account that Dr. Joy DeGruy references in her book Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, which says that white women were chastising enslaved black children who they either owned or who their husbands owned. They murdered them while doing so, very often. That led to the creation of a 1669 law that read, whereas the only law in force for the punishment of refractory servants resisting their master, mistress, or overseer cannot be inflicted upon Negroes, nor the obstinacy of many of them be suppressed by other than violent means, be it enacted and declared by this Grand Assembly, if any slave resists his master and by the extremity of the correction should chance to die, that his death shall not be accounted a felony, but the master be acquitted from molestation, since it cannot be presumed that premeditated malice should induce any man to destroy his own estate. 38. The Casual Killing Act of 1669 was the name of this law. It is further proof that no amount of blood was ever enough. Let us examine this further. Whites created a whole separate law for black people, one that was separate from the law established the year before, in 1668. The potential damage those who were strong-willed could do frightened and intimidated them. The punishment directed at them needed to be harsher to break them down completely. This was only directed at black people. No one else. This law provided that white masters and mistresses, anyone as long as they were appointed by a white person to inflict harm could do just that. Anyone could be deputized to traumatize the black person. They would face no consequences. The psychopathy and sociopathy are without boundaries. Characterizing people who did this as anything less is, itself, another injustice. Calling them by their first names or titles is simply unacceptable. We must label them accurately and truthfully. When we do not name them properly, they appear to be normal. Their actions appear to be normal. They are considered average, regular, well within the confines of decency. No. This must not go on. I am reminded of passages from Without Sanctuary, Lynching Photography in America, 98, which read, "The men and women who tortured, dismembered, and murdered in this fashion understood perfectly well what they were doing and thought of themselves as perfectly normal human beings. Few had any ethical qualms about their actions. This was not the outbursts of crazed men or uncontrolled barbarians, but the triumph of a belief system that defined one people as less human than another. For the men and women who comprised these mobs, as for those who remained silent or indifferent or who provided the scientific scholarly explanations, this was the highest idealism in the service of their race, in preservation of their heritage. One has only to view the self-satisfied expressions on their faces as they posed beneath black people hanging from a rope or next to the charred remains of a Negro who had been burned to death. What is most disturbing about these scenes is the discovery that the perpetrators of these crimes were ordinary people, not so different from ourselves, merchants, farmers, laborers, machine operators, teachers, lawyers, doctors, policemen, students. They were family men and women, good, decent church-going folk who came to believe that keeping black people in their place was nothing less than pest control, a way of combating an epidemic or virus that, if not checked, would be detrimental to the health and security of the community. Indeed, these excerpts highlight so very clearly the meaning and privilege of whiteness. We are talking about more than mere social privilege. We are talking about the ability to murder consequence-free. To my brothers George 2:26, Andrew 2:27, Dante 2:28, Emma 2:29, John 2:30, Philando 2:31, Michael 2:32, Tamir 2:33, Oscar 2:34, and all the other, unnamed black males who are and were dehumanized by this culture every day. It is not you. It never could have been you. You stood no chance against a machine whose sole purpose was to rage against you. At some point, the white psychopathy and sociopathy was going to find you and hunt you down. The anti-blackness was going to find you and hunt you down. It never could have ended another way. Look to our dear, 14-year-old brother, L.D. Nelson back in 1911.98,99. Look at Hayes Turner .171. Look at George Stinney 174. At Emmett Till 236. The Scottsboro Boys 237. The Groveland 4,238. The Exonerated 5,239. Look at all of them and countless others who have been victims of an ongoing Holocaust, hundreds of years in the making. It is an inescapable fate. Abram Smith and Thomas Shipp, 1930, Indiana. Reuben Stacy, 1935, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Laura and L.D. Nelson, 1911, Oklahoma. George Floyd, Minnesota, 2020. Chapter closing. The examples provided throughout this entire text matter, as they clarify the scale and nature of the horror. The next chapter will cover an even greater number of examples aimed at supporting the book's thesis. We will focus on the distinctly white need for anti-black terror and subjugation, aligning with both Harris's and Allen's assessments of whiteness, and their centrality to white identity. 26,125. Moreover, we will cover how the culture of whiteness rests upon a psychopathic and sociopathic foundation, which has been passed down continually, including even today. This way of being has been perpetuated by all European immigrants to some degree, as they have come into and gone out of the Americas for the last 5 centuries. 14, 15, 125, 151, 170. These patterns have been enmeshed with the culture. They have been adopted by all Americans, who function as robots there to perpetuate the social order. As Ida B. Wells famously said, their role is to keep the nigger down no matter the cost. Chapter 4 Review Questions. Considering the socio-cultural conditions, the law created when answering the following questions. What did white females and males learn about the value of whiteness? How did these laws shape white identity for white males? White females. What did black females learn about what it meant to be white and female? White and male. Black and male. Black and female. What did black males learn about what it meant to be white and male? White and female. Black and female. Black and male. How did these laws shape black identity? How did these laws create and reinforce pro-white and anti-black legal, social, political, and cultural orientations in the North American continent generally, but specifically in the United States? What gets lost when we do not carefully scrutinize every bit of our national history? How is it we have separated past violence from current violence? And why is it? How is the role of anti-blackness different from that of white supremacy/power/superiority? How does white people's creation and control over the law prevent them from ever being held to account? How can black people escape the notion of criminality when the construct was built specifically to encapsulate us and only us? Who are the real criminals? Why is it dangerous to minimize the horror of past events? Who does this minimization impact worst? Who benefits? How is the law constructed to benefit whites? How is it constructed to hurt black people? Chapter 5. The emergence of black rage, anger, and violence as the result of white psychopathic and sociopathic terror. I want to begin this chapter by stating the obvious: I do not care about the feelings or criticisms of whites or people who present themselves as white. Those who ignore facts do not get my attention. Nothing they say or do to thwart me as I educate the public will work, because I am bolstered by demonstrable proof. Even if I am murdered for my work, it will persist. That is why I have written my thoughts down. Bodies perish, words do not. Some quotes by the late, great James Baldwin, which resonate with me deeply, are: "We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. I can't believe what you say, because I see what you do. To be African American is to be African without any memory and American without any privilege. I'm not interested in anyone's guilt. Guilt is a luxury that we can no longer afford. I know you didn't do it, and I didn't do it either, but I am responsible for it because I am a man and a citizen of this country, and you are responsible for it, for the same reason." 112. A moment of reflection. I remember teaching a seminar at a hospital when an elderly, white, Jewish woman raised her hand to ask me a question. I could tell she was eager to learn, as she engaged genuinely. She said, "You know, Dante, as a Jewish person and as a young Jewish child, we always learned about the Hitler era and what the Germans did to the Jews. I cannot explain how horrendous and painful that experience has been and still is to so many Jewish people. And until now, I have held that experience up as the ultimate dehumanizing experience that people have gone through. And what I am about to say is not to reduce my regard for what my people went through, but to share how I am feeling and the way I am understanding this entire experience we have gone through together and all the information you have shared. There is really no comparison between the experience that Jewish people faced during the Holocaust, and what African Americans have faced, and are still dealing with. The Holocaust was a period that lasted less than 15 years. This, all that you have presented here, and the things that white people have done to black people, this has continued to go on for more than 500 years, and it almost seems like an obsession white people have about oppressing black people. It's like we have a need to oppress you. This is absolutely scary." 113. This woman happened to be a chaplain at that hospital. Her commentary resonated with me and others in the group. She made it a point to understand. Additionally, I am not sure if I had considered anti-blackness and white supremacy as compulsory obsessions before then. I opened her eyes and she opened mine. Ideally, that is how this process is supposed to work. We are supposed to enrich one another. Simply put, laws shape culture. They control movement, interaction, education, and so much more. We must, therefore, study them closely. They will tell us a great deal about the people who passed them and were injured by them. Building upon the Casual Killing Act of 1669, which directly provided absolution to white people and those designated by white people to murder black people, I will provide more proof of my point. In 1672, an act for the apprehension and suppression of runaways, Negroes, and slaves passed. It speaks to black people rebelling. We know this based on several laws that passed between 1662 and 1680, as well as several well-documented events. It stated the following: "Forasmuch as it hath been manifested to this grand assembly that many Negroes have lately been, and now are out in rebellion in sundry parts of this country, and that no means have yet been found for the apprehension and suppression of them from home, many mischiefs of very dangerous consequence may arise to the country if either other Negroes, Indians, or servants should happen to fly forth and join with them, for the prevention of which, be it enacted by the Governor, Council and Burgesses of this Grand Assembly, and by the authority thereof, that if any Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life, run away and shall be pursued by the warrant or hue and cry, it shall and may be lawful for any person who shall endeavor to take them, upon the resistance of such Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life, to kill or wound him or them so resisting, provided always, and it is the true intent and meaning hereof, that such Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life be named and described in the hue and cry, which is also to be signed by the master or owner of the said runaway. And if it happen that such Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life do die of any wound in such their resistance received, the master or owner of such shall receive satisfaction from the public for his Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life, so killed or dying of such wounds, and the person who shall kill or wound by virtue of any such hue and cry any such so resisting in manner as aforesaid shall not be questioned for the same, he forthwith giving notice thereof, and returning the hue and cry or warrant to the master or owner of him or them so killed or wounded or to the next justice of peace. And it is further enacted by the authority aforesaid that all such Negroes and slaves shall be valued at £4,500 of tobacco and cask apiece, and Indians at £3,000 of tobacco and cask apiece, and further if it shall happen that any Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life, in such their resistance to receive any wound whereof they may not happen to die, but shall lie any considerable time sick and disabled, then also the master or owner of the same so sick or disabled shall receive from the public a reasonable satisfaction for such damages as they shall make appear they have sustained thereby at the county court, who shall thereupon grant the master or owner a certificate to the next assembly of what damages they shall make appear, and it is further enacted that the neighboring Indians do and hereby are required and enjoined to seize and apprehend all runaways whatsoever that shall happen to come amongst them, and to bring them before some justice of the peace who upon the receipt of such servants, slave, or slaves, from the Indians, shall pay unto the said Indians for a recompense 20 armes length of roan oak or the value thereof in goods as the Indians shall like of, for which the said justice of peace shall receive from the public 250 pounds of tobacco, and the said justice to proceed in conveying the runaway to his master according to the law in such cases already provided. This act to continue in force till the next assembly and no longer unless it be thought fit to continue. 38. Like so many others, the law is specifically targeted. It was meant to address the black problem, which, itself, is highly inflammatory. It identified three classes of black people. They were the Negro, the mulatto, and the servants for life. Like the Casual Killing Act, it reinforced what became white culture, psychopathy, and sociopathy. It sanctioned murder, so long as the victim's skin color was not white. All brown people were fair game. The law goes one step farther than the one from 1669. It provides that white owners are to be compensated by public monies for their property loss, thereby further incentivizing mass murder. If these individuals just so happen to be murdered, no monetary loss would occur. It resembled the earlier 1662 runaway law in that sense. That stated that a black human life was worth 4,500 pounds of tobacco and cask. Ask yourself who it made more sense to murder. Laws created by whites were to be interpreted favorably by whites, whenever and however whites desired. Any absurdity was sanctioned, so long as it benefited the white person. Again, anti-blackness in North America, particularly the United States, involves the criminalization, hypernegativity, and hyperscrutiny of blackness legally, socially, principally, culturally, sociologically, economically, and so forth. The criminalization of blackness in the legal system was perpetrated through the enactment of explicit laws and policies during the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. These laws specifically targeted black and brown people of African descent. They were based on skin color as prima facie evidence of something gone horribly wrong. Some examples include Virginia laws of 1669, 1680, 1705, 1723, the Negro Act of 1740, the Casual Killing Acts, the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850, the Supreme Court decisions of 1883, 1896, and 1926, the New Deal, the GI Bill, and the Fair Deal. Many more abound. Unfavorable legal, cultural, social, and economic institutions and constructs. Sociological, psychological, and emotional institutions and constructs. A persisting condition and institution developed through collective European/white colonialist, imperialist ideas and beliefs. The core of whiteness, white ideals and ideologies, which state that black and brown people of African descent are inferior, animalistic, and barbaric. The foundational principle of racism and core underpinnings of whiteness, white racism, and white identity. The construct established to demean, oppress, disenfranchise, dehumanize, invalidate, surveil, murder and otherwise harm anyone interpreted or perceived as black. The condition meant to destroy black people emotionally, physically, symbolically, and spiritually. This was accomplished through political, legal, educational, economic, religious, social, and all other institutional means. The core of white morality. The consistently, inescapably negative orientation toward and association of people defined, perceived, and/or interpreted as black. The tendency toward adapting to and adopting white Eurocentric culture as normative and/or the standard by which all things are defined and measured. It is also reflexively anti-black. Some examples include identifying with success and better circumstances due to white economic systems, including capitalism. Feeling validated by white Eurocentric standards of attractiveness. Speaking English according to white Eurocentric normative, educational, and socio-cultural standards and implicitly belittling and/or judging black people who do not conform to such standards. Such judgments always find fault. They assume everything outside of the white norm is less than. Celebrating white academic institutions as the best institutions, regardless of their historical records and perpetual policies of exclusion and harm toward black people. Blaming black people for their individual circumstances, rather than understanding the magnitude of white governmental, economic, and legal forms of institutional, social, and cultural control. Consider the following. What must it be like, knowing you can be murdered at any time and for any reason, without any consequence at all? Could it be that such knowledge could foster a justified sense of resentment? What cultural values develop and dominate when whites are allowed to get away with bloody murder, free of any punishment? What is the impact on the white psyche and the black psyche, knowing whites can act as they wish? Is operating in a consequence-free environment normal? If so, name a scenario where black persons are allowed this freedom. What is normalcy? Who is in charge of defining the term? What do you think the cultural impacts will be to white immigrants in the coming years? In what ways, if any, have your ancestors benefited? In what ways, if any, do you still benefit today? I also want to clarify that while the law does name Indians, specifically, that it appears as though darker-skinned and/or brown-skinned Indians constituted the majority of the groups of people targeted by whites. This was the typical practice when determining how certain Indian tribes would be engaged violently by European whites. While this is not conclusive per se, one example that reinforces this point is the 1740 Negro Law of South Carolina. In Chapter 1 of the Negro Law of South Carolina, the first section entitled, "The Status of the Negro, His Rights and Disabilities," it stated, "The Act of 1740, SEC 1 declares all Negroes and Indians, to be slaves, the offspring to follow the condition of the mother, and that such slaves are chattels personal." Section 2 stated, "Under this provision, it has been uniformly held, that color is prima facie evidence, that the party bearing the color of a Negro, mulatto, or mestizo, is a slave, but the same prima facie result does not follow from the Indian color 116-19. Unquestionably, we see that color is the main object of white concern. Before, during, and after this time, blackness/brownness, etc. was criminalized. Indians closer in color to whites were more likely to be exempt from being enslaved, irrespective of having Indian blood running through their veins. Color mattered above all else. How does this compare to today's racist American culture? What parallels are there? What the 1672 law clarifies is that black people out in sundry parts of the country posed no profound threat. That did not matter, however, because white paranoia made them out to be. The need for white domination, the insatiable white appetite for monetary wealth, and all the psychopathy and sociopathy made something out of nothing. Albert Cleage spoke about this during his 1971 appearance on the Black Journal. The episode was entitled "A Black Paper on White Racism." Cleage stated, "I think we must understand that there's no such thing as objective truth, that white people use the institutions to accomplish white purpose. The white purpose is to maintain a power position and keep everybody else in a powerless, subordinate type of position. That's the institution's purpose. That is the way it functions and how it functions, and we have to realize that everything that schools teach is designed to fit into that purpose. The schools teach, not objective truth but what the white man wants to project as truth. For example, sociology. Sociology is not a science in the sense that it is dealing objectively with the way people live together. It's dealing with the white man's pattern of living together as the norm by which we judge how other people live. If you live like white people live, then you are living the way that you are supposed to live. If not, you're either primitive or insane as a people. Psychologically, it's the same thing. Psychology as applied, lacks an objective discussion or analysis of the development of community living or organizing to optimize function. Rather, psychology as applied, begins with the presumption that the way whites function and organize communities and live, is civilized, and the standard against which to measure society and all elements regardless of multicultural origins, affinities, or adaptation to geographic conditions. If the white man does it this way, then this is the norm by which we judge all other people. If the white man is violent, then actually all other people have to be violent in order to be normal. If you're not violent, then obviously there's something wrong with you and you should be in an insane asylum. The whole pattern that is set up as a norm for human behavior by psychologists, and everyone that is dealing with it, is dealing with it from a white point of view. And so, the schools teach black children and white children to look through white eyes. From kindergarten on, the black child is being taught to look at the world and interpret it through white eyes. Everything he is wrong. Everything that exists in his community is wrong. And we ought to declare that white music is really no good, that white psychology is no good. The white man either acts like we do, or he's insane. White sociology is no good. The very structure of white society indicates that white people in social structure are obviously insane or they're abnormal. So, we must project then, a black psychology, a black sociology, a black music, a black history. That takes in the realities, and that is essentially sound as opposed to the mythology that the white man has developed out of his own ignorance, out of his own non-creativity. 81. This is black truth, and it is white truth. Chapter 5 Review Questions. Considering the socio-cultural context at hand. What did white females and males learn about the value of whiteness? How did these laws shape white identity for white males? White females. What did black females learn about what it meant to be white and female? White and male. Black and male. Black and female. What did black males learn about what it meant to be white and male? White and female. Black and female. Black and male. How did these laws shape black identity? How did these laws create and reinforce pro-white and anti-black legal, social, political, and cultural orientations in all of the North American continent, but particularly in the United States? Who benefits when we do not adequately scrutinize our past? Who gets further wounded? How and why have we disconnected past violence against black persons from current violence aimed at black persons? How is the role of anti-blackness different from that of white supremacy/power/superiority? How does white people's creation of and control over the legal system enable their terrorism? How can black people escape the idea of criminality when it was conjured up just for us? Who are the real criminals? Are they free? If so, why? Why is it dangerous to minimize the harm black and indigenous persons have suffered at the hands of whites? How is the legal system built to favor whites, no matter the heinousness of their offenses? How is the legal system built to disfavor black persons, no matter the degree of innocence and victimization? Chapter 6. White America's Ongoing Practices of Legal, Judicial, and Cultural Anti-Black Terrorism. In this chapter, I focus on mounting black rage. How do black persons deal with such immense anger at those who have hurt us so deeply and unapologetically? I also focus on black liberation and empowerment, as they can pave the way forward. We must not forget why the needs for liberation and empowerment exist in the first place. They originate from a place of deprivation. This excerpt, from W.E.B. Du Bois, resonates. It is from Black Reconstruction in America and reads: It is true that Negro slaves in America represented the worst and lowest conditions amongst modern laborers. They represented in a real sense the ultimate degradation of man. No matter how degraded the white factory hand, he is not real estate. The tragedy of the black slave was precisely this, his absolute subjection to the individual will of an owner, and to the cruelty and injustice which are the invariable consequences of the exercise of irresponsible power, especially where authority must be sometimes delegated by the planter to agents of inferior education and coarser feelings. The proof of this lies clearly written in the slave codes. Slaves were not considered men. They had no right of petition. They were divisible like any other chattel. They could own nothing. They could make no contracts. They could hold no property or traffic in property. They could not hire out. They could not legally marry nor constitute families. They could not control their children. They could not appeal to their master. They could be punished at will. They could not testify in court. They could be imprisoned by their owners, and the criminal offense of assault and battery could not be committed on the person of a slave. The willful, malicious, and deliberate murder of a slave was punishable by death, but such a crime was practically impossible of proof. The slave owed to his master, and all his family, a respect without bounds, and an absolute obedience. The master's authority could be transmitted to others. A slave could not sue his master, had no right of redemption, no rights to education, or religion. A promise made to a slave by his master had no force nor validity. Children followed the condition of the slave mother. The slave could have no access to the judiciary. A slave might be condemned to death for striking any white person. Looking at these accounts, it is safe to say that the law regards a Negro slave, so far as his civil status is concerned, purely and absolutely property, to be bought and sold and passed and descend as a tract of land. 42. Though Du Bois' book was released almost a century ago, his words remain entirely relevant. He knew there was no such thing as true education in the United States, and he knew why. He knew the danger it posed to the status quo. He knew how anti-blackness resulted in the enslavement of black people, and how that evolved into Jim Crow, and the lingering effects black persons still feel today as a direct result. Whites have designed academic institutions, the same institutions we are supposed to revere, to dehumanize black people. They exist to perpetuate white power and abort black power. They are a key component in the master plan aimed at destroying the black person entirely. All of this is to say the American educational system must be disrupted. To leave such prominent institutions unchallenged is to surrender to white psychopathy and sociopathy. Surrender is unacceptable. Whiteness and anti-blackness deserve to be put on trial for all to see. If they are not, nothing will improve. Black persons will continue to lose wealth, standing, and yes, even their own lives. That is why scrutiny is so urgent. Each day that passes without white psychopathy and sociopathy being put on trial is another when whites can act without fear of consequence for destroying black lives. To do this, we must confront untruths with truths. Where we find dehumanization, we must humanize. Where we hear unnerving silence, we must scream. Where we see ignorance, we must educate. For every injury we find, we must apply a balm. Let us not forget who the psychopaths are. They are persons suffering from a chronic mental disorder marked by abnormal and/or violent social behavior. The psychopath is dangerous. The psychopath must be contained, confronted, and punished. We must acknowledge that our history is filled with psychopaths as leaders, elected and otherwise. We must understand what animates them. Then and only then will we understand who they really are, and what their goals for us are. If we do not make a conscientious effort to understand what drives them, we will continue to be victimized by them. The work overwhelms but is worthwhile. We must pass an anti-lynching bill. We must ensure George Floyd did not die for nothing. And we must be intelligent about how we craft this legislation, as whites will always find a way to upend laws they view unfavorable to them. I am reminded of Hamilton and Tour, who in 1967 stated, "If we do not learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it," and that is precisely the lesson of the Reconstruction era. Black people were allowed to register to vote and to participate in politics, because it was to the advantage of powerful white allies to permit this. But at all times, such advances flowed from white decisions. That era of black participation in politics was ended by another set of white decisions. There was no powerful, independent political base in the Southern black community to challenge the curtailment of political rights. At this point in the struggle, black people have no assurance, except for a kind of idiot optimism and faith in a society whose history is one of racism, that if it became necessary, even the painfully limited gains thrown to the civil rights movement by Congress would be revoked as soon as a shift in political sentiments occurs. 3. Continuing the reveal of white culture and psychopathy in colonial America. Looking at our history with eyes wide open allows us to finally begin accounting for the injustice. It will allow us to fight for our own interests and, in the process, lift up all others unjustly persecuted as well. This work is moral, necessary, and urgent. The next law is from 1680. It is an act preventing Negro insurrections. This act provided the following. Whereas the frequent meeting of considerable numbers of Negro slaves under pretense of feasts and burials is judged of dangerous consequence, for prevention whereof for the future, be it enacted by the King's most excellent Majesty by and with the consent of the General Assembly, and it is hereby enacted by the authority aforesaid, that from and after the publication of this law, it shall not be lawful for any negro or other slave to carry or arm himself with any club, staff, gun, sword or any other weapon of defense or offense, nor to go or depart from his master's ground without a certificate from his master, mistress, or overseer, and such permission not to be granted but upon particular and necessary occasions, and every negro or slave so offending not having a certificate as aforesaid shall be sent to the next constable, who is hereby enjoined and required to give the said negro 20 lashes on his bare back well laid on, and so sent home to his said master, mistress or overseer. And it is further enacted by the authority aforesaid that if any negro or other slave shall presume or lift his hand in opposition against any Christian, shall for every such offense, upon due proof made thereof by the oath of the party before a magistrate, have and receive 30 lashes on his bare back well laid on. And it is hereby further enacted by the authority aforesaid that if any negro or other slave shall absent himself from his master's service and lie hid and lurking in obscure places, committing injuries to the inhabitants, and shall resist any person or persons that shall by any lawful authority be employed to apprehend and take the said negro, that then in case of such resistance, it shall be lawful for such person or persons to kill the said negro or slave so lying out and resisting, and that this law be once every 6 months published at the respective county courts and parish churches within this colony. 38. An embellished version of this law was developed by white Christians roughly 11 years later. Then, the law combined elements of the 1672 law, an act for the apprehension and suppression of negroes, runaways, and other slaves, as well as the 1680 law, an act to prevent negro insurrections. This version, enacted in 1691, stated, whereas many times negroes, mulattoes, and other slaves unlawfully absent themselves from their masters' and mistresses' service, and lie hid and lurk in obscure places killing hogs and committing other injuries to the inhabitants of this dominion, for remedy whereof for the future, be it enacted by their Majesties Lieutenant Governor, Council, and Burgesses of this present General Assembly, and the authority thereof, and it is hereby enacted, that in all such cases upon intelligence of any such negroes, mulattoes, or other slaves lying out, 2 of their Majesties Justices of the Peace of that county, whereof one to be of the quorum, where such negroes, mulattoes or other slaves shall be empowered and commanded, and are hereby empowered and commanded to issue out their warrants directed to the sheriff of the same county to apprehend such negroes, mulattoes, and other slaves. Which said sheriff is hereby likewise required upon all such occasions to raise such and so many forces from time to time as he shall think convenient and necessary for the effectual apprehending such negroes, mulattoes and other slaves, and in case any negroes, mulattoes or other slaves lying out as aforesaid shall resist, run away, or refuse to deliver and surrender him or themselves to any person or persons that shall be by lawful authority employed to apprehend and take such negroes, mulattoes or other slaves, that in such cases it shall and may be lawful for such person and persons to kill and destroy such negroes, mulattoes, and other slave or slaves by gun or any other ways whatsoever. Provided that where any negro or mulatto slave or slaves shall be killed in pursuance of this act, the owner or owners of such negro or mulatto slave shall be paid for such negro or mulatto slave 4,000 pounds of tobacco by the public. And for prevention of that abominable mixture and spurious issue which hereafter may increase in this dominion, as well by negroes, mulattoes, and Indians intermarrying with English, or other white women, as by their unlawful accompanying with one another, be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that for the time to come, whatsoever English or other white man or woman being free shall intermarry with a negro, mulatto, or Indian man or woman bond or free shall, within 3 months after such marriage, be banished and removed from this dominion forever, and that the justices of each respective county within this dominion make it their particular care that this act be put in effectual execution. And be it further enacted by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that if any English woman being free shall have a bastard child by any Negro or mulatto, she pay the sum of £15 within 1 month after such bastard child be born, to the churchwardens of the parish where she shall be delivered of such child, and in default of such payment she shall be taken into the possession of the said churchwardens and disposed of for 5 years, and the said fine of £15, or whatever the woman shall be disposed of for, shall be paid, 1/3 part to their majesties for and towards the support of the government and the contingent charges thereof, and 1/3 part to the use of the parish where the offence is committed, and the other 1/3 part to the informer, and that such bastard child be bound out as a servant by the said churchwardens until he or she shall attain the age of 30 years. And in case such English woman that shall have such bastard child be a servant, she shall be sold by the said churchwardens, for 5 years, and the money she shall be sold for divided as is before appointed, and the child to serve as aforesaid. And forasmuch as great inconveniences may happen to this country by the setting of Negroes and mulattoes free, by their either entertaining Negro slaves from their master's service, or receiving stolen goods, or being grown old bringing a charge upon the country, for prevention thereof, be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that no Negro or mulatto be after the end of this present session of assembly set free by any person or persons whatsoever, unless such person or persons, their heirs, executors, or administrators pay for the transportation of such Negro or Negroes out of the country within 6 months after such setting them free, upon penalty of paying of £10 to the churchwardens of the parish where such person shall dwell with, which money, or so much thereof as shall be necessary, the said churchwardens are to cause the said Negro or mulatto to be transported out of the country, and the remainder of the said money to employ to the use of the poor of the parish. 38,122. Because of the continued resistance of free black people who were still enslaved during this period and beyond, whites decided that they needed to control every move of black people. This law provided that black people were not able to gather for funerals, eat together, or move about without the permission of white people, and all without showing a certificate verifying that they were supposed to be in that space. If black people were not able to present such verification, they were legally subjected to 20 lashes on their bare backs. This law also provided that if a white person claimed a black person attempted to defend themselves against them by raising their hands toward them, the black person would be subjected to 30 lashes on his or her bare back. The white person's accounting of events was always believed, no confirmation or proof was ever needed. Think of the moral absurdity of it all. Consider the extent of the psychopathy and sociopathy. Think of the extent of the perversity. If, for example, a black person tried to prevent a rape, either of their own person or child or anyone else, the white aggressor, the person who initiated the crime, would be entitled to lash them 30 times. Resistance, which is a human condition related to survival, was met with legalized terror. Can there be any question pertaining to who was mentally challenged? 125,126. In The Psychology of Terrorism, Randy Borum stated, "The transition into becoming a terrorist is rarely sudden and abrupt. What we know of actual terrorists suggests that there is rarely a conscious decision made to become a terrorist. Most involvement in terrorism results from gradual exposure and socialization towards extreme behavior. 125. The law also provided that if black people took even slightly more severe actions to resist white terror, that they could be legally executed. Any opportunity to turn a living black body into a mutilated and or dead black body was appealing. Rape and murder are white people's longest-lasting legacies concerning black people. It is inescapable, as it permeated every interaction they had. It is no coincidence that black men are a staggering 21 times more likely to be murdered in a police encounter than their white counterparts. Why do we have racism in America? Because racism, pro-whiteness, and anti-blackness defines America. To be American is to be forced to assimilate into whiteness, and resent most, if not all things associated with African Americans. It makes me wonder about the ancestors of Amy Cooper, Barbecue Becky, George Zimmerman, and profiles of white people in pop culture that are referred to as Karens and Toms to indicate a tendency to complain. These white Karens and Toms are obsessed with policing black bodies. They threaten to call security. They lie. They become hysterical on cue, lying about some harm they never sustained. Is it genetic? The CDC website reads, in part, your genes play an important role in your health, but so do your behaviors and environment, such as what you eat and how physically active you are. Epigenetics is the study of how your behaviors and environment can cause changes that affect the way your genes work. Unlike genetic changes, epigenetic changes are reversible and do not change your DNA sequence, but they can change how your body reads a DNA sequence. 118. These current examples make me wonder. Where did these people inherit these tendencies? Where did they develop the desire to surveil, to hound, to degrade any black body anywhere near them? Perhaps Sandra Bland, Ahmaud Arbery, Tamir Rice, John Crawford, Walter Scott, Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown, and so many others were all victims of an inheritance on the part of whites. At this point, given the direct historical line I have drawn, if one cannot see the psychopathy and sociopathy, then one does not want to see, and for that person, I feel profound shame. The unwillingness to see, given all this evidence, is proof of a moral deficit that is likely too substantial to overcome. And why have whites long been so preoccupied with sex between the races? Why do they perceive it as filthy and something that must be stopped? Take, for example, the 1681 case of white Mary Williamson, and William, an enslaved Negro male who belonged to William Basnett Squire. This case occurred in the Virginia colony. Mary and William had an encounter that ended up being tried in a courtroom. Despite her pursuit of him, the courts decided that they were guilty of a crime, stating, whereas upon the information of Mr. James Porter Minister, it hath appeared to this court that Mary Williamson hath committed the filthy sin of fornication with William a Negro belonging to William Basnett Squire, it is therefore ordered that she be fined 500 pounds of tobacco and cask for the use of Lynnhaven parish, for which the said Basnett hath in open court engaged himself. Whereas it hath appeared to this court that William, a Negro belonging to William Basnett Squire hath committed fornication with Mary Williams, and hath very arrogantly behaved himself in Lynnhaven church in the face of the congregation, it is therefore ordered that the sheriff take the said William into his custody and give him 30 lashes on his bare back. 48. Though all commingling was disincentivized, sexual encounters were considered the most egregious. White men wanted black men as far away as possible from white women. The punishment for black men not staying away from white women became harsher with time. They got humiliated in public, castrated, and lynched. This was predictable. At this point, this outcome should be obvious. They internalized the cultural norm that they created to protect their property, self-interest, and economic system by defining black people as inferior. They did this generation after generation. Interacting with white people carried a death sentence for black males and females until the white American Supreme Court decided to overrule state laws that criminalized marriages between white and black people in 1967. The topic of miscegenation can be explored further in books such as Miscegenation, Making Race in America by Elise Lemire, and What Comes Naturally, Miscegenation Law and the Making of Race in America, by Peggy Pasco. 136-37. Next, you'll learn about additional laws and aggressions aimed at black people, including one that further clarified that Casual Killing Act of 1669. You will also see a clear and negative transition with respect to how whites regarded Indians legally. A law enacted in November 1682, an act to repeal a former law making Indians and others free, sanctioned the following. And be it further enacted by the authority aforesaid that all servants except Turks and Moors, whilst in amity with his majesty which from and after publication of this act shall be brought or imported into this country, either by sea or land, whether Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, or Indians, who and whose parentage and native country are not Christian at the time of their first purchase of such servant by some Christian, although afterwards, and before such their importation and bringing into this country, they shall be converted to the Christian faith, and all Indians which shall hereafter be sold by our neighboring Indians, or any other trafficking with us as for slaves are hereby adjudged, deemed, and taken to be slaves to all intents and purposes, any law, usage or custom to the contrary notwithstanding. 38,122. This law dealt with the brutal capture, kidnapping, and monetization of non-white lives and the trafficking of non-whites into the land whose parentage and native country are not Christian, at the time of their first purchase of such servant by some Christian to be converted to Christianity, and to be enslaved. The precision and intention behind this ensure it is literally impossible for non-Anglo-Europeans to escape the institution of enslavement. It also makes it impossible for them to ever fully access the benefits that accompany whiteness. More psychopathy, more sociopathy. These conditions can be added to the litany of others concerning lineage and black reproduction. And because the number of black Christians increased due to laws such as the 1667 one converting them, legislatures felt the need to take up the matter. By this time, the use of Christianity as an ethno-religious designation had been tainted, and non-English Europeans needed to construct other language that would forever set apart white people from non-white people, and most critically black people. 43. The creation of the circumstances that evolved during this time are later better clarified in the 1705 Amendment to the Casual Killing Act of 1669. Below is an explicit excerpt. I cite it because I must. The October 1705 law concerning servants and slaves, Act Third of 1705, stated: And if any slave resist his master, or owner, or other person, by his or her order, correcting such slave, and shall happen to be killed in such correction, it shall not be accounted felony, but the master, owner, and every such other person so giving correction, shall be free and acquit of all punishment and accusation for the same, as if such accident had never happened, and also, if any Negro, mulatto, or Indian, bond or free, shall at any time, lift his or her hand, in opposition against any Christian, not being Negro, mulatto, or Indian, he or she so offending, shall, for every such offense, proved by the oath of the party, receive on his or her bare back, 30 lashes, well laid on, cognizable by a justice of the peace for that county wherein such offense shall be committed. 38,122, 43, 52. Different than the June 1680 law, preventing Negro insurrections, this updated version made specific distinctions between white Christians and other Christians. The law said that Negro, mulatto, and Indian Christians were not permitted to defend themselves against violence perpetrated by Christians who were not Indian, black, or mulatto. In other words, it criminalized any self-defense by non-white Christians against white Christians and absolved white Christians from any crime they committed against the bodies of black and indigenous people. Importantly, historians miss this. They should not, as it matters. The antebellum period is when this took place, and the law made this behavior criminal for people who were bond or free. That meant that free black and / or free Indian people were legally required to submit to abuse at the hands of whites. They had no legal right to self-defense. Black women could not defend themselves from a white rapist. Every harm perpetrated by a white person onto a black person was acceptable. More psychopathy, more sociopathy. In the eyes of the law, whites had total sovereignty over black bodies. There was no such thing as agency for a black or indigenous person directly targeted by these laws. The result of this ongoing trauma? The loss of agency among black persons even today. This cannot be allowed to continue. More than 400 years is enough. Instead of focusing on what black persons endured, let us instead focus on white sadism. It is the root of the problem, after all. The need to dominate every black body, and using every available institution to do so, is abnormal. The need to own another is abnormal. Do not overlook the complete social control, dishonor, degradation, and dehumanization experienced by free Indians and free black people. They were not some bright spot in a dark story. Doing so diminishes the pain. The most severe negative cultural association in America has to do with blackness. This reality is inescapable. It must be addressed. These systems, all invented and controlled by whites, created negative psychological and emotional orientations toward blackness and black people. These laws established a white cultural framework that not only allowed but encouraged celebration of the destruction of blackness and the black body. White people could do no wrong. Black people could do no right. No degree of lopsidedness was enough. The laws and cultural tendencies created by whites were meant to make thriving and living without fear and despair an impossibility. No joy could meet a black soul. No peace could meet a black soul. No bodily autonomy could meet a black soul. No black soul could breathe, quite literally, without a white person's permission. So much psychopathy, so much sociopathy. Comparing what black people endured and endure to what Jews endured during Hitler's control of Germany is wrong. It is irresponsible. Hitler had the support of a few allies for a limited period of time. Black people in America have suffered for centuries at the hands of nearly every white person they have encountered. Some of the scariest realities in this Holocaust against black people are as follows. White people have socialized and indoctrinated black people to participate in our own racial genocide. The genocide of black people in America is occurring while white people consistently deny that it is occurring. They have done this to promote a false narrative of improvement. The systematic nature of the country's anti-blackness has meant that no institution is free of poison. Chapter 6 Review Questions. Chapter 6 Review Questions. Considering what was outlined in this last chapter, ask yourselves the following questions. What did white females and males learn about the value of whiteness? How did these laws shape white identity for white males? White females. What did black females learn about what it meant to be white and female? White and male. Black and male. Black and female. What did black males learn about what it meant to be white and male? White and female. Black and female. Black and male. How did these laws shape black identity? How did these laws create and reinforce pro-white and anti-black systems all over North America but particularly in the United States? What happens when we minimize what was a large-scale violation? What does that do for the perpetrators? What does it do to the victims? How do we cope when we fail to draw a direct line between history and the present? How is it that most white people can get away with avoiding culpability, until now? Why do we avoid painful topics and who benefits when we do? Who suffers? How has white people's creation and control of the legal system allowed them to quite literally get away with murder? How can black people escape the notion of criminality when it was meant only to address their purported misdeeds and exclude everyone else's? Who are the real criminals? Why is it dangerous to minimize the impacts of yesterday's traumas, and what does that do to how we live today? How does the legal system favor whites? How does the legal system disfavor black people? Chapter 7. Normalizing White America's Systematic Anti-Black Culture, a Playbook for Adolf Hitler and the Jewish Holocaust. It is vital to point out that, among a sea of bad actors, Virginia and Maryland were not unique. America's other pro-white and anti-black colonies operated similarly under British rule. Again, a combination of pro-white and anti-black laws and policies were implemented throughout the colonies to degrade black people specifically. Everything was enacted to increase white wealth, white identity, and white dominance. There was no concern about right or wrong, moral or immoral. What does it mean to be white? Developing White Racial Literacy, written by Robin DiAngelo, makes a good point. It notes that the projection of white traits onto black bodies, such as laziness, shiftless, lustfulness, dirtiness, deviousness, sinfulness, etc., was purposeful. It alleviated moral culpability. To be white was to be angelic, Christian, innocent, moral. No true, meaningful, or deep self-reflection was required. These dynamics directly shaped the cultural and institutional fabric of the United States of America. This is true for language, education, academia, economics, legality, government, housing, and every cultural and structural creation in America. Let's look at the connections between American academic, medical, legal, and economic institutions in the 19th and 20th centuries. Harriet Washington, in her book Medical Apartheid, discussed the ways in which white, psychopathic terrorists posing as scholars and other medical experts and professionals preyed and still prey on black bodies. 138 Washington discussed the ways in which anti-blackness informed white institutional intersections of law, religion, academia, science, economics, and medicine. There are no shortage of examples. 139-144 Some examples include Dr. Charles Caldwell, who developed the science of phrenology, asserted that because the skull formations of black people suggested fewer bumps we needed masters, and to remain enslaved. He attended the University of Pennsylvania Medical School. Samuel Cartwright, another University of Pennsylvania Medical School alum, also known as the expert in Negro medicine, asserted that black people had lower lung capacity, and that the forced labor experienced through enslavement was good for us, as it increased it. He also created 2 mental and behavioral health conditions for African Americans, in an effort to legitimize his expertise. They were drapetomania, the desire for black people to free themselves from enslavement, and dysesthesia ethiopica, the lack of work ethic of black people. Cartwright prescribed beatings and whippings as a way of addressing these conditions, which he termed as illnesses. Some other medical terrorists include Dr. Josiah Nott, who created the science of polygenism, establishing that the skull formations of white people made them superior to those of black people, Dr. Samuel Wells, and Dr. Orson Fowler, who created the science of physiognomy in the mid-19th century, which proposed that whites had better characters than black people based on aesthetics and more. Then there is Dr. Robert Bennett Bean, whose work continued the terroristic phrenological hypothesis that characterized black people as inferior to white people based on his determination that we had smaller brains. Building upon and further legitimizing such theories and frameworks was Dr. Madison Grant, author of The Passing of the Great Race, published in 1916. Dr. Grant, a prominent leader of the white American eugenics movement, provided progressive 20th century scientific, academic, and scholarly research which served a progressive and more modernized anti-black and white supremacist agenda. In The Passing of the Great Race, Dr. Grant wrote, "Whenever the incentive to imitate the dominant race is removed, the Negro or, for that matter, the Indian, reverts shortly to his ancestral grade of culture. In other words, it is the individual and not the race that is affected by religion, education, and example. Negroes have demonstrated throughout recorded time that they are a stationary species and that they do not possess the potentiality of progress or initiative from within. Progress from self-impulse must not be confounded with mimicry or with progress imposed from without by social pressure or by the slaver's lash. A rigid system of selection through the elimination of those who are weak or unfit, in other words social failures, would solve the whole question in 100 years, as well as enable us to get rid of the undesirables who crowd our jails, hospitals, and insane asylums. The individual himself can be nourished, educated, and protected by the community during his lifetime, but the state through sterilization must see to it that his line stops with him, or else future generations will be cursed with an ever-increasing load of misguided sentimentalism. This is a practical, merciful, and inevitable solution of the whole problem, and can be applied to an ever-widening circle of social discards, beginning always with the criminal, the diseased, and the insane, and extending gradually to types which may be called weaklings rather than defectives, and perhaps ultimately to worthless race types. The prominence of works by scientists like Dr. Madison Grant, Sir Francis Galton, and leaders such as Harry Laughlin, Dr. Charles Benedict Davenport, Dr. Woods Hutchinson and so many others, fueled the passing of laws like Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1924.294. The purpose of the act was to halt intermarrying between white people and people who were deemed anything other than Caucasian, white, or American Indian. The mission of the law was aimed at ensuring the purity and integrity of the white race. Several clauses of the Virginia Racial Integrity Act of 1924 are noted here. No marriage license shall be granted until the clerk or deputy clerk has reasonable assurance that the statements as to color of both man and woman are correct. If there is reasonable cause to disbelieve that applicants are of pure white race, when that fact is stated, the clerk or deputy clerk shall withhold the granting of the license until satisfactory proof is produced that both applicants are white persons as provided for in this act. The clerk or deputy clerk shall use the same care to assure himself that both applicants are colored when that fact is claimed. It shall hereafter be unlawful for any white person in the state to marry any save a white person, or a person with no other admixture of blood than white and American Indian. For the purpose of this act, the term white person shall apply only to the person who has no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian, but persons who have 1/16 or less of the blood of the American Indian and have no other non-Caucasic blood shall be deemed to be white persons. All laws heretofore passed and now in effect regarding the intermarriage of white and colored persons shall apply to marriages prohibited by this act. 292. While this example centers Virginia, it is important to note that all states, in alignment with the U.S. federal government, were notably and explicitly concerned with preserving the separation and superiority of the white race. Laws like the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, were leveraged by the United States Supreme Court, which upheld a ruling that legalized compulsory sterilization of the unfit, including the intellectually disabled, for the health and protection of the state. 293. 1 year prior, the U.S. Supreme Court, facilitating an unobscured, conspicuous pro-white agenda, upheld two subsequent rulings that legalized restrictive racial covenants and racial zoning ordinances. Additional highlights are offered about these rulings in the next chapter. I digress. There are many more so-called medical experts, whom I refer to as medical terrorists, discussed in Medical Apartheid, Killing the Black Body, written by Dorothy Roberts. They discuss terrorists who developed sciences which serve to legally and systematically perpetuate black people's dehumanization. 262. Their work was regarded highly in the white medical arena, as these individuals graduated from and taught at some of America's most prominent academic institutions: Yale, Michigan State University, Johns Hopkins, Harvard, William and Mary College, to name a few. These institutions were funded to produce information that would advance society and the world. Many of these scholars/philosophers received individual funding in the form of stipends, salaries, grants, and endowments that facilitated the popularity and legitimacy of their efforts. Local, state, and federal legal and regulatory institutions, such as the American Medical Association and American Anthropological Association, validated these experts and their scientific and scholarly research. In the early 1900s, Abraham Flexner, an anti-black health education terrorist and author of the Flexner Report, was commissioned by the American Medical Association and the Carnegie Foundation to produce a report that provided assessments of the quality of health education across the nation's more than 150 medical schools. The report provided recommendations on entrance requirements, size and training of the faculty, size of endowment and cost of tuition, quality of laboratories, and the availability of a teaching hospital where surgeons would serve as good clinical teachers. Flexner did not believe many black persons could fulfill this role. A supermajority of black medical schools closed. 139. To quote him directly, "The Negro must be educated, not only for his sake, but for ours. He is, as far as the human eye can see, a permanent factor in the nation. He has the rights and due and value of an individual, but he has besides, the tremendous importance that belongs to the potential source of infection and contagion. The pioneer work in educating the race to know and to practice the fundamental hygienic principles, must be done. A well-taught Negro sanitarian will be immensely useful. An essentially untrained Negro wearing an MD degree is dangerous. Flexner concluded, therefore, that Negroes needed to be groomed by white health educators, including physicians. There is a litany of examples supporting the assertion that anti-blackness dominates in the ways in which black people are both regarded and treated within the white healthcare and black health abuse systems today. 141-144 below is an excerpt from a 2016 study which found that white medical students believe that black people have a higher tolerance for pain. From where did this belief originate? The abstract for the study reads: Black Americans are systematically undertreated for pain relative to white Americans. We examine whether this racial bias is related to false beliefs about biological differences between black people and whites. Study 1 documented these beliefs among white laypersons and revealed that participants who more strongly endorsed false beliefs about biological differences reported lower pain ratings for a black target. Study 2 extended these findings to the medical context and found that half of a sample of white medical students and residents endorsed these beliefs. Moreover, participants who endorsed these beliefs rated the black patient's pain as lower and made less accurate treatment recommendations. Participants who did not endorse these beliefs rated the black patient's pain as higher but showed no bias in treatment recommendations. These findings suggest that individuals with at least some medical training hold and may use false beliefs about biological differences between black people and whites to inform medical judgments, which may contribute to racial disparities in pain assessment and treatment. 143. If you were black, would you trust white American culture and institutions? How does the unlearning of racism occur for people whose identity is rooted in and sustained by maintaining a culture and system that is dependent upon believing and reinforcing psychopathic violence? The reality of American terrorism/anti-blackness is so pervasive that the odds of black newborns surviving childbirth were cut in half when delivered by non-black doctors. This was documented by the 2020 study, Physician-Patient Racial Concordance and Disparities in Birthing Mortality for Newborns 144. Remember, we have to take special note of how the law affected free black people. Many historians tend to focus on enslaved black people, rather than the totality of the anti-black orientation. It is time to devote some attention to the free, as they never really were. It is important to note that all black people were free until meeting European sadists and terrorists, who, masking themselves as Christian, designed a system meant to torture and enslave them in perpetuity. This terrorism persists today, it is simply hidden better. Terrorism. It is terrorism. It is not one microaggression in isolation. It is widespread terrorism. Devaluing us, our bodies, and our souls, is terrorism. It is terrorism when done quietly and when done loudly. It is terrorism when the law acknowledges it and when it does not. There is nothing micro about murdering Breonna Taylor while she slept in her home, and then not prosecuting her murderer. There is nothing micro about executing Ma'Khia Bryant, Dante Wright, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Sandra Bland, Tamir Rice, Charleena Lyles, Walter Scott, Adashana Jefferson, Freddie Gray, Andrew Brown Jr., and countless others. There is nothing micro about walking up to Jacob Blake and simply shooting him as though he was some wild animal. Characterizing mass murder as trivial enables further mass murder. Those with anti-black orientations focus on the intent and not the impact. That is not a coincidence. The impact of unjustified violence in all its forms includes high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, mental illness, substance abuse, domestic violence, low self-esteem, propensity to engage in self-harm, and more. Not only is there nothing micro about these impacts, but there is also nothing normal about it. And yet it has all been normalized and taken for granted. Whites did this. Whites could do as they please. They were God. They could grant and they could take away. This includes the freedom of a black person. It was not permanent if a white person did not want it to be. This was so during World War II, when America forced its Japanese population into internment camps. It is true today as voting rights get assaulted all across the country. The rights of non-whites in America are always subject to the whims of their white counterparts. We must confront this. The pro-white and anti-black flexibility of white America's legal, judicial, and political systems. Let us scrutinize why laws aimed at hurting black persons could be interpreted so flexibly by whites. Consider a 1705 law from Virginia, an act declaring who shall not bear office in this country. 38,122 In this law, as with every example provided in this text, it sanctions the continuous criminalization of black life, crystallizing an everlasting inferior status. The language of this law equates the identities of free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians with criminality. It provides that if any of these types of people dares to attempt to assert that they are officials, or attempts to run for office, they will be penalized financially. That means bond servitude, such as enslavement. The language of this law read: Be it enacted by the Governor, Council, and Burgesses, of this present General Assembly, and it is hereby enacted by the authority of the same, that no person whatsoever, already convicted, or which hereafter shall be convicted in Her Majesty's Kingdom of England in this or in any other Her Majesty's Dominion, colonies, islands, territories, or plantations, or in any other kingdom, dominion, or place, belonging to any foreign prince or state whatsoever, of treason, murder, felony, blasphemy, perjury, forgery, or any other crime whatsoever, punishable by the laws of England, this country, or other place wherein he was convicted with the loss of life or member, nor any Negro, mulatto or Indian, shall, from and after the publication of this act, bear any office, ecclesiastical, civil or military, or be in any place of public trust or power, within this Her Majesty's colony and dominion of Virginia, and that if any person convicted as aforesaid, or Negro, mulatto, or Indian shall presume to take upon him, act in, or exercise any office, ecclesiastical, civil or military, or any place of public trust or power, within this colony and dominion, notwithstanding he be thereunto in any manner whatsoever commissionated, appointed, chosen, or impowered, and have a pardon for his crime, he shall for such his offence, forfeit and pay £500 current money, and £20 of like money for every month he continues to act in or exercise such office or place after a recovery made of the said £500. And for clearing all manner of doubts which hereafter may happen to arise upon the construction of this act, or any other act, who shall be accounted a mulatto, be it enacted and declared, and it is hereby enacted and declared, that the child of an Indian and the child, grandchild, or great-grandchild, of a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto. In another law from 1705, an act concerning servants and slaves 38,122 the legislature began to deal with free black, mulatto, and Indian people in the same ways as enslaved black, mulatto, and Indian people. I will not detail the entire law but want to highlight specific parts of it. For example, it reaffirmed the section contrived in the late 17th/early 18th centuries, which dealt with parentage, by stating that all servants who could not prove their Christian identity prior to arriving to the colony, with few exceptions, would become enslaved upon arriving. In addition, this law regulated how non-white people could hire servants and/or enslave people of the same complexion. The language of this part of the law read: And for a further Christian care and usage of all Christian servants, be it also enacted, by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that no Negroes, mulattoes, or Indians, although Christians, or Jews, Moors, Mahometans, or other infidels, shall, at any time, purchase any Christian servant, nor any other, except of their own complexion, or such as are declared slaves by this act, and if any Negro, mulatto, or Indian, Jew, Moor, Mahometan, or other infidel, or such as are declared slaves by this act, shall, notwithstanding, purchase any Christian white servant, the said servant shall, ipso facto, become free and acquit from any service then due, and shall be so held, deemed, and taken, and if any person, having such Christian servant, shall intermarry with any such Negro, mulatto, or Indian, Jew, Moor, Mahometan, or other infidel, every Christian white servant of every such person so intermarrying, shall, ipso facto, become free and acquit from any service then due to such master or mistress so intermarrying, as aforesaid. Since marriage between black and white people was outlawed, whites then focused on addressing sexual encounters between the races and any children who came about as a result of those sexual encounters. They were regarded as filthy. 3 additional sections read: And if any woman servant shall have a bastard child by a Negro, or mulatto, over and above the year's service due to her master or owner, she shall immediately, upon the expiration of her time to her then present master or owner, pay down to the church wardens of the parish wherein such child shall be born, for the use of the said parish, £15 current money of Virginia, or be by them sold for 5 years, to the use aforesaid, and if a free Christian white woman shall have such bastard child, by a Negro, or mulatto, for every such offense, she shall, within 1 month after her delivery of such bastard child, pay to the church wardens for the time being, of the parish wherein such child shall be born, for the use of the said parish £15 current money of Virginia, or be by them sold for 5 years to the use aforesaid, and in both the said cases, the church wardens shall bind the said child to be a servant, until it shall be of 31 years of age. And for a further prevention of that abominable mixture and spurious issue, which hereafter may increase in this Her Majesty's colony and dominion, as well by English, and other white men and women intermarrying with Negroes or mulattoes, as by their unlawful coition with them, be it enacted, by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that whatsoever English, or other white man or woman, being free, shall intermarry with a Negro or mulatto man or woman, bond or free, shall, by judgment of the county court, be committed to prison, and there remain, during the space of 6 months, without bail or main prize, and shall forfeit and pay £10 current money of Virginia, to the use of the parish, as aforesaid. And be it further enacted, that no minister of the Church of England, or other minister, or person whatsoever, within this colony and dominion, shall hereafter wittingly presume to marry a white man with a Negro or mulatto woman, or to marry a white woman with a Negro or mulatto man, upon pain of forfeiting and paying, for every such marriage the sum of £10,000 of tobacco, 1/2 to our Sovereign Lady the Queen, her heirs and successors, for and towards the support of the government, and the contingent charges thereof, and the other half to the informer, to be recovered, with costs, by action of debt, bill, plaint, or information, in any court of record within this Her Majesty's colony and dominion, wherein no essoin, protection, or wager of law, shall be allowed. It is important to notice that Indians are not named here. There is a distinct and unique manner of making black people worth less than anyone else. This mirrored white perception of black identity. Of course, one can never regard as equal what one deems soiled and less than. It cannot be. White European hatred and contempt for black people can be observed through the language. Terms such as abominable, generally considered harsh and reserved for absolutely atrocious acts, were used without a care in the world. There was an increased penalty for this abominable behavior, of course. It was worse than what had been outlined in 1691, because the need for domination had increased. That law provided that white and black couples would need to leave the colony. What paranoia! What psychopathy! What sociopathy! Again, this can be attributed to the deeply ingrained grip over the social construct of race, white supremacy, and the resulting hatred of blackness and black people. To produce law after law, institute penalty after penalty, all to address paranoia after paranoia is truly demented. Being this driven to control bodies of a different skin color for fear of being contaminated is irrational. It is not indicative of a mental state tethered to reality or an emotional state concerned with decency. Using every system in existence, an economic one, a religious one, a social one, all to continue exerting total control, is entirely abnormal. We must speak this aloud. We must acknowledge what has long been obvious yet hidden. Frederick Douglass echoed similar sentiments in the 19th century, stating, "I therefore hate the corrupt, slave-holding, women-whipping, cradle-plundering, partial, and hypocritical Christianity of the land. I look upon it as the climax of all misnomers, the boldest of all frauds, and the grossest of all libels. Never was there a clearer case of stealing the livery of the court of heaven to serve the devil in. I am filled with unutterable loathing when I contemplate the religious pomp and show, together with the horrible inconsistencies, which everywhere surround me. We have men stealers for ministers, women whippers for missionaries, and cradle plunderers for church members. The man who wields the blood-clotted cowskin during the week fills the pulpit on Sunday and claims to be a minister of the meek and lowly Jesus. The slave auctioneer's bell and the church-going bell chime in with each other, and the bitter cries of the heartbroken slave are drowned in the religious shouts of his pious master. Revivals of religion and revivals in the slave trade go hand in hand together. The slave prison and the church stand near each other. The clanking of fetters and the rattling of chains in the prison, and the pious psalm and solemn prayer in the church, may be heard at the same time. The dealers in the bodies of men erect their stand in the presence of the pulpit, and they mutually help each other. The dealer gives his blood-stained gold to support the pulpit, and the pulpit, in return, covers his infernal business with the garb of Christianity. Here we have religion and robbery the allies of each other, devils dressed in angels' robes, and hell presenting the semblance of paradise. 23. It is important to note the role otherism played when considering how whites profited off of labor produced by black bodies. Treating them as objects from which they could make money incentivized abducting them, raping them, and murdering them. This is a fact. The entire apparatus was diabolically designed to elevate whites and diminish black people. The very foundation rested on convincing black people of their inferiority. The origins of this can be seen in an additional component of the 1705 Virginia Statute, which reads, in part, "And for encouragement of all persons to take up runaways, be it enacted, by the authority aforesaid, and it is hereby enacted, that for the taking up of every servant, or slave, if 10 miles, or above, from the house or quarter where such servant, or slave was kept, there shall be allowed by the public, as a reward to the taker up, 200 pounds of tobacco, and if above 5 miles, and under 10, 100 pounds of tobacco, which said several rewards of 200, and 100 pounds of tobacco, shall also be paid in the county where such taker up shall reside, and shall be again levied by the public upon the master or owner of such runaway, for reimbursement of the public, every justice of the peace before whom such runaway shall be brought, upon the taking up, shall mention the proper name and surname of the taker up, and the county of his or her residence, together with the time and place of taking up the said runaway, and shall also mention the name of the said runaway, and the proper name and surname of the master or owner of such runaway, and the county of his or her residence, together with the distance of miles, in the said justice's judgment, from the place of taking up the said runaway, to the house or quarter where such runaway was kept. 38,122. The laws outlined in this text clearly reinforce the requirement of black people to submit every last part of themselves. They had no choice, other than to take up arms, which people like David Walker suggested they do in his 1829 appeal. 147. This was reflected in the Stono resistance movement, led by an enslaved Angolan named Jemmy in 1739, and the Nat Turner resistance movement in 1831.29. However, the African Americans, along with white people, who were prodded and terrorized eventually succumbed their hearts and minds to the authority figures around them. The origins of black rage are tied to the origins of anti-black dehumanization. Anyone reading this book and examining the origins of the few pieces presented here should be able to make connections to the reality that when white people chose to impose a violent culture onto the bodies of black people reacted rationally in an attempt to self-preserve. The black person is not to blame. The white person is. The 13th Amendment reads, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction." 147-49. White people designed the entire system of criminality around the bodies of black people. They did this formally through the law and informally through culture. To be black in America is to be worthless. Anti-blackness is like an infection incapable of responding to treatment. It persists and spreads. I often wonder how I would have responded had I been alive at the time. How would you have? Most importantly, why? I suspect I would have done what I concluded I needed to do to protect myself and my loved ones. I do believe that I would have eventually sought out some way to resist. A time would have come where I would not have been able to tolerate it all, and I would have concluded resisting was a risk I was comfortable taking. Today, centuries later, no one should feel safe as long as anti-black oppression exists. As Douglas eloquently stated, "Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe." 23. This quotation moves me. It rings true today. All Americans should feel the veracity of his claim deep inside. As Ava DuVernay, Michelle Alexander, and Douglas Blackman point out about the systems of mass incarceration and peonage, we have seen millions of black men pursued, imprisoned, and essentially re-enslaved since the Civil War was fought. White people will always find a way. More psychopathy, more sociopathy. This has happened over the course of the last 156 years, subsequent to the supposed freedom of most black people being declared by the Emancipation Proclamation. 146-149. We must stop fooling ourselves. Only the most superficial elements have changed. Robin DiAngelo refers to this as nice racism, which happens to be the title of a book she released in 2021. 152. Until this country acknowledges that its entire identity is predicated on a lie, it will never make any progress. The truth disrupts. It causes pain, discomfort. Too many white Americans are content just the way they are to disrupt what they perceive as the natural order of the world around them. And that is the fundamental problem. We must extricate the truth from where it has been buried. Chapter 7 Review Questions. Considering what you have learned thus far, contemplate the following. What did white females and males learn about the value of whiteness? How did these laws shape white identity for white males? White females. What did black females learn about what it meant to be white and female? White and male. Black and male. Black and female. What did black males learn about what it meant to be white and male? White and female. Black and female. Black and male. How did these laws shape black identity? What were some of the ways white women responded to the laws directed against them, controlling their bodies and sexuality? Would this spur any allyship? Why or why not? How did these laws create and reinforce pro-white and anti-black sentiments? What should we do about past offenses? Disregard them? Highlight them? How did America's founding hundreds of years ago lead it to be the country it is today? How is it in reality? How is it marketed to be, both internally and externally? How is it that most white people have never been forced to admit their history? What does this omission mean for them? For black Americans. What are the reasons why most Americans refuse to learn? What is it about anti-blackness that is so terrifying to study? How does white people's control over the law prevent a proper accounting of their actions? How can black people escape criminality when it was designed to imprison us physically and emotionally? Who are the real criminals? Why is it dangerous to minimize wrongdoing, particularly regarding the communities who suffered most from it? In what ways were laws structured in favor of whites and against black people? Chapter 8. Examples of America's ongoing legal, psychopathic, and sociopathic black genocide in the 19th century and beyond. As you may have noticed, the term terrorist is/are used broadly throughout this text. This is purposeful. It is to highlight the full spectrum of the moral degradation of whiteness, and anyone benefiting from it in any way. It is essentially used in a way such that is synonymous with white, to highlight different facets of whiteness, and includes anyone who perpetuates it and anti-blackness. It also refers to those who are indifferent to the struggles black people face in anti-black America. This chapter discusses the horrors that are the Declaration of Independence, and Constitution of the United States. Many other scholars have written books on this topic. It is my job to highlight their most important points. Please register for my classes for even greater depth. As Dubois notes, both northern and southern states passed anti-black laws as private institutional practices that legitimately allowed for the continued campaign against black people. This practice has not changed, as it has been successful. Let us scrutinize white American slave codes and black codes, which were laws states adopted to terrorize all black people throughout the country. They were particularly harsher in states where black people could be recognized as free because the mere thought unsettled them. Missouri laws are just one example. The state's Heritage landing page reads, in part, after the United States purchased the Louisiana Territory in 1803, the new territorial government of Missouri immediately instituted black codes, based largely on the code in place in Virginia, and similar in some ways to the French Code Noir. The American law made no distinction between slaves and other personal property in the territory. The territorial legislature approved a section entitled Slaves, found in the laws of the District of Louisiana, on October 1, 1804. This section codified the laws that black persons in Missouri, whether free or slave, were required to recognize and obey. The law prohibited slaves from leaving their master's property without permission and/or a written pass. Slaves could not own or carry a gun, powder, shot, club, or other weapon. Exceptions were made for those slaves living on a frontier plantation. Their owner could obtain a license from the justice of the peace allowing the slaves to possess a weapon, presumably for protection against Indians and wild animals, or perhaps for hunting. The Black Code forbade slaves to take part in riots and unlawful assemblies or make seditious speeches. All infractions were punishable by public whipping. Other rules in this section affected how slaves traveled between plantations, including how long a slave could remain on another's property and how many visiting slaves were allowed at a particular property at any one time. Certain exceptions were applied. Obviously difficult to enforce, slaves and owners frequently ignored this rule with no legal repercussion. To further limit slaves' interaction with free society, the legislature restricted commercial dealings between a slave and a free man, white or black. To do business with a slave required permission of the owner. Fearing slave escapes, territorial legislators included provisions designed to decrease these attempts. These conditions put limitations on the activities of slaves and free black people, placing the responsibility of slave control on the owners. The law considered any black person, free or slave, who conspired to incite a rebellion or commit murder, guilty of a felony. In such instances, the slaves usually received a death sentence. White owners who allowed their slaves to go at large and/or hire themselves out could suffer the loss of the slave through public sale at the courthouse. Ignoring the hiring out section of this provision brought little consequence. Frequently, slaves engaged in a practice known as lying out, wherein they temporarily escaped to the woods or a swamp for a short time. One section of the Black Code addressed this form of rebellion and allowed the justice of the peace to issue warrants for the apprehension of any slave known to be lying out. Slaveholders assumed most of the responsibility for the conduct of their slaves, but other groups in free society were expected to adhere to the rules of the Black Code, as well. Legislation outlawed the transportation of slaves by ships or other water vessels unless owners specifically granted their permission. The law imposed a penalty of $150 for each illegally transported slave. In addition, the master could recover damages, including the market value for a lost or runaway slave, from the ship's captain or ship's owner in court. The law concerning the illegal transport of slaves evolved over time to address issues of knowing transport and the need for due care and diligence on the part of the ship's master in ascertaining that no runaways were on board. However, the burden of proof was on the ship's master, and he rarely won appeals. With statehood came new laws regarding black persons, including an 1825 law that prohibited a free Negro or mulatto, other than a citizen of some one of the United States to come into or settle in the state under any pretext whatever. Failure to produce a certificate of citizenship meant African Americans were forced to immediately depart from the state. During the 1844 to 1845 legislative session, legislators added a $10 fine in addition to the forced departure. Failure to leave the state meant a jail term and 10 lashes. Statutes allowed up to 20 lashes after 1845. 159 to 160. Alabama, Illinois, and Indiana are just 3 other states which passed laws preventing free black people from residing there. The one written in Alabama, passed on January 17, 1834, read, in part, the statute provided that freed black people found in Alabama would be given 30 days to vacate the state. After 30 days, they could be subject to a penalty of 39 lashes and receive an additional 20-day period to leave the state. After that period had expired, the free person could be sold into slavery with proceeds of the sale going to the state and those who participated in apprehending him or her. 161. In 1850, Congress passed a law, which deemed constitutional the Fugitive Slave Act. 162. This was a national law that deputized all white people in the United States, as a racial police force against African Americans. All black people enslaved and free became targets for whites. Whites were incentivized through both slave auctioneers, as well as the bounty, court, and law enforcement systems to pursue and capture any black person they wanted. We learn about Japanese internment which prevailed in the mid-20th century, where the federal government essentially required, by appearance, Japanese and other Asian people to be rounded up and herded into camps across the U.S. This law actualized the same reality for blacks in every state in the United States, as it allowed whites who suspected a black person was enslaved to enslave him/her. Mere suspicion sufficed. Mere white suspicion sufficed. Does this seem familiar? This law was called upon nearly 170 years later, when 3 white men chased down 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery in Glynn County, Georgia. This was the reality for people like Solomon Northrop, who wrote his memoir, 12 Years a Slave. 269. Solomon, a free black man, was kidnapped and sold into slavery by James H. Birch, the owner of a slave auction business. While Solomon was able to attain freedom 12 years later, he was not able to pursue charges against Birch. While he could prove that he was indeed free at the time of being abducted, and had been pursued illegally, Washington D.C.'s law prohibited black people from testifying against white people. This made the pursuit of justice impossible for Solomon, and many other black people who were pursued illegally, further terrorized by the United States government, all white people, and all of their institutions. White male judges were paid $5 if they decided to free a black person who furnished proof of their freedom, or they were paid $10 if they decided that the free black person should actually be remanded into enslavement. 29. Reflection. What became incentivized, and for who? How should black people regard the highest court in the land, which repeatedly denied them their most basic human rights? What additional connections can you make as you read this example? Do you see any similarity between this and whites who suspect black persons of doing something wrong incorrectly and then involve law enforcement, whose tendency is to shoot before investigating? How does white suspicion and obsessive anti-black behavior function today? What are the links between historical legality and its impacts on shaping culture? The Fugitive Slave Act provided all white people with the ability to reinforce the criminalization of blackness and authorized and incentivized white judicial terrorists to uphold and enforce these realities. How far has America come? More examples are available. Look at the Black Codes of Illinois, or Article 13 of Indiana's Constitution, which stated, "No Negro or mulatto shall come into, or settle in, the state, after the adoption of this Constitution." In addition, the Illinois Black Codes prohibited any black persons from outside of the state from staying in the state for more than 10 days, subjecting black people who violated that rule to arrest, detention, a $50 fine, or deportation. 163. Look at Oregon. It forbade black people from owning and holding real estate. Racial zoning, racial restrictive covenants, and redlining persisted in the U.S. for decades. 128, 131 to 135. Illinois, Ohio, Indiana, Iowa, and California all prohibited black people from testifying in cases where a white man was a party. The white person's stature could never be diminished or even challenged. After President Lincoln's purported emancipation of 3.9 million black slaves, black codes re-emerged throughout the nation. Douglas Blackman, in Slavery by Another Name, discussed the white tendency to change local laws as needed in order to maintain control over the black body. Black persons who followed the law to the letter, wanting to avoid conflict, might soon thereafter find that the given law had been modified, criminalizing their behavior. There was no end to the extent of white psychopathy and sociopathy. Nothing was ever good enough. No good faith act on the part of the black person ever meant anything, much less enough. No attempt to conform. Nothing. What this ultimately led to between 1865 and 1940 was the re-enslavement of nearly 1 million black persons through a system known as peonage. Richard Wormser, in The Rise and Fall of Jim Crow, details many of these horrific tragedies as well. These authors point to laws that were continually reshaped to recriminalize and ranger black persons as often as possible. 149,151,164. As black people began realizing they had a right to live normally, whites targeted them more. Blackman states. So, across the South, laws were passed to criminalize everyday African American life. It was a crime for a black man to walk beside a railroad, to speak loudly in the company of white women, to do someone's laundry without a license, to sell cotton after dark. But the most damaging statutes were around vagrancy. If you couldn't prove your employment at any moment, you were a criminal. 151. The Black Codes, rooted in a hateful, anti-black agenda, were created to bolster the dehumanization and degradation of black people, systematically, across the United States of America. This is indisputable, and indicative of the obsession whites had with black bodies. They remained obsessed with finding new and improved ways to consistently terrorize and torment black people. 129,159-162. White American culture was created and has evolved with anti-black terror at its core, and it has persisted in functioning in this way. Take, for another example, vagrancy status. Whites made black people prove they had a job whites approved of. Think once again of the moral absurdity. If a white officer did not feel the black person's job was acceptable, which was nearly always the case, he could punish him. That was the point. The formality of the process was mere dressing, much like it is today, distressingly. What were the penalties for not meeting with a white officer's approval? Arrest, imprisonment, being rented and leased by states to do forced labor for private companies, and more. The system had a name, and it was surprisingly accurate. It was called convict leasing, and it went on from at least 1874 to roughly the 1940s. It re-enslaved nearly 1 million black persons. That means almost 1 million black people were re-enslaved after President Lincoln's purported Emancipation Proclamation and after the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. As we now know, even whites who are touted as the most progressive voices on racial issues, such as President Abraham Lincoln, were in fact not supporters of black people. They did not stand for equality and were as committed to white supremacy and anti-blackness as white extremists were, though they portrayed and demonstrated their derision differently. The only difference was that their anti-black hatred was expressed in a more subtle fashion. Let us ask ourselves why. Take, first, sentiments expressed by Lincoln in a speech delivered as part of the infamous Lincoln/Douglas debates. Then consider the sentiments he expressed in speech given in Charleston, Illinois, 4 years later. Last, take note of a letter he penned, as President of the United States, to Horace Greeley, former U.S. Representative, and editor of the New York Tribune, in 1862. Then ask yourself who he really was and what his motives were regarding black people. Peoria, Illinois 1858 speech reads, in part, "If all earthly power were given me, I should not know what to do, as to the existing institution. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves, and send them to Liberia to their own native land. But a moment's reflection would convince me, that whatever of high hope there may be in this, in the long run, its sudden execution is impossible. If they were all landed there in a day, they would all perish in the next 10 days, and there are not surplus shipping and surplus money enough in the world to carry them there in many times 10 days. What then? Free them all, and keep them among us as underlings. Is it quite certain that this betters their condition? I think I would not hold one in slavery, at any rate, yet the point is not clear enough for me to denounce people upon. What next? Free them, and make them politically and socially, our equals. My own feelings will not admit of this, and if mine would, we well know that those of the great mass of white people will not. Whether this feeling accords with justice and sound judgment, is not the sole question, if indeed, it is any part of it. A universal feeling, whether well or ill-founded, cannot be safely disregarded. We cannot, then, make them equals. 282. Charleston, Illinois, 1858 speech reads in part. While I was at the hotel today, an elderly gentleman called upon me to know whether I was really in favor of producing a perfect equality between the Negroes and white people. While I had not proposed to myself on this occasion to say much on that subject, yet as the question was asked me I thought I would occupy perhaps 5 minutes in saying something in regard to it. I will say then that I am not, nor ever have been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races, that I am not nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people, and I will say in addition to this that there is a physical difference between the white and black races which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality. And inasmuch as they cannot so live, while they do remain together there must be the position of superior and inferior, and I as much as any other man am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race. I say upon this occasion I do not perceive that because the white man is to have the superior position the Negro should be denied everything. I do not understand that because I do not want a Negro woman for a slave I must necessarily want her for a wife. My understanding is that I can just let her alone. 168,283. New York Tribune 1862 letter reads, in part. The sooner the national authority can be restored, the nearer the Union will be the Union as it was. If there be those who would not save the Union, unless they could at the same time save slavery, I do not agree with them. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time destroy slavery, I do not agree with them. My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union and is not either to save or to destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave I would do it, and if I could save it by freeing all the slaves I would do it, and if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. What I do about slavery, and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union, and what I forbear because I do not believe it would help to save the Union. 167. Does this sound like someone who was tormented in the dark of night over the plight of black Americans? Surely not. In addition, Lincoln supported and attempted to arrange the emigration of all black people out of America, intending to send us to places like Panama and Costa Rica. The United States Congress attempted to provide $100 to each black person who volunteered to leave the country. 42 black writers and scholars, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Black Reconstruction in America, Lerone Bennett Jr.'s Before the Mayflower, A History of the Negro in America, 1619-1962, 168, and Forced into Glory, 168, as well as Nicole Hannah-Jones' 1619 Project, 45 have discussed his white supremacism and anti-blackness already. I bring it up here only to highlight how diseased he was and yet how celebrated he continues to be. Literal whole monuments have been built for this man. We take a day off to celebrate him. The name Lincoln continues to be popular among Americans irrespective of their political leanings. A halo surrounds him and likely always will. And yet he could not have cared less if one black person exsanguinated due to having been lashed so severely, or if another were raped so brutally she could barely walk. Between 1862 and 1976, roughly, white federal and local government officials, under the auspices of a legal doctrine called eminent domain, worked together to implement a series of laws that provided white people with free land to build houses, farms, factories, and other businesses. These laws were known as Homestead Acts. 169. Similarly, there were the Head Rights Acts, which were laws that provided white men with 50 acres of land at the end of their indent years, and additional allotments of 50 acres per enslaved African they acquired. In essence, from approximately 1862 to 1976, the Homestead Acts provided expanded free land rights to white men traveling and relocating from southern states to northern states, as well as white immigrants who were encouraged to come to the United States from Europe. These laws provided that each white male who completed an application and got approved by local land offices could receive 160 acres of free land, and that is just initially. No work, no loan, no payment, nothing. Just be white. In 1909, the Homestead Act allotments were up to a whopping 320 acres of land per approved application. These white affirmative action giveaways lasted until 1976. To put things into perspective, 1976 is the year I was born. Though black people were permitted to apply, most were predictably denied due to bias. In 1883, the Supreme Court issued decisions in the following cases: the United States v. Stanley, the United States v. Ryan, the United States v. Nichols, the United States v. Singleton and Robinson and Wife v. Memphis and Charleston Railroad Company. 263-65. They essentially said it was unconstitutional for Congress to intervene in racial discrimination cases where white people decided to not conduct business with black people. In essence, this legalized anti-black discrimination. It held that the passage of the 13th and 14th Amendments did not outlaw private discriminatory acts. It is important to understand the nature of some of the elements of the cases which led to this decision. As quoted from Open Jurist, Encyclopedia Britannica, and Justia Law. The cases against Stanley and Nichols were indictments for denying black people the accommodations of an inn or hotel. Ryan was charged with refusing a black person a seat at McGuire's Theater in San Francisco, and Singleton denied a person, whose color was not given to the use of accommodations at the Grand Opera House in New York. The case of Robinson and Wife against the Memphis and Charleston Railroad Company was an action to recover $500 given by the second section of the 1875 Act. The grievance was the refusal by the railroad conductor to allow the wife to ride in the ladies' car because of her African descent. In his majority opinion in the civil rights cases, Associate Justice Joseph P. Bradley struck down the Civil Rights Act of 1875, holding that the 13th Amendment merely abolishes slavery and that the 14th Amendment did not give Congress the power to outlaw private acts of racial discrimination. Associate Justice John Marshall Harlan was the lone dissenter in the case, writing that the substance and spirit of the recent amendments of the Constitution have been sacrificed by a subtle and ingenious verbal criticism. 263-65. We see here that even after gaining citizenship through the 14th Amendment in 1870, an anti-black Supreme Court took those rights away. Legally sanctioned anti-black discrimination was further exacerbated by the Plessy v. Ferguson ruling from 1896, which further legitimized white supremacist and anti-black sentiments by segregating the races. Fooling no one with any moral sense, it said separate could be equal. In fact, the court did not believe that black people had the right to be treated as equal citizens in the United States. 170. How America was and why America merits scrutiny. Some say the passage of the 1964 Civil Rights Act solved these problems. Such a claim is laughable. See the Supreme Court decision of 1968, regarding Jones v. Alfred H. Meyer, Co., which supposedly upheld the validity of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and struck down the Supreme Court decision of 1883.263-4. How far are we from the past? Where did stop and frisk come from, if not the nation's earliest days? To cite one example, the racial discrimination may be slightly less obvious. That does not mean it has ceased to exist. It is not the individual misdeeds of certain black people which prevents advancement. No. It is still the system-wide oppression inflicted by whites in ways that are more palatable to the masses. Nothing can compete with or minimize the damage caused by white psychopathy and sociopathy. 38,151, 42,220,276-77. In 1919, the California Supreme Court decided that racially restrictive covenants were illegal. That meant it saw nothing wrong with telling black citizens they had no right to occupy the same space white citizens did. That excluding them from a given neighborhood was neither immoral nor illegal. This decision was later reaffirmed, basically, in the Supreme Court's decision regarding Corrigan v. Buckley. It would be cemented again with Euclid v. Ambler, another Supreme Court ruling that same year. That decision held that localities could zone black persons out as they saw fit. 130-135. These Supreme Court decisions propelled regions across America to do just that. Black people were told repeatedly they had no right to access upper-scale neighborhoods, no matter how hard they had worked. Richard Rothstein, Ira Katznelson, and Michael Allen Wolfe discussed this further in their books entitled The Color of Law, When Affirmative Action Was White, and The Zoning of America, Euclid v. Ambler. 131-35. Look at anti-literacy laws from the 19th century. Between 1829 and 1834, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia all passed them. They forbade teaching free or enslaved black persons how to read or write. Whites wanted them illiterate, which was to say they wanted them powerless. In fact, all but Maryland and Kentucky outlawed teaching enslaved and/or free black people to read or write. 4. Consider the murder rate of black persons during the 19th and 20th centuries. Black life was cheap, after all. What did it matter if an unusually high number of black persons were murdered on a daily basis? Ida B. Wells Barnett studied this famously in her writings entitled Southern Horrors of Lynching. Ralph Ginsberg amplified many of these murders in his text, 100 Years of Lynching, which features a trove of news articles highlighting the prevalence of lynching in America. James Allen's Hilton A.L.S., John Lewis, and Leon F. Litwack's text, Without Sanctuary, also presents the gruesome realities of facilitated lynching that included the support of local, state, and federal American officials. Here are a few examples of conspicuous white psychopathy and anti-black terror. Avowed white terrorists were ubiquitous. There was no escaping them. Tragedy was inevitable. Take Mary Turner, a pregnant black woman who, at 33, reported a mob of white men who murdered her husband. 171 as noted on the Mary Turner website, developed to memorialize her story. The following transpired. On Saturday, May 18, Hayes Turner, who had at one point in time worked for Hampton Smith, was arrested for allegedly being part of the plot or conspiracy to kill him. After his arrest, Turner was held in the Brooks County Jail before he was to be transferred to the Moultrie, Georgia jail for his safety. In the process of that transfer, the Brooks County Sheriff and County Clerk were reportedly stopped by a mob of 40 masked men who took Hayes Turner and hung him at the intersection of Morven and Barney Roads. Once again, his body was left there for a number of days for all to see. On Sunday, May 19, 33-year-old Mary Turner, the wife of Hayes Turner and reportedly 8 months pregnant at the time, someone who had also worked for and been abused by Hampton Smith, outraged about her husband's lynching, publicly threatened to swear out warrants for those responsible for his murder. Those unwise remarks, as the area papers put it, enraged local whites further. Consequently, Mary Turner was captured and taken to a place called Folsom's Bridge on the Brooks and Lowndes counties' shared border. To punish her, at Folsom's Bridge the mob tied Mary Turner by her ankles and hung her upside down from a tree. Mob members then poured gasoline on her and burned her alive. One member of the mob is said to have then cut her stomach open, causing her unborn child to drop to the ground, where it was reportedly stomped and crushed. According to NAACP investigator Walter White, her body was then riddled with gunfire from the mob. Later that night, she and her baby were buried 10 feet away from where she was murdered. Her makeshift grave was marked with only a whiskey bottle with a cigar stuffed in its neck. How, when every institution was poisoned, could this have been avoided? Think of John Hartfield, a black man in Louisiana who was lynched for dating a white woman in Ellisville, Mississippi in 1919.172. The story, as noted 100 years ago, says that John Hartfield was hanged, shot, and roasted for dating a white lady, and his body was shared with spectators. It reads: John Hartfield left his home in Ellisville seeking a better life in East St. Louis. In 1919, he traveled back to Ellisville to visit his white girlfriend, Ruth Meeks, taking a job as a hotel porter in Laurel. When the relationship became known to some white men, they decided to kill Hartfield. They accused Hartfield of raping Meeks, who they claimed was 18, although she was in her mid-20s. Hartfield managed to elude them for a while, but they pursued him for several weeks. Sheriff Allen Boutwell in Laurel raised donations to fund a hunting party with bloodhounds at the request of Sheriff Harbison. He was finally apprehended attempting to board a train on June 24, and was turned over to Sheriff Harbison, who placed him in the charge of a deputy and left town. The deputy immediately released him to a mob. The Jackson Daily News, the New Orleans States, and other newspapers ran headlines saying, "John Hartfield will be lynched by Ellisville mob at 5 o'clock this afternoon," and additional text that read, "The officers have agreed to turn him over to the people of the city at 4 o'clock this afternoon, when it is expected he will be burned." Both examples involve innocent black persons and culpable white persons. Both involve weaponizing every available institution. Both acts of terror were minimized, incentivizing even further terror. None of the bad actors faced consequences, they were simply erased from the historical record. There is a pattern. As noted in the Jackson Daily News, Mississippi's governor, Theodore Bilbo, also decided that he would do nothing to prevent the lynching of John Hartfield. This newspaper advertisement represents the boldness of white psychopathy. It also showcases whites premeditating murder, and the lack of protection for black people in America, both past and present. The reason that this was even possible, was because the United States Supreme Court ruled in United States v. Cruikshank, that anti-black terror was legal. This case involved the Colfax massacre, where black men exercising their rights to assemble peaceably, and to vote, were murdered by more than 300 whites. The decision invalidated black people's rights provided under the First, 14th, and 15th Amendments of the United States Constitution, the latter of which had been instituted roughly 10 and 6 years earlier respectively. As stated in the First Amendment Encyclopedia. In United States v. Cruikshank, 92 U.S. 542, the U.S. Supreme Court threw out the convictions of Cruikshank and other whites who, during a dispute about a gubernatorial election in Louisiana, killed about 100 blacks in the Colfax massacre and were subsequently charged with conspiring to deprive those blacks of their constitutional rights. Consistent with such decisions as those in Barron v. Baltimore, which the court issued prior to adoption of the 14th and 15th Amendments, Waite sought to limit the rights of national citizenship by distinguishing it from state citizenship. He argued that the right to peaceable assembly was a natural right that preceded the adoption of the Constitution, rather than a right granted by it. For Waite, the First Amendment prohibited Congress from abridging the right to assemble but was not intended to limit the powers of the state governments in respect to their own citizens, but to operate on the national government alone. The court found that while Congress has the right to protect individuals meeting for purposes of petitioning the national government, the indictments had made no claim that the individuals arrested and charged were attempting to deny this right to anyone or that the actions in this case were specifically directed at individuals on the basis of race. Consistent with the distinction the court would later draw between state and private action in the civil rights cases, Waite wrote in the High Court's decision that the enforcement clause was not designed to protect individuals against the actions of other individuals but only from those of the state itself. 287. Building upon Cruikshank, and further underlying these miscarriages of justice, subsequent decisions were rendered by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1883, concerning Pace v. Alabama, and United States v. Harris, which motivated and enabled whites to enact legalized physically violent terrorism against black people. 288,289 in the matter concerning plaintiff Tony Pace, a black male, and Mary J. Cox, a white female. The two were indicted, tried, and convicted in an Alabama circuit court on the grounds of living together as an interracial couple. Put another way, the court convicted them because he was black and she was white, leveraging subsequent claims of fornication and adultery. Alabama's all-white judicial system took issue with a black man and white woman cohabitating and sentenced them both to 2 years imprisonment in the state penitentiary. Tony Pace fought the ruling on the grounds that it violated his rights under the 14th Amendment, which had been enacted roughly 15 years earlier. The 14th Amendment declared no state shall deny any person equal protection under the laws. Mr. Pace escalated the case to the U.S. Supreme Court. However, the U.S. Supreme Court decided to rule against Mr. Pace, siding with the Alabama Circuit Court on the following grounds. Per Justia U.S. Supreme Court. Section 4184 of the Code of Alabama provides that if any man and woman live together in adultery or fornication, each of them must, on the first conviction of the offense, be fined not less than $100, and may also be imprisoned in the county jail or sentenced to hard labor for the county for not more than 6 months. On the second conviction for the offense with the same person, the offender must be fined not less than $300, and may be imprisoned in the county jail, or sentenced to hard labor for the county for not more than 12 months, and for a third or any subsequent conviction with the same person, must be imprisoned in the penitentiary, or sentenced to hard labor for the county for 2 years. Section 4189 of the same code declares that if any white person and any Negro, or the descendant of any Negro to the third generation, inclusive, though one ancestor of each generation was a white person, intermarry or live in adultery or fornication with each other, each of them must, on conviction, be imprisoned in the penitentiary or sentenced to hard labor for the county for not less than 2 nor more than 7 years. Again, this decision, which followed several prior rulings, reinforced the notion that black people were not human, or fully human in the eyes of its white American legal, psychopathic, and sociopathic black genocidal system. Even when the United States Congress, during the presidential administration of President Ulysses Grant, passed the Force Act of 1871, an act expressly and intentionally aimed at protecting black people from physically violent acts of white terrorism, the United States Supreme Court, on January 22, 1883, ruled the act invalid. 289,290 in United States v. Harris, the United States Supreme Court ruled that the U.S. Congress had no right to legislate acts protecting black people from acts of terrorism, whether by groups or individuals. They ruled against the Force Act, as well as the 14th Amendment, reinforcing the idea that black people were not human. By rendering this decision, the U.S. Supreme Court facilitated, enabled, and empowered white people to commit terrorist acts against black people throughout the next 139 years and counting. The commemoration of white psychopathic and sociopathic terrorism mentioned above can be observed through many of the postcards and photographs depicted and described in Without Sanctuary, and 100 Years of Lynching. These events depict and showcase white people committing legally sanctioned terrorism without consequence, as well as those who watched in support of the acts, cheerfully and gleefully. The murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery were not new. They were expressions of a rite of passage passed down through generations of psychopathic sociopaths, and diabolical animalistic terrorists. This behavior represented the core of white identity, and the white moral concept. Additional examples of unchecked white American terrorism are provided throughout the subsequent pages. L.D. Nelson, 14 years old, and his mother Laura Nelson, hanging from a bridge, in Oklahoma, 1911. Pictured below, the crowd of white people who participated in their murders, posing for a picture to commemorate the event. Jesse Washington, 16 years old. Burned and hung to death in Waco, Texas in 1916. Thousands of people, city officials, businessmen, law enforcement, and townspeople participated in event. 16-year-old Like Daniels, Center, Texas, August 3, 1920. Postcard of the 1920 Duluth, Minnesota lynchings. 2 of the black victims are still hanging while the third is on the ground. Postcards of lynchings were popular souvenirs in the U.S. Courtesy of the National African American Museum of History and Culture. Brief reflection questions. What legal and societal messages did white people receive, about how they could mistreat black people based upon the normalcy of these events during this period? What messages did black people receive about what it means to be black in white America during this period, as far as the acceptance of mistreatment and lack of protections legally and societally? How does the vile and gruesome mistreatment of black people, facilitated through white legality and practicality, reinforce the cultural anti-black tenet? These types of patterns are repeated throughout our history and embedded into the fiber of American culture. The pattern continues when one looks at how Governor Charles Brough facilitated the Elaine, Arkansas race massacre in 1919.173 as stated in the Encyclopedia of Arkansas. The Elaine massacre was by far the deadliest racial confrontation in Arkansas history and possibly the bloodiest racial conflict in the history of the United States. While its deepest roots lay in the state's commitment to white supremacy, the events in Elaine stemmed from tense race relations and growing concerns about labor unions. A shooting incident that occurred at a meeting of the Progressive Farmers and Household Union escalated into mob violence on the part of the white people in Elaine and surrounding areas. Although the exact number is unknown, estimates of the number of African Americans killed by whites range into the hundreds. 5 white people lost their lives. The conflict began on the night of September 30, 1919, when approximately 100 African Americans, mostly sharecroppers on the plantations of white landowners, attended a meeting of the Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America at a church in Hoopspur, 3 miles north of Elaine. The purpose of the meeting, one of several by black sharecroppers in the Elaine area during the previous months, was to obtain better payments for their cotton crops from the white plantation owners who dominated the area during the Jim Crow era. Black sharecroppers were often exploited in their efforts to collect payment for their cotton crops. The union had contracted with lawyer Ulysses S. Bratton, whose son, Ossier, was at this meeting. In previous months, racial conflict had occurred in numerous cities in America, including Washington, D.C., Chicago, Illinois, Knoxville, Tennessee, and Indianapolis, Indiana. With labor conflicts escalating throughout the country at the end of World War I, government and business interpreted the demands of labor increasingly as the work of foreign ideologies, such as Bolshevism, that threatened the foundation of the American economy. Thrown into this highly combustible mix were black soldiers, who were returning to the United States and who often exhibited a less submissive attitude within the Jim Crow society around them. Unions such as the Progressive Farmers represented a threat not only to the tenet of white supremacy but also to the basic concepts of capitalism. Although the United States was on the winning side of World War I, supporters of American capitalism found in communism a new menace to their security. With the success of the Russian Revolution, stopping the spread of international communism was seen as the duty of all loyal Americans. Arkansas Governor Charles Hillman Brough told a St. Louis, Missouri, audience during the war that there existed no twilight zone in American patriotism and called Wisconsin Senator Robert La Follette, who opposed the war, a Bolshevik leader. During this Red Scare, the threat of Bolshevism seemed to be everywhere, not only in the labor strikes led by the radical industrial workers of the world but also in the cotton fields of Arkansas. Leaders of the Hooper Union had placed armed guards around the church to prevent disruption of their meeting and intelligence gathering by white opponents. Though accounts of who fired the first shots are in sharp conflict, a shootout in front of the church on the night of September 30, 1919, between the armed black guards around the church and three individuals whose vehicle was parked in front of the church resulted in the death of W.A. Atkins, a white security officer for the Missouri Pacific Railroad, and the wounding of Charles Pratt, Phillips County's white deputy sheriff. The next morning, the Phillips County sheriff sent out a posse to arrest those suspected of being involved in the shooting. Although the posse encountered minimal resistance from the black residents of the area around Elaine, the fear of African Americans, who outnumbered whites in this area of Phillips County by a ratio of 10-1, led an estimated 500 to 1,000 armed white people mostly from the surrounding Arkansas counties but also from across the river in Mississippi to travel to Elaine to put down what was characterized by them as an insurrection. On October 1, Phillips County authorities sent 3 telegrams to Gov. Brough, requesting that U.S. troops be sent to Elaine. Brough responded by gaining permission from the Department of War to send more than 500 battle-tested troops from Camp Pike, outside of Little Rock. After troops arrived in Elaine on the morning of October 2, 1919, the white mobs began to depart the area and return to their homes. The military placed several hundred African Americans in makeshift stockades until they could be questioned and vouched for by their white employers. The violence even claimed those who had nothing to do with the Union efforts, such as brothers David Augustine Eliway Johnston, Gibson Allen Johnston, Lewis Harrison Johnston, and Leroy Johnston, who were returning to Helena from a hunting trip when they were attacked and killed on October 2. Evidence shows that the mobs of whites slaughtered African Americans in and around Elaine. For example, H. F. Smitty, one of the white witnesses to the massacre, swore in an eyewitness account in 1921 that several hundred of them began to hunt Negroes and shotting them as they came to them. Anecdotal evidence also suggests that the troops from Camp Pike engaged in indiscriminate killing of African Americans in the area, which, if true, was a replication of past militia activity to put down perceived black revolts. In 1925, Sharp Dunaway, an employee of the Arkansas Gazette, alleged that soldiers in Elaine had committed one murder after another with all the calm deliberation in the world, either too heartless to realize the enormity of their crimes, or too drunk on moonshine to give a continental darn. Colonel Isaac Jenks, commander of the U.S. troops at Elaine, recorded the number of African Americans killed by U.S. troops as only 2. In contrast, the correspondent for the Memphis Press on October 2, 1919, wrote, "Many Negroes are reported killed by the soldiers." Other anecdotal information suggests that U.S. troops also engaged in torture of African Americans to make them confess and give information. The white power structure in Phillips County formed a committee of 7, made of influential planters, businessmen, and elected officials, to investigate the cause of the disturbances. The committee met with Gov. Brough, who had ridden on the train with the troops and accompanied them on a march to the Hooper area. The governor, who was reported as saying he was going to Elaine to obtain correct information, accepted the authority of the committee in return for its commitment that no lynchings would take place in Helena. He returned to Little Rock the next day and told a press conference, "The situation at Elaine has been well handled and is absolutely under control. There is no danger of any lynching. The white citizens of the county deserve unstinting praise for their actions in preventing mob violence." From this point forward, two versions of what occurred at Elaine exist. The white leaders put forward their view that black residents had been about to revolt. E.M. Allen, a planter and real estate developer who became the spokesman for Phillips County's white power structure, told the Helena World on October 7, "The present trouble with the Negroes in Phillips County is not a race riot. It is a deliberately planned insurrection of the Negroes against the whites directed by an organization known as the Progressive Farmers and Household Union of America, established for the purpose of banding Negroes together for the killing of white people." On the other hand, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in New York, which had sent Field Secretary Walter White to investigate the events in Elaine, contested such allegations from the outset. White wrote in the Chicago Daily News on October 19, 1919, that the belief there had been an insurrection was only a figment of the imagination of Arkansas whites and not based on fact. He said, "White men in Helena told me that more than 100 Negroes were killed." Famed journalist and anti-lynching activist, Ida B. Wells Barnett, secretly interviewed some of the prisoners in Helena, from which she produced the pamphlet The Arkansas Race Riot. This work also challenged allegations of an insurrection and documented the torture and other depredations the prisoners had suffered. Within days of the initial shootout, 285 African Americans were taken from the temporary stockades to the jail in Helena, the county seat, although the jail had space for only 48. Two white members of the Phillips County Posse, T.K. Jones, and H.F. Smitty, stated in sworn affidavits in 1921 that they committed acts of torture at the Phillips County Jail and named others who had also participated in the torture. On October 31, 1919, the Phillips County grand jury charged 122 African Americans with crimes stemming from the racial disturbances. The charges ranged from murder to night riding, a charge akin to terroristic threatening. The trials began the next week, with John Elvis Miller leading the prosecution. White attorneys from Helena were appointed by Circuit Judge J. M. Jackson to represent the first 12 black men to go to trial. Attorney Jacob Fink, who was appointed to represent Frank Hicks, admitted to the jury that he had not interviewed any witnesses. He made no motion for a change of venue, nor did he challenge a single prospective juror, taking the first 12 called. By November 5, 1919, the first 12 black men who were given trials had been convicted of murder and sentenced to die in the electric chair. As a result, 65 others quickly entered plea bargains and accepted sentences of up to 21 years for second-degree murder. Others had their charges dismissed or ultimately were not prosecuted. In Little Rock and at the headquarters of the NAACP in New York, efforts began to fight the death sentences handed down in Helena, led in part by Scipio Africanus Jones, the leading black attorney of his era in Arkansas, and Edgar L. McCanney. Jones began to raise money in the black community in Little Rock for the defense of the Elaine 12, as the convicted men came to be known. The 12 men were Frank Moore, Frank Hicks, Ed Hicks, Joe Knox, Paul Hall, Ed Coleman, Alfred Banks, Ed Ware, William Wardlaw, Albert Giles, Joe Fox, and John Martin. At the same time, the New York offices of the NAACP, upon the advice of Arkansas attorney Ulysses S. Bratton, hired the Little Rock law firm of George C. Murphy, a former attorney general and candidate for governor, as counsel for the 12 men. Even at the age of 79, Murphy, a former Confederate officer and Arkansas attorney general, was considered one of the best trial attorneys in Arkansas. By late November, Jones was working with Murphy's firm to save the Elaine 12. Their initial task was to appeal the sentences given to the Elaine 12 and ask for a new trial based on errors committed by the trial court. Gov. Brough issued a stay of the executions to permit an appeal to the Arkansas Supreme Court after the motions were denied. For the next 5 years, the cases of the Elaine 12 were mired in litigation as Murphy and Jones fought to save the men from death. They secured new trials for 6 of the men, known as the Ware defendants, based on the fact that the trial judge had not required jurors to indicate the degree of murder on their ballot forms. The convictions of the other 6 men, known as the Moore defendants, were affirmed. The cases of the Elaine 12 were litigated on 2 separate tracks. The retrials of the Ware defendants began on May 3, 1920. During the trials, Murphy became ill, and Jones became the principal counsel. Hostility toward him was so great from local white residents that, out of fear for his life, he was said to sleep at a different black family's houses every night during the trials. The convictions were again affirmed. Gov. Brough once again stayed their executions until the Arkansas Supreme Court could again review the cases. Ultimately, the Ware defendants were freed by the Arkansas Supreme Court after 2 terms of court had passed, and the state of Arkansas made no move to retry the men. The Moore defendants were granted a new hearing after the U.S. Supreme Court, in the case of Moore v. Dempsey, ruled that the original proceedings in Helena had been a mask, and that the state of Arkansas had not provided a corrective process that would have allowed the defendants to vindicate their constitutional right to due process of law on appeal. Instead of pursuing a new hearing in federal court, in March 1923, Scipio Jones entered into negotiations to have the Moore defendants released. To be released, the men would have to plead guilty to second-degree murder and a sentence of 5 years from the date they were first incarcerated in the Arkansas State Penitentiary. Finally, on January 14, 1925, Governor Thomas McRae ordered the release of the Moore defendants by granting them indefinite furloughs after they had pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. In the interim, Jones had secured the release of the other Elaine defendants. Though some local white residents of Phillips County still contend that white people at the time acted appropriately to prevent a slaughter in the Elaine area in 1919, the modern view of most historians of this crisis is that white mobs unjustifiably killed an undetermined number of African Americans. More controversial is the view that the military participated in the murder of black people. Race relations in this area of Arkansas are currently quite strained for a number of reasons, including the events of 1919. A conference on the matter in Helena in 2000 resulted in no closure for the people in Phillips County. On September 29, 2019, a memorial to those who died during the massacre was dedicated in downtown Helena, West Helena. On November 5, 2019, the Elaine 12 were memorialized on the Arkansas Civil Rights Heritage Trail in Little Rock. 173. The facilitation of anti-black terror by white Americans, legitimized and backed by the country's leaders at the local, state, and federal levels, as well as people who are black, was and is atrocious. Gatekeepers of whiteness and anti-blackness had abundant authority to terrorize. Even black people are implicated in this extraordinarily complex dynamic. The responses to black tragedies, past or present, have been minimized, leading us all to be misled about the extent of the psychopathy and sociopathy. That is why it is done. To deceive. Carefully worded statements distantly alluding to past tragedies do nothing, which is purposeful. And they do not allow us to move forward to correct present woes. The governors, upholders of the law, were psychopaths and sociopaths. All, within their ranks, functioned this way. Talmadge, you will recall, facilitated the murders of the Mooresford lynching victims, Dorothy Malcolm, Roger Malcolm, George Dorsey, and May Dorsey. 175. We cannot overlook Governor Olin D. Johnston, who allowed George Stinney to be murdered by the state of South Carolina for crimes he did not commit. 174. The past is connected to the present. Take, for instance, former California Governor and American President, Ronald Reagan. Reagan, along with former California Secretary of State and Governor, Jerry Brown, assassinated former San Francisco Mayor George Moscone, former San Francisco Mayor and current California Senator, Dianne Feinstein, and assassinated former Board of Supervisor member, Harvey Milk, enabled the murders of roughly 900 people by Jim Jones, People's Temple pastor, in 1978.176. More than 600 of the victims were black people, mostly from California, and no one at the local, state, or federal level took responsibility for investigating the organized criminal facilitation that led to their murders. Some people believe that this annihilation of black people in San Francisco and Los Angeles was an organized effort on behalf of officials from those cities. That they wanted to rid their cities of what they perceived to be filth. And perhaps Jones completed what America termed urban renewal, or, as James Baldwin called it, Negro removal. 177. Jim Jones, with the support of the local, state, and federal officials, was able to con people out of selling their homes, refurbishing them, and selling them for his own personal profit. He was able to continue cashing the social security checks of individuals who were living in South America, while people in a position to stop him did nothing. If he had been a black pastor, for example, and even one of his victims had been white, what steps do you think would have been taken to stop him? And take note of the COVID-19 pandemic. Though people of all races have died from it, black and brown people have, predictably, been affected disproportionately. Why is that? Can it be the same coincidence occurring over and over and over again, or is there a logical pattern to which we can point? Many officials who push vaccines know they will enrich white shareholders. Follow the money. If they cared genuinely about the welfare of this population, they would address homelessness, education, food insecurity, and other such issues in the same ways that they bailed out mostly white-owned businesses through paycheck protection programs. These programs disproportionately provided monies to mostly white capitalists, including such people as Governor Gavin Newsom, and former President Donald Trump. Monies did not have to be paid back to the federal government, as they were subsequently forgiven through a 3-4-paged online application administered by the Small Business Administration. In essence, the U.S. federal government developed a 21st-century welfare program that overwhelmingly benefited whites. This is called white socialism. 235, 278-79. It is simple. If we pay attention to the deeply ingrained sentiments held by whites, we will understand why we live the way we do today. Observe what former South Carolina Governor and United States Senator Strom Thurmond said, while running for U.S. President in 1948, in reaction to racial integration in the armed forces. "I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that there's not enough troops in the army to force the Southern people to break down segregation and admit the nigger race into our theaters and swimming pools, into our homes and into our churches." 178,179. Thurmond was infected with the same mental deviations as Lincoln, the illnesses of anti-blackness and white supremacy. Today, even people hailed as progressives, such as President Joseph Biden, will go out of their way to admonish people for anti-Asian hate stemming from the emergence of the COVID-19 virus, but will not utter a word in defense of those mostly responsible for electing him, Black Americans. The lives of black people matter little, if at all, here in America. White supremacy and anti-black culture will lead American citizens to prosecute Bill Cosby for allegedly drugging women for decades, but allow admitted white serial rapist Christopher J. Belter to be granted probation because the judge preyed on the decision and did not feel prison was appropriate for him. This is also true for Ed Buck, who did the same to at least 10 young black men, only to face no consequences. Why? More psychopathy, more sociopathy. Who now speaks the name of Gemel Moore, a 26-year-old man found dead in Buck's living room, naked on a mattress. Read the following from About Gemel Moore and Timothy Dean. According to the report, a coroner's investigator found the following items in Buck's 2-bedroom apartment: 24 syringes with brown residue, 5 glass pipes with white residue and burn marks, a plastic straw with possible white residue, clear plastic bags with white powdery residue, and a clear plastic bag with a piece of crystal-like substance. On July 26, 2018, prosecutors declined to file charges against Ed Buck in connection with Gemel Moore's death, citing insufficient evidence. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office said that the admissible evidence is insufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Buck gave Gemmell more drugs or is responsible for his death. 180. Even more disturbing is the reality of Kyle Rittenhouse leaving his Illinois home to commit murder at a Black Lives Matter-centered demonstration. Days after his exoneration, Donald Trump, the 45th President of the United States, would invite Rittenhouse to visit with him at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. 266, 267. Do not talk to me in isolation about Cosby, R. Kelly, O.J. Simpson, or any other black person accused, or held accountable for crimes for which white people are not held accountable. All such conversations must begin and end with white people. After all, it is white America who has erected a culture in which rape, pedophilia, and human sex trafficking, vile atrocities, were legalized during colonial America, and under the United States Constitution, for centuries. This country has yet to make a meaningful amends to black people, our families, and communities, by providing holistic reparations to heal the harms that have been committed against us, as well as the perpetual harms we face in an anti-black culture. Instead, there are campaigns being engineered by white, and white-aligned people to ban such history and perspectives from being taught, to ensure white people never have to face the demented and sociopathic ways whiteness was constructed. It is white America, which has enabled and allowed all such men to commit attacks against black women and girls, with little to no consequence. All implicated parties must be held accountable for the relics of perpetual white supremacist patriarchy and matriarchy. It is not critical race theory that is bad for our country. It is the delusion of whiteness, and perpetual white supremacy that is bad for this country. While I do not condone violence of any manner, I do believe that black people should follow the white way and develop a black solidarity that is so strong that we remain quiet onlookers about black people who seek economic refuge by robbing banks, committing fraud, and other types of nonviolent offenses. The culture and systems of white America make black persons their primary enemy. The standards should be identical, or we should not follow the rules. As Sharon Reed exclaimed on Start Your Day with Sharon and Mike, featured on the Black News Channel. Why should I sit in judgment over any black or brown person? Until white people are treated somewhat the same in a system of justice, how can any of us sit in judgment of any black or brown person? Isn't this a valid question? I agree with Sharon, the systems in white America are inoperable. Black tokens. It is also a white supremacist and anti-black system and culture that will have a black male journalist by the name of Mark Lamont Hill argue that Cosby is guilty, even though Bill Cosby was not convicted of any crimes. A few days later, Hill remarked condescendingly to the black community that black people can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can fight for the release of somebody without celebrating them. We fought for O.J. to come home, not because we thought O.J. was a hero or a saint, but because we knew the criminal justice system had wronged him. We said that look, O.J. doesn't like us. He don't love us. He don't hang with us. He don't date us. He don't marry us. He does all this stuff, but he still shouldn't be in a cage. That's what we should be doing with Bill Cosby, but instead I look on Instagram, and I see people holding Bill Cosby parties at the club. And that's when I said F all y'all. I wasn't talking to black folk. I was talking to anybody who would organize a party like that. 181. And supporting Bill Cosby is proof that we don't care and love black women enough. 182. Most disturbing about his commentary was the manipulation of the race of some of the victims. He did this to inoculate himself against criticism, of course. What he did was add fuel to the fire. White America already sees black men as rapists. He confirmed their bias. Where was this argument when it came to two of the black, gay men found dead in Ed Buck's home? Did they matter in the same way? Regarding Simpson, was he not found not guilty? Back in 1995, 183 should black persons remain guilty even when acquitted? What is the standard? Are there standards? Yes, for some non-white people, and all black people. There literally has to be videos of a person getting their neck crushed for almost 10 minutes, or someone being shot down in cold-blooded murder while jogging, and the world erupting in umbrage, for white people to be held accountable. Yet, we also see that someone could be sleeping in her bed at home, murdered by law enforcement, and no accountability whatsoever for taking her life. It is ridiculous. America continues to function as a country of perpetual anti-blackness and white supremacy. I point this out, in part, hoping to turn the lens on myself. I, myself, have been guilty of this type of thinking and am not afraid to admit it is destructive. We must investigate each of our thoughts. We must self-reflect. We must do better. All of us. Even those of us sounding the alarm. Consider the extreme tokens, people such as Larry Elder, recent candidate for governor of California and right-wing radio talk show host. Having written books entitled What's Race Got to Do With It, and Bad News for Race Hustlers, he, along with Stacey Dash, Candace Owens, Katrina Pearson, and Tim Scott, just to name a few, make for ideal tokens. These individuals have pathetically embraced whiteness, and all that comes with it, for personal gain. They self-perceive as exceptional Negroes, a term resurrected by Tracy O'Neill in her book The Exceptional Negro, Racism, White Privilege and the Lie of Respectability Politics, 184, or, put another way, an example of what one can achieve if they work hard. O'Neill states in her text, I use this term to mean exactly what I think Master Ford meant when he called Platt an exceptional nigger, though I have upgraded the term to Negro to account for more contemporary white sensibilities, that is to say, a black person who to white people seems unlike other black people they use as a reference point. Exceptional Negroes are often well educated, always articulate, cultured, and able to move seemingly effortlessly in white business, political, and social circles. Exceptional Negroes do not fit the stereotypical criminal, thug, welfare queen, baby mama, baby daddy, and myriad other negative labels usually associated with black folks. Hence, we are deemed exceptional. These individuals deny the cultural embeddedness of white supremacy and anti-blackness. This problem is described in detail by Dr. Fox in his book Addicted to White 185. I submit to you that it is a case of free Negro syndrome. Some black people see themselves as separate from the majority, given how hard they have worked to establish themselves. They get used as political puppets, and sometimes happily so. They can never be full beneficiaries of whiteness, but that is all right. See infamous examples, such as Oprah Winfrey shopping at Louis Vuitton in Europe or Professor Louis Gates trying to enter his own home in Massachusetts. O'Neill goes on to say, but as we will see, the truth is that even with our exceptionalism, we are just still Negroes to white America, and in case we forget that, they will swiftly remind us. The point here is that black people have remained imprisoned psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually by whiteness and anti-blackness in America, and some seem to be simply fine with it, very often. Jay-Z characterized it best in his song, The Story of O.J., when he said, light nigga, dark nigga, faux nigga, real nigga, rich nigga, poor nigga, house nigga, field nigga, still nigga. 186. This is the reality. Filmmaker Anna DuVernay echoes this sentiment in her film, When They See Us, as she tackles the case of the exonerated five. This reality, and the reality of everyday white extremism, was highlighted in the series Colin in Black and White, a Netflix series produced by DuVernay and pro football player Colin Kaepernick. These are perhaps two of the best explainers on anti-blackness we have seen in some time, aside from the everyday news stories that present daily depictions of black people being terrorized in America. 187,268. All one has to do is observe the ways in which Supreme Court Judge nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson was treated by Senators Josh Hawley, Mike Lee, Marsha Blackburn, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, during the confirmation hearings held in the United States Congress during the week of March 21, 2022. The message was strikingly clear for members of the Black community, all Americans, and people who tuned in from around the world: she's still just another N. The contempt and disdain present in their tones of voice, which dripped through the delivery of every question and comment, was traumatizing. As Judge Brown Jackson cried during comments shared by Senator Cory Booker, "I did 2.295-300. I was aggrieved for her, and all Black people who experience the same, or similar types of ongoing mistreatment by our white and non-Black counterparts." The shameful violence committed against Judge Brown Jackson, through the displays of diminishment and denigration, represents the core and foundation of the white American psychology, identity, and cultural value system. We must prosecute the crimes directed at us, past and present. It must happen with the arts, the legal system, the education system, the pulpit, and more. If we do not, what will we get? More psychopathy, more sociopathy. Chapter 8 Review Questions. Chapter 8 Review Questions. Considering what you have just read, answer the following. What did white females and males learn about the value of whiteness? How did these laws shape white identity for white males? White females. What did Black females learn about what it meant to be white and female? White and male. Black and male. Black and female. What did Black males learn about what it meant to be white and male? White and female. Black and female. Black and male. How did these laws shape Black identity? In what ways were the parameters of whiteness and anti-Blackness vastly expanded to widen the realities and impacts of oppression between white/white identified and Black people? How does the law reinforce pro-white and anti-Black outcomes? What happens when we dismiss real injuries, over and over again? How do we not see the origins and extensions of anti-Blackness and white supremacy? Furthermore, why do we not? What happens when we allow perpetrators to go on perpetrating without consequence for hundreds of years? How is the role of anti-Blackness different from that of white supremacy/power/superiority? How does white people's control of the legal system privilege them? How can Black people escape criminality when it is meant to continue imprisoning us? Who are the real criminals? Why is it dangerous to minimize actual harm? What does that minimization enable in the future? In what ways was the legal system structured to advance and affirm whites, in psychopathic and sociopathic ways, during the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, concerning Black people? Chapter 9. Spike Lee, School Days, and the Final Call for Black People to Wake Up. A letter to Spike Lee. Dear Spike Lee, thank you for shouldering your part of the burden. Because of how you have put your intelligence and education to use, innumerable people struck by blindness have been able to see. Your artistry is unmatched. One movie of yours in particular, School Days, helped me understand myself better. I understood colonization, identity, and how they go together, for the first time in my life. You helped me learn that whites define themselves by being anti-Black. 188 You also helped me understand that many Black people define themselves through the lenses of whiteness and anti-Blackness. The film brilliantly catalogs how we adopt white values and how that diminishes us in every regard and reinforces our subjugation. Thank you. Sincerely. Dante King. Most Black people have not done the challenging work Lee has done, and therefore do not see what he sees, and saw long ago. It is worth contemplating how we and our circumstances would change if we modeled our thought patterns after his, Duvernay's, and Copernic's. I am perhaps most struck by the ending of School Days. He has the characters deliver a simple yet moving message. He tells them to wake up. It is a call to action, and for us all. This includes HBCU faculty, staff, and students, preachers, everyone. White supremacy and anti-Blackness are so embedded into our institutions and psyches that we hardly recognize them. They are just fundamental parts of our existence in a white-dominant culture. 21,7. Whites established the standard of brutality to be aimed at black persons. This is on them. 38,125 And now we live in a multiracial, multi-ethnic country that practices anti-blackness as a normal way of being. This is the predictable logical outcome. It should surprise absolutely no one, especially after reading this text. Black people and every ally must be clear on the history and its connection to the present. There is no other way to fix this debacle. As Kimberly Jones has correctly noted when discussing Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, white America's core problem is its anti-black, white supremacist identity/ideology. Every problematic part flows from those two elements. Housing, healthcare, education, the law, everything. Nothing is left untouched. Every single aspect of society is constructed to keep black people from having quality of life, power, wealth, health, and education, housing, and justice. 190. Black people must understand how we can be our own worst enemies. If we do not, we will only enable our worst oppressors. One can hardly think of something more shameful. Every way we are taught to think and behave stems from the lenses of whiteness and anti-blackness. 191, 1,21. I hardly have all the answers. Even I struggle with how, for example, to identify true, non-black allies. Perhaps that is because so many fear that if black persons mount a genuine revolt that only revenge, not equality, would arise. What most black people do, and I include myself, here, is focus on the negative impact racism has on black persons. What we should all do a better job doing is focusing on all the power that is consistently afforded to whites or people who are our allies. Racism does not merely involve oppression. It involves dehumanization masked as privilege, and we should focus on this variable more. It is having advantages when none should exist, in essence. There is another frame of reference we must shift. We should not compare the progress black persons make today with what they made yesterday. We should compare it to white progress, economic and otherwise. If we took even that one step, the extent of the psychopathy and sociopathy would be clearer. So would the need for reparations. In addition, the damaging effects of whiteness on white and black people extend far beyond economics, as highlighted in the 1940s Dahl study, which was facilitated by psychologists Kenneth and Mamie Clark, and a follow-up study designed by Margaret Spencer. 191,192 America's illness, in the form of a negative cultural orientation toward blackness, was starkly presented during this documentary. Almost all negative orientations and characterizations were associated with the pictures of black children. They presented the children with multiple questions and statements while pointing to pictures of 5 different caricatures that ranged in skin tone. The results were horrifying. When asked to point to the smart and nice child, most children pointed to the white or lighter-skinned image. When asked to point to the mean and dumb child, most chose the brown or black image. When asked to point to the skin color most teachers prefer, most children chose the white or lighter-skinned image. When asked to point to the skin color most teachers do not prefer, most children chose the brown or black image. When asked to point to who adults would be more likely to like, they mostly chose the white or lighter-skinned image. When asked to point to who adults would be more likely to dislike, they mostly chose the brown and black images. When asked to point to the good child, it was the white or lighter-skinned child. The bad child? The brown/black one. When asked to point to the good-looking child, it was the white or lighter-skinned one. The less attractive/even ugly one? The brown/black one. The children, groups made up of black and white children, clearly demonstrated their orientations in favor of whiteness and against blackness. Not adults, children. This is not a coincidence. It is hundreds of years of indoctrination bearing fruit in the ugliest way imaginable. When asked why a child was bad, ugly, stupid, etc., the response, given by children of both races, was something to the effect of, because the child is brown/black. Self-hatred starts early, and it is nothing short of heartbreaking. No child should self-perceive this way, ever. This is the sort of self-hatred that thwarts any and all success. Cooper, disturbed, probed some more. Below is a revealing exchange. Cooper, to a black girl child pointing to light skin color she coveted, "Why do you want that skin color?" Black girl, "Because it looks lighter than this kind, because this looks a lot like that one." The reference to her skin looking a lot like that one was in reference to her pointing to one of the brown figures. She added, "And, I just don't like the way brown looks, because the way brown looks nasty for some reason, but I don't know what reason, and that's all." Cooper, pressing even more, "So, you think it looks nasty?" Black girl, "Not really, but sometimes." Cooper, "And they also asked what color adults don't like." At this point, she pointed to the darkest figure almost begrudgingly. Cooper, "Why don't you think adults don't like this color?" Girl, "Dark." This was basically an on-air admission of self-hatred, and hardly anyone understood why. It was, in fact, the result of centuries of white supremacist and anti-black indoctrination using every institution available. No one had identified the psychopathy and sociopathy. If that is not a tragedy, then one does not know what ever could be. These examples are not anomalies. Dismissing them as such only perpetuates the harm. Our goal is the opposite. We must acknowledge how common and representative they are, and then ask ourselves why. The term racism is not enough. It is ambiguous and insufficient. We must call it what it is, which is anti-black. Our culture is affirmatively, aggressively anti-black. That is what accounts for, among other things, the frustrations in healthcare outcomes, interactions with law enforcement officers, and so much more. It is the deeply rooted anti-blackness of it all. It overwhelms. Anti-blackness is what accounts for a psychopathic white law enforcement officer, for example, doing what he did to Dejaria Becton at a 2018 pool party. 193 It is what made Trayvon Martin look so suspicious. It is behind the Sandra Bland murder and George Floyd murder. It even accounts for instances such as the one involving a black police officer who kicked in the head a black citizen, Ashley Samuel, in July of 2021. 194,28 It is anti-blackness through and through, repeatedly. It is because they were black. And white American culture and those who have aligned themselves with it hate black people and have contempt for what they perceive as blackness. 195,197 White people do not live with these questions. White people have the privilege of not living with these questions. This was evident in the words of Charles Scharf, Wells Fargo CEO, when he spoke the quiet part aloud by saying there were very few skilled, experienced, knowledgeable, or talented black people in the professional workforce. 198. While it might sound like an excuse, the unfortunate reality is that there is a very limited pool of black talent to recruit from. This is part and parcel anti-black racism. Racism reduces the view of the institutions/systems to individual failings of black people. Anti-black racism prevents examination of institutions and systems as flawed, rooted in white supremacy, and anti-blackness. Anti-blackness minimizes the magnitude of these types of thought patterns and beliefs. In this one moment, Scharf accidentally admitted to the world what he and so many others genuinely believed. I worked for Wells Fargo for more than 13 years. There, I was groomed in pro-white and anti-black professional culture. I can remember consistently receiving recognition-winning awards as a personal banker, premier banker, branch manager, and HR business consultant. I remember meeting colleagues at both the district and regional levels who would be surprised that I ranked highest within our district and region. I remember being asked questions about some of the things I had done to achieve success, and yet other colleagues, also recognized at the same events, were not questioned in similar ways. I was the anomaly, you see. At one branch in particular where I worked, nearly everyone assumed the Asian person there ranked above me. That is not coincidental. Wells Fargo is hardly alone in its culture and practices. All or nearly all major American corporations are afflicted with the same psychopathy and sociopathy. A black friend of mine, who is a board-licensed physician, often experiences the same. She is very often assumed to be a nurse, assistant, or someone else other than the medical doctor. Why is that? Again, anti-blackness and white supremacy are sicknesses that pervade every environment. They are psychopathic and sociopathic. My experience as a human resources professional. As a human resources professional with more than 15 years experience and expertise, I have witnessed rampant anti-blackness in the white professional context. Whites and those proximate to them are privileged. The same goes for white Cubans and white Hispanics. I can cite numerous personal examples to support this contention. Example A, Julie, who is white presenting, mid-30s, has little industry experience. She is trained by Cherie, a black woman roughly the same age. She passes the probation period and gets promoted to be the black employees manager right afterward. Cherie does not receive a promotion for the next 5 years. In 2, Julie becomes division director, making triple Cherie's salary. Over the course of a decade, she becomes an executive, ranked merely 3 levels below that of CEO. At that time, Cherie gets promoted to a supervisor position. Example B, Sean, a black male employee in his late 40s, is aggressed by his Asian supervisor, who screams at him and spits in his face. Sean punches him and is fired for being violent in the workplace. The supervisor is not reprimanded. Sean is described as violent, aggressive, enraged, and unstable. 2 months later, Bob, a white male in his mid-50s, becomes angry at his black, female supervisor named Shanitra. He punches her, and receives a mere suspension as opposed to being terminated. He is described as having had one bad day. Example C, Lynette, a black female, is well educated in her field. She has an MA in Communications and B.A.S in Urban Planning and English, making her very well suited for her job. She applied for a promotion to Senior Communications Manager, which is one step up from her current position. Bob, her subordinate, is far less educated and has far less experience. He applies and gets the position, making his leap ahead, despite the lesser qualifications, 4 full steps. She is admonished for her lack of charisma during the interview process. Other types of employee complaints I have dealt with, while in the roles of ombudsperson and human resources complaints investigator are monitoring and watching how often black employees go to the restroom. Complaints about the smell of black employees' food and asking them to warm their food up at home. A director asserting that because a black employee has a James Baldwin quote in their signature line, it makes them appear angry. Telling the employee that as a white person they do not need to be educated or reminded about the struggles of African Americans on a daily basis. Requesting that the employee remove the quote. Black candidates ranking higher on tests, interviews, etc., and management overriding processes to hire non-black people, later rationalizing that the hired person was a better fit. These examples are real and representative. They are not exceptions. And they should be motivation for us to see now what we could not see earlier. These conditions are abnormal and should always be regarded as such. I am thinking of my dear friend and sister, Lanitra Williams, who died at age 47, from cancer. While on her deathbed, she agonized to me about the harms she had experienced by her co-workers and management where she worked. She was not provided the support she needed to live a balanced, healthy, stable, and supportive life. It is clear to me, based upon our one-on-one conversations, that much of her demise was caused by the daily anti-black, anti-female challenges she navigated as a black woman, which were very much present in her work situation. I can relate, as this, too, has been my life experience. The final plea. My black mothers, sisters, fathers, brothers, aunts, uncles, daughters, and sons, please do not carry the unjust burden that is believing you are not enough. You are. You always have been. You always will be. It is the system that is stacked against you. You should assume no culpability and should rage against the machine that oppresses you. Baldwin said. I know how you watch as you grow older, the corpses of your brothers and your sisters pile up around you. Not as a result of anything they have done, they were too young to have done anything. But what one does realize is that when you try to stand up and look the world in the face as if you had a right to be here, you have attacked the entire power structure of the Western world. What white people have to do is try to find out in their hearts why it was necessary for them to have a nigger in the first place. Because I am not a nigger. I'm a man. If I'm not the nigger here, and if you invented him, you the white people invented him, then you have to find out why. And the future of the country depends on that. Whether or not it is able to ask that question. 151,273-74. Du Bois was attributed with saying, "A system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect." The truth of the matter is that it does not matter how hard you work. You are black in America, and this informs everything about your experience. Do not be fooled any longer. Not all, but most black people will fail in America, or be diminished to assuming subordinate roles that become constraining over time. And yet, we do not have such realistic discussions with black children and pretend that the same adage of hard work is as true for black people as it is for white people, when such a reality has never been true. We are pathologized for being perceived as inadequate, and we are pathologized for being exceptional. Yet, white mediocrity, white deficiency, and white insufficiency are hardly or ever interrogated. Meanwhile, black children and adults are in therapy, as we attempt to comply with white standards and norms that we have convinced ourselves will elevate us to higher planes. It is a recipe of delusion and confusion. Use the education you gain through reading this text. The white structure in which you function every day is designed to hurt you and your children the way it hurt your ancestors. Do not be complicit in this ongoing, massive campaign to wound and disable. Understand the relationship between anti-blackness and probability, which Dr. Kendi highlights as cultural racism in his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist 199. The white, social, cultural, institutional, and economic structure which operates on the foundational principles of white supremacy and anti-blackness will only allow a tiny number of Negroes to sit at the table. 1,198 Those people are forbidden from facilitating the promotion of black liberation theory, practice, or any other kind of non-oppressive agenda upon arrival. No. Often, a shameful alignment occurs. That must stop. Simply put, we are invited in because whites believe we will be useful idiots. Malcolm X accounted for this behavior and named it in his discussion at UC Berkeley. 200. He said, "The laws here in America were made white, by white people, for the benefit of white people. We continue to seek inclusion, validation, and approval through white supremacist and anti-black systems and institutions that do not want us here in America and have continued to demonstrate this throughout the ages. Most times, we end up trading our dignity and identity for more validation. Nothing is worth that. We must wake up, and understand that there is internal healing, and collective organizing to be done. Whatever it is you think has so dramatically improved, it hasn't. Only the dressing differs. And we no longer care for the superficial, having read this book. We look to substance. Think about the following. Black people are more than 3 times as likely as white people to be killed during a police encounter. 153,154. African Americans own approximately 1/10 the wealth whites do. In 2016, the median wealth for non-retired, black households 25 years old and up was less than 1/10 that of similarly situated white households. The wealth gap persists regardless of formal education, marital status, age, or income. For instance, the median wealth for black households with a college degree equaled about 70% of the median wealth for white households without a college degree. 155. African American mothers are dying at 3 to 4 times the rate of non-Hispanic, white mothers, and infants born to African American mothers are dying at twice the rate as infants born to non-Hispanic, white mothers. These two trends hold true across education levels and socioeconomic status. Even tennis star Serena Williams, a wealthy and remarkably powerful woman, nearly died from pregnancy-related complications that were ignored because of her blackness. 156. African American infants are 3.2 times more likely than non-Hispanic, white infants to die from complications related to low birth weight. 156. Between January 1972 and December 2019, other than during the aftermaths of recessions, the African American unemployment rate has stayed at or above twice the rate for whites. 157. Over the last 12 months, the average unemployment rate for black college graduates has been 4.1%. That is nearly double the average unemployment rate for white college graduates and equivalent to the unemployment rate of whites with an associate degree or who have not completed any college. The largest disparity is seen among those with less than a high school diploma / people who dropped out before earning their high school diploma / GED. While those whites have an unemployment rate of 6.9%, the black unemployment rate is at 16.6%. That is over twice the white average. 158. White control of black bodies persists, and the consequences are catastrophic. Dr. Wright summarized this as, psychopaths also reject constituted authority and discipline. The presence of this trait in the white race has grave implications for black people who seek legal solutions to their problems. This especially applies to the black people in the United States, who are the world's only legally created group. As long as this condition exists, black people in the United States will always be legally 5 minutes away from slavery. For black people in the United States to place their destiny in the hands of Supreme Court justices is an extreme form of psychological blindness and a pathological rejection of history. The Supreme Court of the United States has always used the prevailing white political climate as the criterion for dealing with questions of race. For example, as a result of the infamous 1954 school desegregation decision, black people lost an estimated 35,000 teaching and administrative positions in the South. Former black principals of black schools are now janitors in integrated schools, and the same thing is going to happen to black teachers in the North. Eventually the Supreme Court is going to find the 1954 decision unconstitutional, but by that time whites will have taken over all black schools, including the black colleges. 21. I wrote this book to convince the world, especially those most vulnerable, that America has always been and continues to be a country whose primary drivers are psychopathy and sociopathy. Black Americans continue to be victimized. We continue to be the targets of a calculated, sustained campaign for elimination. A genocide is still occurring. In 1951, the Civil Rights Congress charged genocide directed against black people in their proclamation of "We Charge Genocide 201." This text, published some 70 years ago, noted, "The mental harm done to the Negro people in the United States by conditions forced upon them, is incalculable." In Psychodynamic Factors in Racial Relations, written by Helen McLean in 1946, she noted, "Long before any Negro child has become fully conscious of being a Negro, he is affected by the existing tensions in his parents, who as Negroes, live an insecure existence, chronically frightened of external reality and of their own intensely hostile feelings against white men. The insecurity and impotence of the Negro parent in the face of white domination makes identification with those parents anxiety-laden. Yet identification with any member of the white group is also anxiety-producing, since the Negro is constantly being rejected by the white group. If the individual attempts to be mobile upwards by virtue of his ability or strong aggressive drives, he will fail to achieve satisfactory identification with the white group and will at the same time be resented by the Negro group. If he remains identified with the Negro group, he feels impotent and insecure. His aggressive, ambitious drives will find no satisfactory outlet. Only the self-destructive outlet of criminality, psychopathic behavior, and psychosomatic disease is open. The high incidence of hypertension among Southern Negroes is probably one indication of an unconscious attempt at mastery of the hostility which must be controlled. The chronic rage of these individuals produces hypertension which initially is fluctuating in character. Eventually the pathological changes resulting from this overload on the cardiovascular renal system lead to a consistently high blood pressure. All available evidence from clinicians indicates that functional disease is markedly on the increase in the Negro. 246. America's anti-black, genocidal agenda and its impacts have persisted for more than 400 years. It remains normalized in American culture. Black people continue to experience this reality in all aspects of our lives. We never get a rest. It affects our social interactions, our education, our employment status, our ability to shop, our ability to go to the gym, etc. 247. These psychological, emotional, and physical effects are depicted masterfully in the 10-part miniseries entitled Them, which appeared on Amazon Prime in early 2021.248. The series details the daily pressures Black people face while attempting to comply with American standards and values, all while being tortured by white and white proximate people. As Black people, we must reassert now the charge of anti-Black America's persistent genocide of Black people. How does white American culture become rid of the illnesses that are anti-Blackness and white supremacy, one might ask? I do not claim to have all the answers, but I do know we must see what has previously gone unseen. Black people are suffering from racial battle fatigue, a phrase coined by Dr. William Smith, from the University of Utah, in 2008.221 as noted by the Minnesota Counseling Center. Dr. Smith and others define RBF as the cumulative psychological, social, physiological, and emotional impacts of racial micro and macroaggressions and racist abuse on racially marginalized groups, particularly Black individuals. Attempting to cope with these persistent hostile, violent, demeaning, dismissive and toxic race-based stressors completely depletes one's physical, emotional, and mental energy. 282-84. We, Black people, naturally become exhausted due to the permanence of racial trauma inflicted upon us every day. I do not believe that we will ever properly and adequately address anti-Blackness in America. Too much money and power are at stake, and nothing motivates like money and power. The way Black people live now, constantly catering to and being betrayed by some absurd standard of being, is unacceptable. It causes health problems and even early death. We adapt, thinking we will help ourselves when it is just the opposite. 3,21. I think out of everything, the impact on Black children distresses me most. Consider Faith Fenedy, a young, talented, and brilliant 11-year-old Black American girl. In 2018, she was removed from Christ the King Parish School in Louisiana for wearing braids. She cried in humiliation. 205. I think of Chick-Isaiah Flanders, who suffered the same tragic situation in 2017. 206. And 8-year-old Marion Scott, who, in 2019, was excluded from her class picture at Paragon Charter Academy because her mother took pride in doing her hair in a way that the school found unacceptable, and the burden that created for Marion and her family. 207. I sit here thinking about the young, Black, female model who suffered backlash because people infected with the psychopathy of anti-Blackness wanted to put her down because she appeared in an H&M advertisement with her natural hair on display. 195,197. James Baldwin stated, "To be Negro in this country, and to be relatively conscious, is to be in a rage almost all of the time." There was a reason he said what he said. White supremacy's and anti-Blackness impacts on Black adults in today's society, as sociologist E. Franklin Frazier warned in his 1957 text entitled Black Bourgeoisie, often involve an adaptation to whiteness and all its misery. 1. Dr. Frazier asserted that middle and upper-class Black persons' attempts to become like white people are the result of the anti-Blackness they have internalized, resulting in an inferiority complex. He said, "Since the Black bourgeoisie live largely in a world of make-believe, The masks which they wear to play their sorry roles conceal the feelings of inferiority and the insecurity and the frustrations that haunt their inner lives. Despite their attempt to escape from real identification with the masses of Negroes, they cannot escape the mark of oppression any more than their less favored kinsmen. In attempting to escape identification with the black masses, they have developed a self-hatred that reveals itself in their deprecation of the physical and social characteristics of Negroes. Likewise, their feelings of inferiority and insecurity are revealed in their pathological struggle for status within the isolated Negro world and craving for recognition in the white world. Their escape into a world of make-believe with its sham society leaves them with a feeling of emptiness and futility which causes them to constantly seek an escape in new delusions. In 1979, Dr. Alvin Toussaint, in The Black Scholar, wrote an article entitled White Manipulation and Black Oppression. In it, he stated, "While black people grovel in destructive internecine warfare, statistics on their progress grow worse and institutional racial injustices persist while whites consolidate their positions of power and dominance over the black masses. This has been an effective strategy. Black people become not only the victim but the victimizer, accomplices with white racists in their own subjugation." 7. Dr. Jerome Fox, in his 2016 workbook entitled Addicted to White, The Oppressed in League with the Oppressor, stated that black people are consumers and addicts of whiteness. That we have made their way our own. 185 He posited that there were 5 fundamental variables that drive this reality. In his own words, during an interview on the Knowledge, Wisdom and Understanding TV show, Dr. Fox stated, "We as a people worldwide, are addicted to a white value system that's predicated on narcissism, greed, and violence. And I zoom in on that to identify 5 white values that we are principally addicted to. Value number 1, that everything black is bad and inferior, and everything white is good and superior. Value number 2, is basically we put things, money, and the things that money buys, above relationships. Value number 3, oppressors are trustworthy recorders and interpreters of history and reality. That's why we listen to their news, so-called mainstream news, and read their history books without questioning everything that we hear, and everything that we read. And then, white value number 4, individualism is better than collectivism. Hence, obligations to the group are subordinate to personal gain. So, it's all about me, 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 me. White value number 5, the best way to feel good about yourself is by surpassing, outdoing, and defeating someone else in an activity, achievement, or personal characteristic. This value in summary is competition over cooperation, and clearly there are things that we as a people need to do in order to secure our freedom and liberation but that require our unity. The only way to accomplish that is through us being unified, and obviously if you're constantly looking for ways to distinguish yourself from your fellow black brother and sister, there will be no cooperation. 208. Dr. Fox describes black people's placement and reality in America as a tragic dependency upon our enemies, and he does so correctly, which should alarm us all. Dr. Amos Wilson, in a speech given in the early 1990s, stated, "And as the black man was the first to walk on this earth, the black child is the first child to walk as a child. And as the black man was the first to speak language on this earth, the black child is the first to use language and symbols. As the black man was the first to draw intelligent conclusions and build cities and nations and to engineer the world, the black child exhibits in its psychomotor responses and its ability to coordinate its body with its mind before white children. That the history of black people is yet in the genes of his children, and that the potential of the black man is in the potential of his children. But people who do not know themselves, who do not know their history, who believe the propaganda put out by racists who have such an inferiority complex until they are willing to step down to white folk instead of living up to their potential, will destroy the potential that they have. There is no reasoning on earth for the black man to be ruled by white folk, or any other man. There is no reason for the black man to be dependent on any other people. You can only see that as your natural role, and you can only see that as your natural place in the world if you've come to believe lies and mythologies, and if you've come to believe in your own inferiority as a people. And the greatest damage then, that is done to African children in these educational establishments today is done through the low expectations of African American parents and of the African American community, and the low expectations of other people who have no knowledge of who African people are, and the potential of our people as a whole. Therefore, you've got to know who you are. Dr. Wilson also said, during this same speech, but if you don't know yourself, if you don't know your own developmental history, and how your psychology as an individual and as a people comes out of your unique experiences as individuals and as a people. If you are not aware of this, how your experience as an individual and as a people shapes the way you think, the way you see the world, the way you see yourself, shapes your very values, motivations, goals, and aims in life. If you are not aware of how the American experience has shaped these things to fit the dominance of white folk, then you are going to miseducate your children, you are going to miseducate yourself, and you are going to remain under the domination and control not only of white folk, but of any other folk that comes into this country and that comes into this world. Arabs will rule over you. Latins will rule over you. Asians will rule over you. Everybody will rule over you, and anybody who has a sense of who they are, what they are, anyone who operates and educates their children according to their traditions, according to their background, according to their history, according to their identity. The Japanese educate their children in terms of their Japanese-ness. Not in terms of white folk. Not in terms of black folk. But in terms of themselves. It is a brainwashed Negro, who tries to educate himself as if he were not black, but as if he were some white person. And this leads to miseducation if no education at all. 303. So much of what they argued was tragically right. We have become preoccupied with mirroring our oppressors. Perhaps that is the ultimate sign of how thoroughly dominated we have become. Our dress, our cuisine, everything that defines us is from our white oppressors. We are not white. We should never strive to be. It should never be something to which we aspire. We should not view how they live as something to emulate once we reach a certain status. We should rely on our own to design our clothing, cook our food, and make our music. There is no reason to take so much from those who robbed us of our very humanity. Our focus on the material, acquiring it like whites did, is also problematic. Dr. Fraser referred to this as the result of nothingness because our suffering results in our own self-hatred. That self-hatred means we cannot connect to anything with any substantial meaning, only that which is empty. That is why we focus on the European-designed handbag or suit. We cannot patch the hole in our hearts with objects. We need to heal, and we cannot do that without acknowledging just how deep those wounds are. Discomfort is necessary. There is material bandage big enough to stop the extent to which we have been bleeding for over 400 years. We have also adopted a perverse view that our ancestors suffered for us, so that we could live better today. Well, why did they have to be oppressed so that we could pretend to be free? How is that moral or rational? Take Ben Carson, MD, for example. He was President Trump's Housing and Urban Development Secretary. As recently as 2017. He said, immigrants who came here in the bottom of slave ships, who worked even longer, harder for less. But they too had a dream that one day their sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, great-grandsons, great-granddaughters might pursue prosperity. 209. More psychopathy, more sociopathy. And his decision to perpetuate both yielded him what? Power and approval among whites. Carson is the perfect example, the absolute perfect example of Dr. Wright's definition of someone suffering from menticide, someone who is irrational and delusional. 21. What is perhaps most horrifying is how indicative it is of how well controlled he is. What a puppet he has proved himself to be. He not only blames the victim, which would be bad enough. He profits from the victimization. Carson, in his ignorance, represents a clear depiction of Dr. Amos Wilson's description of the black-on-black criminal, which he outlined in a speech entitled, The Psychology of Cooperative Economics. In his speech, Dr. Wilson asserted, "There's no one more like the oppressor than the black-on-black criminal. The black-on-black criminal is a white man in blackface. He exhibits the same attitude toward his people as the white racist does. He doesn't love them, he hates them. He rejects them. He feels apart from them. He sees them merely as tools of exploitation. And when you look at the psychology of the black-on-black violent criminal, you will see that psychology exactly parallels to white racist. Because he has internalized the white racist lies, and now he has become an instrument for their activity against his own people. And in acting the way he does, he thinks he's acting like a white man. So, if the white man is free to kick the N-butt, he figures his freedom is the same thing. If he sees the white man's freedom as his capacity is to treat black people any way he feels, and to rise above the law, then he, in imitating the white man, is going to do the same thing the white man does. That's why we've got to get over the equality game. Because if a person lives upon our oppression, if their lifestyle is based on our oppression and exploitation, then to be just like them is to join in with them in oppressing our own people, and it becomes self-oppression as well. Therefore, what it means to be free and what it means to be equal cannot be what it means to be like white folk. 306. The embeddedness and pervasiveness of anti-blackness. One study, conducted by the Yale Child Study Center, was featured on NPR. A study control group of teachers was told to observe a group of preschool children. The group consisted of black and white females and males. Facilitators of the study, led by Walter Gilliam, instructed the teachers to look for bad behavior. They instructed the teachers to hit a button every time they observed bad behavior, and also used eye scan technology to track where the teachers directed their attention. The teachers overwhelmingly paid the most attention to the black male children and hit the button disproportionately more often to indicate that the black children were misbehaving. 211. But there was no bad behavior on their parts. Researchers indicated there had not been any. This study reinforced another from 2003, which was done by Bertrand and Mullainathan. In it, hypothetical figures with highly desirable skill sets and what were deemed black-sounding names applied for jobs. Applicants with white-sounding names who were far less prepared for the positions were far more likely to receive interviews. 261. How much more obvious can it get? One does not even need such studies to make the point. One's lived experiences should suffice. Consider a pool safety campaign initiated by the American Red Cross. An instruction poster featured a diverse group of children enjoying a day at their local pool. Who violated the pool rules? Only the black children. Who did not? The ones who were white or white presenting. 213. More psychopathy, more sociopathy. It is always everywhere. Think about the piece entitled Race and Economic Opportunity in the United States, an Intergenerational Perspective, which was featured in the New York Times in March 2018. 214. The article was entitled Extensive Data Shows the Punishing Reach of Racism for Black Boys. The study, led by researchers and professionals from a combination of Stanford, Harvard, and the Census Bureau, followed the lives of millions of black and white males and females who grew up wealthy. It highlighted the following. Black boys raised in America, even in the wealthiest families and living in some of the most well-to-do neighborhoods, still earn less in adulthood than white boys with similar backgrounds, according to a sweeping new study that traced the lives of millions of children. White boys who grow up rich are likely to remain that way. Black boys raised at the top, however, are more likely to become poor than to stay wealthy in their own adult households. Even when children grow up next to each other with parents who earn similar incomes, black boys fare worse than white boys in 99% of America. And the gaps only worsen in the kind of neighborhoods that promise low poverty and good schools. The article, accessed electronically, featured an interactive set of blue and yellow squares. Each square indicated the lives of the children. The blue squares indicated the lives of the rich/affluent, black, male children, while the yellow squares indicated the lives of the rich/affluent, white, male children. There were 10,000 lives depicted by all of the boxes in total. They each flowed into the following categories: rich adult, upper middle class adult, middle class adult, lower middle class adult and poor adult. As you can see, more than 40% of the rich, black children ended up poor or lower middle class, while more than 60% of the white children remained wealthy or upper to middle class. The article also highlighted other outcomes. Nearly half of white males who grew up poor ended up either wealthy or upper middle class or middle class. This compares to just 23% of black males represented across the same categories. How can all of this simply be coincidence? To see this data is to know the effect of widespread psychopathy and sociopathy. These figures were from 2018, not 1968. For the black males who grew up wealthy, 63% ended up impoverished. For black males who grew up poor, 91% of them ended up across the three lowest categories. They remained poor with a slim shot of becoming middle class. There was only a 28% difference between the black haves and have-nots, between black males who grew up rich and those who grew up poor. Anti-blackness is at the heart of capitalism and inflation. In other words, economic oppression is real and has tangible, negative outcomes. It helps perpetuate the myth that black people do not work hard, that they gravitate toward poverty, that they choose not to assimilate in ways that would benefit them because they are deeply self-destructive. What does all of that do? Further cement anti-black sentiment. It is cyclical in nature, you see. Everything feeds off of everything else. It is diabolical in its cleverness and none of us ever stood a chance against it. White people made their fortune on the literal backs of black persons. They stole from them and murdered them. They did this and faced no consequences. Black people who today may rob a bank or loot a store to survive. Only the harshest penalties apply. More psychopathy, more sociopathy. Ask yourself why it is fair to judge one and not the other. Ask what lens allows you to do so. Ask who benefits as a result. None of this is coincidental. One more study to consider is the legal memo study conducted by Nixon and Dr. Aaron N. Reeves in 2014.212. It mirrors the preschool study. Legal professionals from a variety of law firms were asked to evaluate the proficiency of two third-year NYU law students. One of the hypothetical students was identified as a white male named Thomas Meyer, while the other student was identified as a black male named Thomas Meyer. The feedback about the black Thomas Meyer's writing was predictably toxic. Hyperscrutiny characterized the assessments. His white counterpart? No such hyperscrutiny existed, of course. White Thomas Meyer received glowing feedback. Any minor deficits they noted were couched in positive terms. This study was closely linked to two true stories. One was written about a white male teacher named John Corcoran. It was featured on the BBC in April of 2018. The article was entitled, "I was a teacher for 17 years, but I could not read or write," and in it, he explained how his teachers were aware of his significant deficits but promoted him grade by grade anyway, based not on his performance but on his potential. He had not adequately performed, but they had confidence in him anyway. 275. How generous in spirit. The other story featured a white law professor from Georgetown University, who commented on the perpetual inadequacies she observed in her black students, semester after semester, for more than 20 years. 274. Not only do these examples demonstrate the value of white skin, that one could be entirely deficient and inadequate by white standards of success, and still prevail, they also highlight the unattainable bar that most black people agonize about not achieving. There are many black people who will never prevail because they are black. And there are many white people who have and will continue prevailing because they are white. Most white people will never acknowledge or admit these truths. Instead, they will perpetuate delusional ideologies about hard work, bootstraps, individualism, and the list goes on. Anti-blackness and white supremacy are meant to eat at us from the inside out. They show us no such charity, only harshness. And we are crippled as a direct result. We must understand this is an illness. As Toni Morrison put it, it is a profound neurosis that no one examines for what it is. 27. Black people must continue proclaiming unabashedly that Black lives matter, that Black is beautiful, that Black is enough, that Black is love, that Black is whole. We must mean it, for our children and for ourselves. We must discard all white oppressive tenets and behaviors. 215. Closing, what lies ahead? I hope this book touched you. Writing it touched me. In the words of President John F. Kennedy, 100 years of delay have passed since President Lincoln freed the slaves, yet their heirs, their grandsons, are not fully free. They are not yet freed from the bonds of injustice. They are not yet freed from social and economic oppression. And this nation, for all its hopes and all its boasts, will not be fully free until all its citizens are free. We preach freedom around the world, and we mean it, and we cherish our freedom here at home. But are we to say to the world, and much more importantly, to each other, that this is the land of the free except for Negroes, that we have no second-class citizens except for Negroes, that we have no class or caste system, no ghettos, no master race except with respect to Negroes? The old code of equity law under which we live commands for every wrong a remedy, but in too many communities, in too many parts of the country, wrongs are inflicted on Negro citizens and there are no remedies at law. Unless Congress acts, their only remedy is in the street. 216. White America has consistently answered his question in the affirmative, and resolutely. We must consider what we want and what we are willing to do to get it. That is our assignment. And we must consider this assignment with the utmost seriousness, as it is a life or death matter, as you can see. Samuel Adams, one of America's founding fathers, said the following in the Boston Gazette in 1772. If the public are bound to yield obedience to laws to which they cannot give their approbation, they are slaves to those who make such laws and enforce them. 218. Know that we are still enslaved. We have no control over the distribution of resources, monetary or otherwise. Which is another way of saying we are deprived. No one is looking out for us. Often even we do not look out for our own selves. We must boldly resist those who wish to hurt us, no matter the cost. Enough psychopathy, enough sociopathy. Enough of these diseases. It is past time for white America to own the abuse it has inflicted and continues to inflict onto our bodies and souls. As noted in the Kerner Commission report, issued in 1968. Segregation and poverty have created in the racial Negro ghetto a destructive environment totally unknown to most white Americans. What white Americans have never fully understood, but what the Negro can never forget, is that white society is deeply implicated in the ghetto. White institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it. Our nation is moving toward two societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal. 219-20. We are now 54 years away from this pivotal era, an era many perceived as a moment of national racial reckoning. No such reckoning occurred. It was all an act. A trick. A psychopathic, sociopathic trick. And we chose to fall for it. I do not believe that most whites want to change the order that benefits them. That would require profound moral insight. What evidence is there that they possess this profound moral insight? This is evident by the ways in which white women and men, government officials, pander to the educated and lesser educated white majority, and the ways in which they protect racism through a lack of accountability. 217. Anti-blackness is American culture, a way of being and existing. It is more than a pathology, it is a living, breathing condition, and the most valuable variable central to American life in its entirety. Without anti-blackness, America fails. Without anti-blackness, whiteness is not superior to anyone. Without anti-blackness, there is no one to oppress for economic, political, or cultural gain. White America needs and will always ensure it has is a nigger, otherwise it will lose itself. I think a lot about a short clip of James Baldwin, which I saw in I Am Not Your Negro, produced in 2017. In it, he said, "There are days, this is one of them, when you wonder what your role is in this country and what your future is in it. How precisely you're going to reconcile yourself to your situation here and how you are going to communicate to the vast, heedless, unthinking, cruel white majority that you are here. I'm terrified at the moral apathy, the death of the heart, which is happening in my country. These people have deluded themselves for so long that they really don't think I'm human." 152. Unfortunately, we have not even begun the process of understanding who we are and what animates us, and until we do, we will continue to fail miserably. Chapter 9 Review Questions. Chapter 9 Review Questions. Considering what you have read, answer the following. How are you seeing whiteness and anti-blackness differently now? What are your thoughts about whiteness and anti-blackness as sociopathic, psychopathic, and pathological conditions? In your estimation, how should America address its current problems regarding white supremacy and anti-blackness? Chapter 10. Addressing whiteness and anti-blackness in America. Suggestions and recommendations. For individuals and institutions. For America to function normally, whiteness must be dismantled. That means every American institution must be dismantled, as whites have invented and dominated them all. We would have to let go of identities we have long wed ourselves to and unlearn the most basic values that dominate our lives. A whole upheaval must occur, which is why it most likely will not, and white supremacist and anti-black ideologies will continue to dominate. Hope, which is what black people have relied on, is simply not enough. We need a bold, intricate, hard plan. One that will take years to implement, assuming we do it correctly, and one which will address in the most fundamental ways what our deficits are. Because black people have been conditioned so harshly, we see any trivial step forward as something to celebrate. Having a half-black president, for example, was supposed to mean racism was dead. All that happened was that it temporarily got better exposed due to the obvious hatred of those opposing him. America is not well. It has not made the progress so many black people believe it has made. And it cannot, by definition, because it does not understand the country's origin story meaningfully. Why did it take us hundreds of years to have our first black? In the black bourgeoisie, Fraser asserted. However much some middle-class Negroes may seek to soothe their feeling of inferiority in an attitude which they often express in the adage, "It is better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven," they are still conscious of their inferior status in American society. Not all middle-class Negroes consciously desire to be white in order to escape from their feelings of inferiority. In fact, the majority of middle-class Negroes would deny having the desire to be white, since this would be an admission of their feeling of inferiority. Within an intimate circle of friends, some middle-class Negroes may admit that they desire to be white, but publicly they would deny any such wish. The black bourgeoisie constantly boast of their pride in their identification as Negroes. But when one studies the attitude of this class in regard to the physical traits or the social characteristics of Negroes, it becomes clear that the black bourgeoisie do not really wish to be identified with Negroes. Both victims and aggressors must self-reflect, and they should do so with professional help. This process must be guided. It cannot be self-contained. Adequate scrutiny will not come about on its own. This would require investments by both black and other racial/ethnic clinicians and coaches committed to helping us cleanse ourselves. These professionals should be highly trained first, of course. As you can see, the road ahead is long. It is arduous. Individuals should learn actual and all history, not merely what was spoon-fed to them. Then connect it to the present. Acknowledge that disparities are systematic, they are not about the individual shortcomings of black people. Acknowledge that whites who allege they are not racist are, and that they continue to benefit from a system that was built around their comfort and our degradation. Access the reading list I have assembled at www.danteking.com, as well as the resources and references here. Understand that the plight of every black person in America is the result of pro-whiteness and anti-blackness. Every single one, without singular exception. Attend Understanding the Roots of Racism and Bias, Anti-Blackness, and its link to whiteness, white racism, privilege, and power. Come to terms with the reality that we will never fully understand the complexities and damage caused by our oppression. Understand that the white psyche needed like oxygen the terrorization of black people. It could not function in its absence. That is how fundamental it is to white identity. Resist the illnesses of whiteness and anti-blackness by redefining the black American experience outside of the white social, cultural, economic, and institutional validation system. Dismantle black selectivism. We tend to pick and choose who to celebrate based on who meets our anti-black, pro-white standards. No one subversive is selected. No one honest is selected. No one bold is selected. That is not a coincidence. In addition to upholding the legacies of people like Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and Rosa Parks, we need to celebrate and uplift our ancestors who fought against oppression and denigration, as well as other lesser acknowledged figures, W.E.B. Du Bois, James Baldwin, Marcus Garvey, Ida B. Wells Barnett, David Walker, Frederick Douglass, Nat Turner, Fannie Lou Hamer, Lerone Bennett Jr., Gloria Richardson, Malcolm X, Albert Cleage, John Henrik Clark, Toni Morrison, E. Franklin Frazier, and many others who have tried to sound the alarm. Too many black people have accepted without scrutiny the culture that oppresses us. Much of the work that needs to take place must take place within, and that is hard to accept. White people should seek therapy from therapists who are descendants of Africans abducted and forcibly brought to America. These professionals should represent people who have an in-depth knowledge of the framing outlined in this book. These individuals should be trained to disrupt white comfort, and white psychology. It will facilitate a change in their frame of reference. Use the following pieces of the Dismantling Racism and Tenets of White Supremacy curriculum to start. Manifestations of white supremacy. Perfectionism. Sense of urgency. Defensiveness. Quantity over quality. Worship of the written word. Only one right way. Paternalism. Either/or thinking. Power hoarding. Fear of open conflict. Individualism. I'm the only one. Progress is bigger, more. Objectivity. Right to comfort. White people's resistance. Denial. Minimization. Blame. Lack of intent. It's over now. Competing victimization. Address the persistent, inherent psychopathic and sociopathic need to oppress black people. Institutions should work to provide ongoing social, emotional, health, and economic welfare to black people, in the same ways that local, state, and federal private and public institutions work to provide these realities for whites, explicitly for more than 3.5 centuries. Donate money to black children and families directly, as well as black schools. Donate monies to black men, women, girls, and boys who are incarcerated, as well as those who are released from the prison system. Provide food, shelter, clothing, and funding to programs that support unsheltered black people, as well as those who are impoverished and do not have resources to provide enough for themselves or their families. Realize black criminality is a symptom of the absence of opportunity, and the absence of hope. Contract and consult with me or other anti-racism scholars and experts. Seek out the help of others, including Dr. Coritha Mitchell, Dr. Ibram X. Kendi and the Center for Anti-Racist Research at Boston University, Dr. Kenneth Hardy, Dr. Joy DeGruy, Dr. Rachel Rogers Ard, and others doing this work in different areas of emphasis. Learn that equity attempts to identify the specific needs and requirements informed by demographic traits, such as race. It then tries to address the differing needs of each group by bridging the gap between whites and black people. This makes equity central to the genuine empowerment of black people and not just theoretical equality. Implement anti-black/racism core competencies that hold accountable every leader across your organization. Focus on both the historical and current dimensions of white matriarchy and patriarchy, rather than overemphasizing the intersection of whiteness and maleness. Understand the culpability of white women, as it played a significant role in how we got to where we are today. White women upheld whiteness, white supremacy, white racism, white privilege, white power, and anti-blackness. 222, 6. Ensure all employees, leaders, board members, and stakeholders are educated about white psychopathy and sociopathy. Recruit black and brown leaders who have a demonstrable track record for working on anti-black racism and who can encourage and advocate on behalf of black and brown equity and justice. Celebrate and empower black people in leadership and individual contributor roles, throughout your organization. Understand that black people mostly feel devalued and degraded, and that feeling is entirely rational and predictable, given our history. You may believe that the POC in your organization feel valued and supported, but I have worked with more than 50 different organizations, and the experience is the same everywhere. Black people, and other such POC, are devalued, and experience major setbacks because of it. They are most times not honest about it and code switch to avoid ever having to address it, yet it leads to racial battle fatigue. 221,130. Know that all white people who are attempting to promote equity and anti-racism are doing so from a socialization rooted in superiority and anti-blackness. Do not trust them. Their actions are rooted in racist logic. At the same time, most, if not all, black and brown peoples are coming from oppressed perspectives, and it drives us in a way where we operate from a place of deprivation, very often. That means our standards for improvement are low. That is not a coincidence, either. Learn from medical professionals such as Dr. David Williams from Harvard, who invented the Everyday Discrimination Scale. 285. Enact additional time off policies for black people. Because we are strained the most, we require greater time to address that strain. Ensure all employees learn about racial battle fatigue, a theory developed and created by Dr. William Smith. 221. Ensure all leadership reads the article written by Shaniqua Golding entitled Maintaining Professionalism in the Age of Black Death is, a Law. 223. Recognize when black and non-black people are being used to uphold white matriarchy and patriarchy within organizations, as gatekeepers and defenders. 224. Require 24 to 40 hours of anti-racism training every 2 years and document attendance and performance in employee files. Continue to assert that whiteness and anti-blackness are illnesses that must be treated lest they spread. Read and/or reread the Kerner Commission report, issued in 1968, to understand the assessments made about America in 1968, in terms of becoming two societies, one white, one black. Jelani Cobb recently contemporized this report and republished it for today's society. 286. White people need to deal with themselves, their psychopathic and sociopathic proclivities toward black people. On this note, I submit that there are processes that need to occur that extend far beyond the concept of racial equity, or racial repair. An authentic racial reckoning needs to occur. Below, I outline some definitions that I have created to aid both organizations and individuals in attempting to do racial healing and anti-racism work. The concepts and definitions consists of racial reckoning, the process of white/white adjacent/non-black people learning about their history and the ways in which they have been indoctrinated with whiteness and anti-blackness. It includes becoming aware of and in touch with predispositions to anti-blackness and the psychopathic and sociopathic personalities existing within their culture, communities, and identities. In addition, it includes white people doing their own personal work, and coming to terms with the reality that they are no better than black and brown people, but that all white American institutions were built to create a reality in which they felt superior to others. In addition, white people, liberal, progressive, good white people, must awaken to the reality that inherent within their existence is the need to oppress black and brown people individually and institutionally, while at the same time denying that it is occurring. Racial reparations, the process of white/white adjacent/non-black people locating resources, learning, and developing strategies to deal with reinforced white superiority and anti-blackness to authentically equalize and stabilize structural, institutional, cultural, social, psychological, emotional, and interpersonal inequities, and power imbalances between white people and non-white people to achieve authentic inclusivity/representation and realization. White racial negotiations, the process of white people deciding how much power and privilege is to be, can be, and/or will be rendered, sacrificed, and negotiated in a white supremacist environment, in order to provide opportunities, resources, inclusion, belonging, upliftment, and all other privileges/opportunities that white people enjoy to black, indigenous, Hispanic, Arab, Middle Easterners, and other peoples from other traditionally marginalized groups. This is aligned with and is a form of racial reparations to confront and combat what Robin DiAngelo has referred to as white fragility weaponized in the forms of everyday white racial bullying and daily white racial control, among other things. Policies should be designed in ways that the language constitutes clear intention about achieving the respective anti-racism and/or racial equity goal. All policies should contain a policy statement and a programmatic and/or practice structure that identifies exactly how the policy and/or program is executed. There are many more recommendations, but I will stop here, as this is a mere starting point. ************ Understanding the Roots of Racism Participant Reflections. Anonymous participant comments from Understanding the Roots of Racism. One of the questions I ask as a part of a reflective survey distributed after participants attend this workshop, is, what connections have you/can you make to the current state of United States/American culture, its institutions, as a result of this capacity building intensive? Please consider physical and non-physical institutions. Noted throughout the next several pages, are some of the responses and reactions to this question that have been shared by participants who have attended the course. This question is at the core of the entire class, in my opinion. Each session to date would take a look at a specific point in our past, focusing on laws, enforcement, and effects on both African Americans and their white counterparts. Week over week, as we reviewed these facts, we heard from scholarly experts interpreting the effects these laws and historical events had on individuals and society. We also had frequent breakout sessions where we would learn of the details of a historical event and then discuss how there are parallels to the subject today. One going through this curriculum couldn't help but apply the lessons presented to the patterns seen today in our current events, both on the news and even within our organization and within our departments. As we left the 1600 to 1700s and began to focus on the 1800s to present day, the curriculum highlighted the evolution of the wording of the laws passed and the entire nation's coordinated effort to basically accept that A's were free, but in a coordinated and intentioned way, ensured that A's structurally were limited in their ability to integrate into society and participate in American economy as a true equal to whites. Again, the connections to today were widespread and easily seen, and was the focus of much of my thought and personal discussions with friends and family between classes. Without a doubt, this course helped me in seeing the facts that support the idea that American society is built on racism and anti-blackness, that whites within this society have benefited from this structure, and that those from the A community have experienced real trauma in their current life affecting their ability to thrive in this society in the way that whites, as a whole, can. These truths apply to our organization's HR processes, how we supervise and lead our teams, how we interact with our patients, and how we measure the effectiveness of our practices on our department's mission, vision, and values. In 2021, it is clear that anti-blackness was strategically orchestrated with the intent to destroy the humanity and lives of black folks through any means necessary. Anti-black laws, institutions, practices, and mores of yesteryears continue to permeate throughout current American life and culture exclusively to benefit white folks and at the detriment of black folks. Black folks continue to be at the receiving end of the creations of America's diabolical masterminds, aka the Founding Fathers, and other white constructionists of American culture. The biggest connection I have made is learning the history of how this country was made for white people and for the sole elevation and economic progress of white people at the expense of black people, as well as other POC, and how that led to the current state of racism in the U.S. The through line of anti-blackness from the 17th century to today is stark and obvious. There are so many ways that black people are oppressed and denied opportunities today, in education, housing, jobs, finance, voting rights, and so many more. When you trace the history, it is no surprise that we have ended up where we are today. All of the ways that black people are oppressed build on each other, which make it harder and harder to move forward or be successful in life, through no fault of your own. Racism and inequity is embedded in every facet of our existence. Here is the U.S. The nation calls itself the land of the free and the home of the brave, but I now know that it is completely the opposite. We are imprisoned in a system of profound racism, hatred, and fear. Our rules and regulations, our education system, law enforcement, everything, have been and continue to be designed and propagated by cowards. I am embarrassed to call myself an American. The U.S. was physically built on the backs of enslaved people. The laws were created and enforced and rewritten as needed to benefit white people and to disenfranchise black people from all the benefits of a society. The tools of society are made to serve white people: schools, banks, courts, police, hospitals, etc. But I did not know the extent to which they were made to oppress BAA people. I learned the clear design from the earliest explorers and pilgrims to venture capitalists and lawmakers of today that created the structures of culture we live in: segregation, homelessness, mass incarceration, wealth gaps, health gaps, and on and on. You can tell what a person values by what they spend their time and money on. It is clear that our country has always and still does value whiteness and power. We have spent billions of dollars on socialist programs only when it benefits white people. As soon as BAA people try to take advantage of the programs that their tax dollars pay for, it is suddenly socialist fascism and welfare queens. Suddenly society can't afford the cost, while spending trillions on the military and corporate welfare programs. It is a structure of evil that reinvents itself to suit modern sensibilities over and over again. This has helped me understand that anti-blackness was intentional and baked into American culture, and most importantly that it continues today. The idea that anti-blackness was set up in all areas of government, education, and down to where black people were permitted to live was, in my mind, something that happened in the past, and that we don't do that anymore. But to understand that anti-blackness is the very foundation of American society that has propelled white success has been the most eye-opening for me. Being an immigrant from the Philippines, I greatly benefited from my proximity to whiteness. Being raised in a white-dominated culture in the Philippines allowed my transition from the Philippines to the U.S. much easier. I realize now that I have been educated to speak and act like a white person. This allowed me to assimilate and succeed. But I now realize that this came at a cost. Not to me, but to black people. I feel like I was allowed to succeed because I was not black. Integrating a new sense of self. As a white person, I did not understand, until this course, the degree to which walking around in white skin and conforming broadly to social norms was causing harm day in and day out. In this course I realized simply being white means that you are uniquely programmed from birth to reproduce conditions of anti-black racism, unconsciously or consciously, and to benefit from doing so. Toni Morrison and Alvin Toussaint suggested that racism is a form of mental illness in whites, and this resonated with me deeply. This inclination toward domination and superiority, alongside the paranoia, fear, and the psychotic inability to empathize with harms enacted, is the intergenerational inheritance of white Americans. This is the core of the white American psyche and our culture. Before this course I already didn't believe in good or bad people, but I didn't realize that because I have white skin I am far more likely to cause harm than others. It was painful to have this aspect of myself laid out so clearly, so undeniably. Often during the course, I felt my hands squeezing my temples, trying to crack my skull, or tear my skin apart as I incorporated this inbred propensity for evil into my working sense of self. First and most maliciously, the legal system is nothing more than the white bully's code of domination enshrined in the written word and enforced by arms. The worship of the written word in law worked hand in hand with the Holy Scriptures to rationalize and reinforce the domination, torture, rape, and murder of black people and indigenous people in particular. That's not all. The cultural manifestations of anti-blackness are first revealed in these colonial-era laws. And they quickly infused all institutions, so that white Americans became brainwashed by and encultured in anti-blackness and white supremacy, thereby dangerously reinforcing the laws oppressing BIPOC. All American cultural institutions thereafter have inherited this anti-black construct. It is intentional and not accidental that modern institutions show grave and unjust racial disparities. Black people are murdered by police, incarcerated at higher rates, experience worse health outcomes, have less wealth and opportunity, and receive worse education than white people and other white adjacent groups. This training has very much solidified and expanded my knowledge that this government, American culture, and all above-mentioned institutions are founded on white supremacy, racism, brutal abuse, and injustice and still are to current day without progress or meaningful change. This training definitely taught me so much more in regard to how white supremacy/racism also dictates non-physical institutions. For me, the definition of capitalism being socialism for white people really made sense and brought a lot of that together and includes all of those institutions, physical and non-physical. Additionally, whiteness being property with infinite value also helped me connect how all of these institutions and American culture are entirely fixed on white supremacy and white advantage and power within all these areas. As a white person I am better realizing and processing how white supremacy culture is providing a sense of, or mindset, as well as actual power and privilege to all white people. How if unrealized and unchecked this manifests in or informs everything white people do. The socialization around this is everywhere and white people from infancy are having their worth, culture and humanity affirmed constantly. Impacts include, entitlement, complicity in white supremacy, delusional ideas of self-worth/grandeur, lack of empathy for non-white people, lack of accountability for continued abuse, continued systematic and social benefits and control connected to anti-non-whiteness and anti-blackness, continued racial control via things like calling police on BIPOC peoples, regulating/controlling spaces at work, within community, all over, and passing down these things to white children. So many ways. I have gained so much more insight into the diabolical history, facts, policies, and laws that have created American government and culture and continue to rule it now. I have gained a much deeper, clearer understanding of the roots of racism, American culture, and that racism is at the root of white success. I believe I will be better able to have effective conversations about racism and white supremacy. Through this experience I have gained the opportunity to participate in policy work towards racial equity, which I am anticipating will help me learn more ways to be useful doing anti-racism and equity work going forward. This experience has increased my awareness and motivation to be accountable for the privilege and power my whiteness has provided and how my everyday whiteness is actively harming people. I am pretty terrible with conflict and confrontation, while intellectually I know both are inevitable and necessary. This experience has helped me to realize more about my responsibility to confront white supremacy and racism, despite my aversions to conflict/confrontation, and that it is not an acceptable excuse. This is one of the things that this training really drove home for me, that none of this exists in only a historical context. The systems that were created in white racism and to uphold white power, many of them still function the same and for the same purpose, or just look a little different today. Some of the institutions that stood out to me were academia, medicine/public health, and incarceration. I now see more clearly that academia in the US was created by white Christian cis men who were seeking to uphold and legitimize their racist beliefs, and that education systems still largely function to do this. My own education in the CA public school system was clearly complicit in teaching a whitewashed narrative of history. And schools today still disproportionately discipline black children, remove them from classrooms, and readily feed the school-to-prison pipeline. The history of medicine in the US strikes me as particularly horrific, and to know that working in public health places me in a system that continues to uphold health disparities, and is so vehemently opposed to change at times, is something with which I am grappling. To know that gynecology largely grew out of the torture and enslavement of black women, and that even today, medical students tend to believe that black people feel less pain, it makes me sick. And lastly, for now, I see clearly how slavery led to forced labor led to Jim Crow led to our current incarceration system. And that each of these is just a different mutation of the same virus, all serving the same system of white supremacy and racism. While I know racism is the ocean the US swims in, permeating everything, to see so many clear examples of laws, policies, governance, education, economy, etc. I was surprised each time. There was a recent audio/video clip played in the fourth week I think that struck me because the same word/tone, etc. could have been exactly the same hundreds of years earlier in the slavery scene you had just shown us. I have a deeper understanding of what it means when black folks say, "They're trying to kill us." All US institutions were specifically designed to cause violence against black people. The neutral/default of these systems is oppression and white supremacy. Professionalism discourages any display of emotion, which serves white racial interests of not confronting the ongoing violence. The quantitative measures of success in these institutions makes people who are succeeding feel like they are special and that they earned it, rather than that they have either received some special advantage or been elevated as an example of success/the system not being racist while others in their community continue to struggle. That US/American culture, norms, economics, governing policies, and institutions have been established and continue to thrive off of the repeated campaigns and experiments to abuse, torture, profit, blame, desecrate and eradicate black and indigenous people from this country and world. The implicit and explicit bias that stems today along with racist practices against other POC have long been embedded and passed down generation after generation to operate independently in feeding off one another like a sickness in abusing each other, all to maintain a white supremacist culture. I see connections between white supremacy, hatred of black people, imperialism, colonialism, and the patriarchy sewn so deeply into the fabric of all that we do and all that I have been taught to value, and I see the connections tied deeply from the past straight through to the present. I did not see these connections so deeply and clearly before. We place value on people following the rules, but those rules have been created by white people in order to maintain white power and are based only on white cultural values. This is true for all of the institutions you mentioned above. I did think about this previously, but not to the extent I now understand. And what is new for me, and crushing, is a realization of how deeply hatred of black people underpins all of this in a way that is different from the racism that targets other people of color. Everything in current US/American culture and society is based on white supremacy. What is considered best, correct, proper, successful, productive is all based on white supremacy and what white people have decided is acceptable as the norm. Everything from acceptable appearance, to diet, to what is a desirable area to live in and what is considered a good education has been a narrative and culture created by white people. Laws are created and shift to benefit white people, and as soon as white people start to see a law as negatively affecting too many white people, then they change the laws. Or the laws are just ignored and not even applied to white people because white people are automatically given the benefit of the doubt as being good people that just had maybe a rough upbringing and are able to justify their actions and behaviors, which black people have never been able to have. The quote from Lee Atwater. You start out in 1954 by saying, nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968 you can't say nigger, that hurts you, backfires. So, you say stuff like, forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff, and you're getting so abstract. Now, you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and a byproduct of them is, black people get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this, is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, nigger. This is present and obvious every single day. This is actively happening now in politics and the policies passed, and with voting laws, and with how black people are being treated. Words like post-racial society and microaggression are racist in nature. And the biggest and most damaging lie white people have been able to convince people of in this country is that there is no racism, and that people are not racist. White people censure language, and now it is seen as insulting for anybody to be accused of being a racist when society has set them up to view themselves as a good person. White people have a mental illness, are psychopaths, if they are able to believe that they are not actively benefiting from our current racist society and how it is set up to continue being this way. Black voices are constantly silenced and demonized to delegitimize anybody who is not white. Yet ultimately white people are profiting off of the emotional and physical labor of black people, just like how some of the smartest, strongest Africans were stolen and brought to work as slaves on stolen land. White people have always been aware of the value in black people, yet they have been thriving off of trying to dehumanize them and strip them away of all self-confidence, financial freedom, or any emotions. Dedications. Mom, you are life. I would not be here and could not have gotten this done without you. You are my first and my last. Each day I live, is for you, to make you happy and to bring joy into your spirit and physical being. I would not be here if it weren't for you. Huge thanks to Dr. Lawan S. Grant and the Leadership Develop ME publishing team. I could not and would not have made it through this process without you. I am thankful for the opportunity to have been able to package my work into a series of chapters that will hopefully help people in North America and beyond, to understand the seriousness of the attack black people in America are under. I dedicate this book to black people around the world who have not fully comprehended or understood the reach and magnitude of white racism, and anti-blackness, who can now begin to feel, be, and live in liberation with the knowingness that the predicament we find ourselves in is one that is dire. I dedicate this book to non-black, and white people around the world who will read this book and connect with the truth-telling experience that it is. My goal for this endeavor is to contribute to the legacies of black leaders and truth-tellers who have continually awakened and contributed to the liberation and empowerment of black people in the United States. In addition, it was also important for me to be able to leave behind a montage of thoughts and highlights of my larger work, the birthing of understanding the roots of racism and bias, anti-blackness and its link to whiteness, white racism, privilege, and power. I realize, as I age and recognize the continual and perpetual trauma of being black, coupled with studying and teaching about this subject matter, that I will not be able to do this for an exceedingly long time. It is not sustainable. Therefore, I needed to be able to document and produce an expression of my work in this form, made available to those who I will never have an opportunity to meet, teach, share with, and/or learn from. There are so many people, friends and extended family, that I want to thank, and yet to name them would be an impossible feat, because I am most certainly sure I am going to leave out someone who is important to me, and who has contributed to my life, development, and growth in some meaningful and special way. To that end, please know that all of you who know me, know what you have done for me, and what we have shared. Please know that I love you, and I dedicate this book to you. I want very badly to write personal notes to each one of you, and to do so would most likely amount to its own chapter, so I will resist the urge to go down that path. I will, however, name some especially important people, many of whom are black women, who have nurtured, coached, developed, supported, and uplifted the works I have produced over the years, in countless ways. This book is the result of your belief, love, encouragement, and tutelage of me. My aunts, Verna Chia, Lynn Green, Doris Parnell, Barbara Hill, Vicky Knight, Marianne Edgar Calloway, Dolores Lewis. To the Arthur family of Dallas, Texas, Edgar family of Dallas, Texas, Hyde family of Galveston, Texas, David/Davis families of Port Arthur, Texas, and Louisiana, Dorn family of Georgia, as well as the Hardiman family of Dallas/Houston, Texas, the Stevenson, King, and Gilton families of San Francisco. I love you all. Uplifting and sending a special dedication to my grandparents, who I know are smiling upon my family and me with joy, Charles Edgar Sr., Mamie Arthur Edgar, Corrine Height King, James Davis, and the King family. To my wonderful and special godmother Sarah Fine. You have been my rock. Without you and my mother, I could not have survived in this world. I must take this opportunity to name all of the black educators who taught and mentored me into a place of self-empowerment, self-assurance, and self-thought: Rebecca Freeman, Christine Wilson, at Daniel Webster Elementary School. It all started with you. Ms. O'Neill at Elmhurst Junior High School, Willie Hamilton, principal at Daniel Webster; Mr. Robinson, music teacher at Daniel Webster; Michael Moore, history teacher at Elmhurst; Lynn Dodd, principal at King Estates; D. Logan, my aunt and counselor at King Estates; Dr. Larry Harper Short, my godfather who raised me and also taught me what it means to think beyond bounds. The rest of you know who you are. I will not name the schools. Please know that your legacy lives on in me. Pauline Peroni, Johnny Burks, Rhea Settles, Ms. Bridgman, Ms. Dixon, Leatrice Hicks, Yvonne Ash, Linda Halpern, Ellen Posey, Tanya Dennis, Helen Alder. To some incredibly special people who both opened doors and supported the work I am doing in order for me to be alive today: Dr. Zia Malawa, Alexis Cobbins, Dr. Larry Rand, Jayantra Henderson, Daphna Melbourne, Amy Lilly, Donna Kotake, Elizabeth Green, and Duran Rutledge, thank you. To two incredibly special mentors, coaches, and friends, Rachel Rogers Ard, and Virgie Manny, thank you for your unwavering love, coaching, friendship, and mentoring. Virgie and Big Daryl, and my two brothers Little Daryl and Robert, thank you for your continued prayers, love, and support. I would not be where I am today without these women. Thank you for being the blessings that you are to me, to others, and to life. Virgie, you are and forever will be my best coach, and boss. There are not enough words to thank you for all you have done for me. To my big sister from another Mr. and Ms. Linda DeBow. You continue to be in my corner. I love you dearly. Nikki, Kim, and Wayne and everyone in the family, you are my family forever and I love you. Tiffany K. Nash, Erica Nicole Patton, and the entire Briggs family, I love you all very much. Thank you for including me into your family. Willie Nat, you were an amazing leader. Thank you for taking a chance on me. Without you, I would not have had the experience that ultimately led me to the journey I am on today. I love you and Annette both. Dexter Hall, thank you for enabling me to begin a career journey that would enable me to learn so much about the world. Sarita Robinson, you were an amazing pillar of strength and support for me, and I love you. To all of my Black Wells Fargo colleagues who were friends and supporters of me during my time there, thank you. Margot Reed and Nadia Bishop, thank you for being there for the late night talks. Kathy Broussard, Jessica Brown, Nikki Mixon, D. Morris Evans, Irella Blackwood, Jamoke Taylor, Brenda Burrows, Kimberly Burris, Amira Thomas, Yolanda Williams, Elizabeth Green, Kimberly Burris, Zia Malawa, Solaire Spellin, Christine Smith, Bobette Brackett, Jamoke Hinton, Lori Smith Anderson, and again the Alexis Cobbins. The love you have surrounded me with, and the bonds we have are unbreakable. You are my sisters, my village, and I love you all. Gina Leach, what can I say? You were a boss, mentor, coach, and a wonderful friend to me during my time at JP. Morgan Chase. Whale aka Bashorun, I continue to be extremely proud of and grateful for you. We survived a journey together. Joy Sanders and Katie Milton, I love you. Kate Turin, Dara Silverman, and Virginia Harmon, thank you for demonstrating true allyship and friendship. Paul Henderson for Governor. You are an amazing friend and have been a pillar of strength for me. I appreciate you. To my goddaughters, both named John-nay, I love you both. Koshia Willis, you are a great mother and friend and have done an outstanding job. Tanya, you did an excellent job also, may you rest in peace. Erica Small, Jennifer Taylor, Lakeisha Carden, Demetra Mack, Latre Wilson, Christina Servine, Nicole Wills, Robin Cotton, Antoinette Thompson, Rolanda Taylor, Janine Brown, you have been blessings to me both past and present, and I am grateful. To my tribe of first cousins Latanyua Brown, Ebony Lewis, Theta Lewis, Jooli Ichia, Chelsea Parnell, David Parnell, Jermel Parnell, Charles Edgar III, Justin Chia, Lonnie Lewis, Jr., Kathy Lewis, Mamie Lewis, Sonia Lewis, Pamela Michelle, and Sonia Rose, I love you all. Trey, thank you so much for the referral. The creation of this book could not have happened without you. Sonia Rose, you are my twin. I adore and love you more than anyone, with the exception of my nanny Janet, Chelsea, and Asion. I love you all. Marcel Walker, there is absolutely no one like you. Words cannot fully convey or express the deep love that I have for you. I will always be here for you. Make sure you maintain this and keep it in your heart and mind always. Chantel Johnson, Asada Berry, I love you so much. Thank you for being inspirational to me. To my dad, Dr. Larry Harper Short, I would not be here without you. You mean the world to me. I love you and E. Marcus Harper Short. Dr. Barbara Page, you were the lifeline to my college experience, and the reason I am on the path and journey I am on today. Thank you for being a mentor, role model, counselor, and my guidance when I needed it most. You were there for me in ways that most will not ever understand. I appreciate your mentorship, guidance, discipline, exceptionally high expectations, and love you more than you will ever know. Dr. Nicholas Bayham, thank you for being a mentor, role model, and big brother also. It is also vitally important for me to thank Dr. Ardella Daly, Dr. G.T. Reyes, and Dr. Eric Haas. Your coaching, leadership, mentorship, and guidance through my time in the Social Justice and Educational Leadership doctoral program, helped me to sustain the validation I needed in bringing forth this book. Thank you Dr. Reyes, for introducing me to the research and pedagogical concepts that we learned about during the first quarter of the program. Our meeting was not in vain. Marguerite Malloy Esq, thank you for being my sister, and a role model. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, and willingness to take this journey with me. Your reviews and edits were on point. I love you dearly and appreciate you more than you know. Alicia St. Andrews, thank you for being my friend, and for becoming a family member during this process. Thank you for taking part in the process of reviewing the chapters and for providing me with questions that enabled me to reconsider some of the positioning of the information. I love you. To my friends on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, Shaman Walton, Sandra Fewer, and Matt Haney, thank you for coming through for the Black Employees Alliance and Coalition Against Anti-Blackness, in our attempts to address issues for Black employees in the city and county of San Francisco. To all the members of the Black Employees Alliance and Coalition Against Anti-Blackness, thank you for standing strong, and for your steadfastness through all of the horrors and terrors that we face together just trying to go to work on a daily basis. To Carl Olson, Therese Canada, and the team at Canada, O'Toole, Fix, and Olson, LLP, Felicia Medina, Shauna Madison, Elizabeth Connolly, Danielle Miles Longan, and the team at Medina Orthwine, you are the best legal counsel anyone could ever have. Thank you for your commitment and dedication to justice. Barbara Thompson, my auntie, I love and appreciate your guidance, sacrifice, and assistance more than you know. Dr. Dorothy Ford. You are a gift from the best places in the universe. There are not enough words to express how grateful I am to / for you. I could not have gotten this done without you. I will say this again, I could not have gotten this done without you. Valerie Gale Williams, all I can say is I love you with all of my heart. You continue to be a pillar of strength for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sista Solja, thank you for willing to state the truth and stand up for black people even when it was not popular, and you were isolated. I love you. Tupac, the greatest, most authentic, and truest rapper activist who ever lived. Rest in peace. Thank you, and I love you. Joseph Baptiste, thank you for being a wonderful friend, confidant, and mate. I could not have a better man in my life and by my side. You have been extremely kind, thoughtful, supportive, and understanding through this process. To my only nephew, Tillier King, take hold of the brilliance that you are and that emanates throughout your being. Apply focus, discipline, and persistence on the things that matter to you and your well-being, and you will persevere. Dejuan Ortiz King, my brother from the same mother, you already know. Thank you for being one of my best friends and for always being open to a conversation, feedback, or just a reflection session both as my brother and friend. Thank you Daddy, Harold King, for your willingness to learn and understand each other better in this phase of our lives. I love you all. Lastly, I dedicate this book to my mother, Deborah King Cooper, for her unwavering belief in all that I do, and for her continual love, grace, care, and concern for me. I am thankful for every day that we have been fortunate to walk this earth together, and for all you have provided for me. There are not enough words, or enough resources to convey my gratitude or express fully what you mean to me. You are my queen, my religion, the air that I breathe, and the beat of my heart. May you continue to experience goodness, grace, comfort, strength, good health, prosperity, and favor all the days of your life.